Chapter 46-41. The demon empress of the Feather Clan was executed. De Huang, Longsher San, and the others quickly defeated the Feather Clan's army. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement. The human race was finally saved. The Lin kingdom was finally saved. He could finally avenge his mother's death. Looks like you've lost. Jiang Chen said Lang Lang. This woman was indeed strong. No wonder she was the demon empress of the Feather Clan. However, she was still captured by Jiang Chen. Which, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge my mother. Lin Tianlin stood up with his sword in hand. His eyes were fierce and decisive. He was determined to kill this evil Feather Clan person. For so many years, he had been treating her as his mother. His heart was filled with pain. His mother's death was heartbreaking. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, he could no longer control his emotions. Although he was the crown prince, he was just a son who wanted to avenge his mother at this moment. If you kill me, you'll never see your father again. The demon empress of the Feather Clan said with a cold smile. She held her head high and stared at Lin Tianlin. Lin Tianlin's hand trembled the moment the bloody sword landed on the back of the Feather Clan's head. In the end, he didn't have the courage to swing it down. Even Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng, and the others were shocked. This vicious demon empress actually controlled the emperor of the Lin kingdom. How was that possible? Impossible. My father is in seclusion. How could he be controlled by you? Lin Tianlin shouted angrily. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you have the ability, then kill me. Ha ha ha. The demon empress said with a cold smile. Where's my father? Lin Tianlin clenched his fists and said. That will depend on my mood. If you let me go, I will let go of your majesty. In this way, it will be more worthwhile for you than for me. The demon empress said calmly. Lin Tianlin was speechless. She had his lifeline in her hands. I don't mind if you want to kill me. The decision is up to you. Damn. You're so arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Big Yellow furrowed his brows. How about this? I'll give you an idea. Go to the dungeon and find 100 strong men to serve our noble empress. What do you think? De Huang said with a radiant smile. At this moment, everyone's expression was a little unnatural. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Only De Huang could come up with such a refreshing idea. When the demon empress of the feather race heard this idea, her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. It was easy to kill a person, but to make her suffer such inhuman pain was harder than ascending to the heavens. A life worse than death was usually the most terrifying thing. That's a good idea. Jiang Chen nodded. They are all people with status and power. I am different. In order to save His Majesty, let me be the villain. De Huang had a confident look on his face. Wait. The winged demon empress' face was ashen. I'll take you there, but you have to let me go. You don't have the right to bargain with us. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. His Majesty is in the back mausoleum of the Western City. The Feather Demon Empress said. Let's go. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. He couldn't wait to go to the back mausoleum of the Western City with the others. His mother had been killed for many years and his father had been trapped by the Demon Empress. As a son, he was already furious. The Black King held the Feather Demon Empress down and arrived at the back mausoleum of the Western City in less than 5 minutes. This was the imperial mausoleum of the Lin Kingdom. It was heavily guarded and rarely visited. Hundreds of guards stood on both sides of the mausoleum like pillars. Why is it so gloomy here? Longsher San frowned and said uneasily. It's the imperial mausoleum. Isn't it just a tomb? The majesty of the imperial family is inviolable. Mui Bai said in a low voice. No, little Chenzi, I feel something is wrong. De Huang said to Mui Bai. He had a bad feeling since he entered the mausoleum. De Huang's special skill was his sensitive sense of smell. I feel it too. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and Long San. Buzz, buzz, in the pitch-black royal mausoleum, an ear-piercing buzzing sound pierced through the sky. Over 100 rays of light surrounded the crowd like a swarm of locusts. The glint of swords and the glint of sabers filled the air with a murderous aura, shocking everyone. Oh no! It's an ambush! Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. Your Highness, watch out! Bai Bijiang said. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw 2 half-step star emperor experts approaching the Black King like lightning. The prelude to the battle had begun. 2 half-step star emperors forced Black King to retreat and rescued the demon empress of the feather race. Everything happened so fast that it was impossible to resist. Although Jiang Chen and the others were prepared for it, the opponents were swift and decisive. The 2 half-step star emperors instantly disrupted their rhythm. Ha ha ha, a bunch of stupid humans. You're still too young. If you fight with me, you'll all die without a burial place. The feather demon queen covered her mouth and giggled. There was a cold light in her eyes, which was as sharp as a sword. Demon queen, you be *starred. Where is my father? Lin Tianlin breathed heavily. His face was gloomy and full of anger. He wanted to tear this woman into pieces. Let's see if you have the ability. If you can't get past me, you'll all be dead. Ha ha ha. The demon empress of the Feather clan gradually retreated. 2 star emperors stood out and surrounded them with over 100 star masters in the 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament. The guards of the entire imperial mausoleum became the wings of the demon empress of the Feather clan, both human and feather clansmen. Damn it! Lin Tianlin couldn't help but beat his chest. This cunning feather demon queen was even more cunning than a fox. Master, what should we do? We'll deal with soldiers with arms and water with earth. Just kill them. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead and said casually. At this moment, they were trapped again. They had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. Big brother, second brother, kill them all. Leave no one alive. The feather demon queen shouted in a low voice. They've figured out our identity and plan. We must kill them. Okay. The half-star emperor in the lead said in a low voice and nodded slightly. The 2 of them dashed toward Jiang Chen and the others. Compared with the star masters in the Chongyang Palace, these were the real elites. All of them were at the level 7, 8, and 9 star masters. Damn it. It looks like we really have to fight with our lives this time. De Huang said excitedly. He loved fighting more than anyone else. Monkey, let's see who can kill more. I'm not afraid of you. Long San squinted his eyes. Take me with you. Take me with you. Xiaolong said excitedly. Black King, do it. Chapter 46-42. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. You'll all die if you fight me. The demon empress of the feather race sneered. Hundreds of late-stage star lords were enough to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng, and Xian Su were strong enough to fight against 10, but could they fight against 100? Besides, they were all injured now. How could Jiang Chen and the others turn the tide? It was wishful thinking. An arrogant and conceited prince really thought he was the ruler of the Lin kingdom. For the demon empress of the feather race, killing them was the beginning of her plan. The human race and the feather race had always been at odds. The The feather race and the elf race had secret dealings with each other. Their goal was to devour the human race and completely wipe them out from the crimson glow star, turning it into a paradise for the feather race. De Huang and Long San were still full of fighting spirit. Each of them could fight against 6 or 7 8th or 9th celestial layer experts. The battle was very intense. De Huang was invincible. After refining the Tao law that Jiang Qin gave him, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In this battle, he became more and more excited. He was not afraid at all. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would fight. As long as Jiang Qin was there, the sky would never fall. Jiang Qin was fighting against 9 ninth heavenly star lords of the feather race. The scene was extremely intense. Jiang Qin was facing 9 ninth heavenly star lords at the same time. Jiang Qin was under great pressure, but the divine mightiness of the heavenly dragon sword made these people not dare to face it head-on. Jiang Qin's eyes were fixed on Big Yellow and the others. His battle intent was soaring to the sky. In order to alleviate the crisis of Big Yellow and the others, he blocked most of the sudden attacks from the experts alone. The whole imperial tomb was filled with the sound of weapons clashing. Lin Tianlin blamed himself. If he was not impatient and fell for the demon empress of the feather race, they would not be in such a predicament. However, Jiang Qin did not blame him. This demon empress of the feather race had been prepared for this. Furthermore, this involved the current emperor, who would not be moved. Even Jiang Qin was no exception. If the human race wanted to unify the overall situation, they had to have an imperial emperor. At this moment, no one could stay out of this. Xiaolong and De Huang were fighting back to back. Only they could be each other's backs. Long San and Mu Yibai followed closely behind. In addition to Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and Xian Su, there were only 8 people left who were bitterly resisting. Lin Tianlin's loyal soldiers had long been wiped out. Jiang Qin took the lead, his sword moving unhindered. The 9 experts closed in on him step by step. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin became even more berserk. He furiously slashed at the clouds. His limitless sword never missed. Chi, 9th heaven star lords fell one after another in Jiang Qin's hands. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. The demon empress of the feather race's face became gloomier and gloomier. Jiang Qin was completely out of her expectations. He was a person she had never taken seriously. She did not expect that he would become the biggest variable in this game of chess that she had been plotting for many years. It was very likely that her many years of effort would be destroyed in one day. "You must die," the demon empress of the feather race said fiercely, clenching her fists. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, ready to attack. Jiang Qin had killed nearly 20 late star lords in a row. It was like the arrival of a devil god. Even the 2 half-step star emperors were shocked by this. "This guy is really difficult to deal with," Xiao Fei said in a low voice. As one of the half-step star emperors of the feather race, the real royal family of the feather race, even he felt very troubled. More importantly, the big black guy in front of them was even more troublesome. He roared like a tiger and was unstoppable. Although their strength was on par, he was fighting 1 against 2 without losing a single battle. "Big brother, let's go all out." Xiao Dong gritted his teeth and said. This battle was really frustrating. It was supposed to be like a turtle in a jar, but now, Jiang Qin had messed up the situation. The experts of the feather race were falling one by one. They were the mainstays of the feather race. God knows how much resources and effort were needed to cultivate an expert of the 8th or 9th sky of the Star Lord realm. Each of them was a trusted aide of the feather race. "All right." Xiao Fei nodded silently. The brothers were of the same mind. Using offense as defense, they suppressed the Black King. They had to turn the situation around in one spurt of energy. Jiang Qin was moved. De Huang and the others should be able to deal with these Star Lords. It was time to help the Black King. The battle between the three was very harmonious because no one could do anything to the other. The Black King was facing two great experts, but it was difficult for him to move forward. He could only hope not to make any mistakes. You defend, I attack. Kill. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. He pulled out his sword and turned the spearhead, shooting out like an arrow. Watch out! The demon empress of the feather race exclaimed. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was very tricky. It swept across the void and passed by the two of them. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Although Jiang Qin was a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, his combat strength was just too terrifying. From the moment he killed more than 20 of their trusted subordinates, they knew that he was no ordinary man. Jiang Qin and the Black King joined hands to fight the two half-step star emperors of the feather race. Compared to the demon empress of the feather race, the two of them were not weaker. They were even stronger. The Black King was very strong. It was not a problem for him to fight the two of them alone. He used to be an expert in the entire eternal world. Even though he had fallen from grace, not everyone could compete with him. With Jiang Qin's help, the Black King's strength was perfectly reflected. The 3 Tao laws allowed the Black King to recover his strength rapidly. It would not take long for him to recover to the Star Emperor level. Unlike the breakthrough in strength, the Black King's advancement was extremely fast. Even De Huang and Longsher San could not compare with him. Although De Huang and the others were having a hard time, Jiang Qin and the Black King were advancing rapidly. Now that Jiang Qin had broken through to the 7th Sky Star Lord level, it was not as difficult for him to fight a half-step Star Emperor. Chapter 46-43. No. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they rushed forward. However, it was already too late. The demon empress of the feather race was killed by Jiang Qin without any hesitation. Even the two half-step star emperors couldn't stop him. Avenge me! The demon empress of the feather race roared hoarsely. Jiang Qin was forced back by Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong at the same time. Fortunately, Black King stopped him. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. These two guys were indeed ruthless. The experts of the feather race couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong glanced at each other and roared. Their little sister was their favorite. For so many years, she had been a spy in the human race. Her contributions to the feather race were unparalleled. She was the greatest hero of the feather race. Now, they were about to exterminate the human race. Who would have thought that their little sister would die first? The two brothers couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Forced by the situation, the passive situation became more and more intense. Let's go! Xiao Fei bellowed, and the two brothers quickly retreated. The remaining half of the Star Lords also followed closely behind and began to retreat. Don't chase them. Jiang Qin shook his head and stopped the Black King. The hated demon empress of the feather race was already dead. They had achieved their goal. If these two experts of the feather race were to fight to the death, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The war between the human race and the feather race had been going on for thousands of years. Killing two half-step star emperors wouldn't make any difference. Most importantly, killing the demon empress of the feather race would change the power balance of the human race. The Lin country, which was on the verge of collapse, would be able to take a breather. The feather race experts retreated in defeat. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they had continued to fight, they might not have been able to gain the upper hand. Their opponents were not easy to deal with. Moreover, after such a long battle, their bodies were unable to take it. Ha ha ha, this is fun. These harpies are nothing more than that. De Huang said disapprovingly. Even Bai Bijiang and Mu Tianheng couldn't help but murmur, crazy. Indeed, none of Jiang Chen's group was easy to mess with. Even that skinny young man had killed several seventh firmament star lords in a row, which was quite shocking. Plop, Lin Tianlin knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Your Highness, Bai Bijiang was extremely shocked. Your Highness's body is priceless, you can't. Xian Su's expression was solemn. As the future emperor, how could he kneel before others? Thank you, Master, for killing my enemy. The hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I'm sorry that I'm useless and let the monster of the feather race get away with it. If you hadn't killed the feather race to uphold justice and get rid of the scourge for the country of Lin, we would have been in deep trouble. I'm afraid no one in the country of Lin or even the human ancestor would have been spared. I'm kowtowing on behalf of myself and all the people in the world. Lin Tianlin kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Everyone fell silent, especially Xian Su and Bai Bijiang. They all looked at Lin Tianlin in a new light. A man had gold under his knees and would only kneel to the heavens and his parents. Lin Tianlin's kowtow was even more inspiring. It was indeed a blessing for the human race and the country of Lin. Get up. The feather race won't let this go easily. Jiang Chen said. The demon empress they planted in the human race has been exposed and was killed by us. The feather race has suffered a great loss this time. The demon empress of the feather race is comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Bai Bijiang said. Because of this, the feather race has been plotting for many years. They won't give up just like that. Although the demon empress of the feather race is important, their schemes and power in the human race are deeply rooted. It won't be easy to get rid of them. Even if the demon empress of the feather race is killed, we can't let our guard down. I think the feather race may come back at any time. Jiang Chen's words made Lin Tianlin more cautious. Jiang Chen is right. The more it is so, the more we should be vigilant. Mu Tianheng nodded in agreement. By the way, is His Majesty really in the Imperial Mausoleum? Xian Su's eyes moved and looked at the dark Imperial Mausoleum. De Huang, go and have a look. Jiang Chen said and glanced at De Huang. He, get out of the way. Watch Master Dog. De Huang swaggered towards the Imperial Mausoleum and started to look around, trying to find clues. There is an extremely complicated array in the Imperial Mausoleum. It has been passed down for thousands of years and no one can break it. If you want to enter the Imperial Mausoleum, you must have the permission of my father, otherwise, before Lin Tianlin finished his words, the door of the Imperial Mausoleum was opened by De Huang. Lin Tianlin was embarrassed. The so-called Imperial Mausoleum array was so fragile in the hands of De Huang. You want to trap Master Dog with this array? He. De Huang said proudly. Not only Lin Tianlin, Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others were shocked. They stared at De Huang in disbelief. The Imperial Mausoleum of the human race's emperor was like nothing in front of this De Huang. It was unbelievable. They once again experienced how terrifying this De Huang dog was. Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. This array was not difficult in the hands of De Huang. He opened the door of the Imperial Mausoleum and it was brightly lit. It extended to the underground and was as spacious as the main hall. I'll go ahead and explore. De Huang took the lead and rushed into the Imperial Mausoleum without fear. Found it. Not long after, in the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, De Huang shouted. Everyone held their breaths and quickly chased after him. In the deepest third floor of the main hall, there was a huge dragon throne. It shone with golden light and was surrounded by pearls that illuminated the hall. A skinny old man in a yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on the dragon throne. His long hair was white like a waterfall. The old man had his eyes closed and was resting. His breathing was very weak, but he still had a breath left. His body was very weak. Father. Lin Tianlin strode forward and knelt in front of the old man. Your Majesty. It's really Your Majesty. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang quickly knelt down. At that moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Chen silently stared at the old emperor. The old emperor's body was extremely weak, and it was probably caused by his cultivation going berserk before he could break through. However, his aura was extremely domineering. Even though his eyes were confused and cloudy, his domineering aura and the aura of a superior being still made people respect him. So powerful. Long Shan said in a low voice. His expression was serious. The old emperor was definitely an expert on the level of Star Emperor. The old emperor slowly reached out his hand and patted Lin Tianlin's head with trembling hands. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was gratified and also emotional. Then, his eyes focused on Jiang Chen and the others. Divine light shone like a sharp arrow. Long Shan and De Huang felt the pressure increase. Chapter 46-44. You're extraordinary. The old emperor looked solemn. His deep voice echoed in the hall, full of majesty. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Jiang Chen said calmly. This old emperor seemed to be a terrifying man. He must have been invincible in the past. Even though he was in his twilight years and heavily injured, he was still as powerful as before. The old emperor, Lin Zhua, had sharp eyes. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. His arrogance and confidence were innate. He was only a star lord at the seventh sky, but he was so determined that Mu Tianheng and the others were willing to be behind him. Even a half-step star emperor was serving him. How could he be ordinary? Father, this is my teacher. If it weren't for teacher Jiang Chen, I would have died in the hands of the demon empress of the Feather Clan. Teacher has gone through fire and water for the Lin Kingdom. He's a great benefactor to the human race. He's the most important teacher in my life. He killed the cunning demon empress of the Feather Clan with his own hands. Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Chen with great respect. That kind of worship wasn't just the respect a student had for his teacher, but also the admiration he had for the strong. The old emperor's eyes flickered. He knew very well that his son was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. In terms of both literary and military strategy, he was 1 in a million. To be able to convince him wholeheartedly, he had to be a dragon among men. She's dead. Lin Zhua murmured. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He had always felt guilty towards his wife, Empress Lin. Back then, when he was training, he had forcefully tried to break through. It was also because he had been framed by that which that he had fallen to such a state. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. That which did not dare to fight to the death with him. Furthermore, after he had entered into a state of training, he was unable to leave for a short period of time. This made her even more unscrupulous and worse. Now that the demon empress was dead, the sorrow in his heart grew stronger. As the leader of the human race and the emperor of the Lin Kingdom, he knew that he had a long way to go. He knew a thing or two about the movements of the Feather Clan over the years. Unfortunately, he was trapped here and couldn't make a breakthrough. Fine, fine. If the Harpy remnants died, then so be it. Mr. Jiang Chen is a blessing to our Lin country. Lin praises him so highly, he must be a dragon among men. I thank you on behalf of the people of the world. Lin Zhua nodded heavily. He was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Now that the winged woman is dead, Father, I am worried that they will make a comeback. Lin Tianlin said worriedly. As long as I'm alive, I won't let the winged race and the elven race take even half a step into the city. Those who defy my Lin country will be killed without mercy. Lin Zhuo slowly stood up. He gave off the feeling of a hero in his twilight years. However, the domineering aura of great talent and strategy was nowhere to be seen. Cough, cough, father, are you all right? Lin Tianlin's expression was grave. He had already lost his mother, and he didn't want to lose his father as well. The Lin kingdom was in a precarious situation, and the harpies could attack them at any moment. He couldn't afford to be careless. I'm fine. Even if I die, I will fight the winged race to the end. Back then, I fought with the masters of the winged race for 7 days and 7 nights. I forced them to retreat 30,000 miles, and they didn't dare to step into the territory of the human race anymore. Even if they come again, I will not be afraid. Lin Zhuo's voice was low and domineering. However, Jiang Qin frowned slightly. The old emperor still had his strength, but he was approaching the end of his life. It wouldn't be easy for him to frighten the winged race. Your Majesty, you are wise. May the dragon be healthy for 1,000 years. Mu Tianheng said loudly. Xian Su and Bai Bijiang also knelt on the ground. In their hearts, there was only one master. The only person in charge of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp was the emperor. You can leave first. I have something to say to Mr. Jiang Qin. Lin Zhuo waved his hand. They stood up and left the imperial mausoleum. Jiang Qin gave De Huang and the others a look, and they also left the hall. Mr. Jiang Qin, what do you think of my son, Tianlin? Lin Zhuo asked. He is talented and has a pure heart. He can be of great use. Jiang Qin said. Mr. Jiang Qin, I know that I don't have much time left. My son is still young. Can you be the teacher of the crown prince and assist him to rule the world? Lin Zhuo stared at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes and said sincerely. I am not from planet Qi Xia. I will leave one day. I don't dare to be the teacher of the crown prince. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. I am not interested in power or wealth. I only want to find my true self. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and shook his head. His heart was as still as water when it came to power. Even in the divine world, he had never been greedy for it. Let alone in this crimson afterglow planet, it was just a passing cloud to him. He was just a passerby who wanted to find his true self. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and shook his head. Mister, you are really a wise man. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but what is the true self that you are looking for? Lin Zhuo didn't seem to want to give up and continued to ask. As the ruler of a country, he had to make everyone follow him. He had to see through everyone's intentions. However, he couldn't see through Jiang Qin. He was only a star lord at the 7th sky, but he could make the crown prince trust him so wholeheartedly. One had to admit that he was indeed very capable, to the point that even Lin Zhuo was afraid of him. As an emperor, he couldn't be controlled by others. In the future, if he left, Lin Tianlin would most likely become Jiang Qin's puppet. He was an emperor and a father. He couldn't be careless, especially when it came to such an important matter. What you do, I do. Parents love each other. Isn't your Majesty trying to test me? Afraid that I will take over your position and become the crown prince's nightmare in the future? Jiang Qin said with a laugh. He had already guessed that Lin Zhuo was afraid of him. He was afraid that he would become the Lin kingdom's downfall in the future, and Lin Tianlin would become his puppet. This worry wasn't groundless. Because from the crown prince's attitude towards him, as well as the fact that he killed the Feather Clan's demon queen, Lin Zhuo became even more suspicious of Jiang Qin. It wasn't that he was too suspicious, but as an emperor, he had to take care of the world and not be controlled by others. Jiang Qin's words made Lin Zhuo slightly stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so blunt. After all, he was the ruler of the Red Mid region, the ruler of the Lin kingdom. Back then, my child quietly left my wings and broke into the eternal world alone. In order to find him, I almost traveled all over the red afterglow star boundary, but I still found nothing. In this life, even if I have to exhaust everything, I must find him. Even if it's the end of the world, I will search endlessly. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. His heart was filled with bitterness and mixed feelings. He wasn't angry at Lin Zhuo's suspicion. Everything was for his child. It was understandable that he was worried about his child's future. Wasn't he also worried about his son far away? Sir, please forgive me. I am ashamed to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Lin Zhuo looked ashamed. Jiang Chen's words were from the bottom of his heart. He could see that when Jiang Qin took off the emperor's mask, the moment their eyes met, they felt the same. Chapter 46-45. To the north of the Scarlet Mid-region, a group of towering mountains covered in pure white snow stood proudly in the sky like roofs. The pitch-black night sky enveloped the unending mountain range. The stars dotted the sky, but it was incomparably lonely. All of a sudden, a figure flapping 12 wings streaked across the sky like a meteor and landed on the highest peak. The man's eyes were like golden crystals, filled with anger. His 12 wings flapped continuously, causing avalanches to roll down the cliff. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Jiang Chen. That bastard again. The man's breathing became extremely heavy. According to the news from the Red South region, it was this guy who had wiped out all the Feather Clan's tribes, which shocked the headquarters of the Feather Clan in the Red Middle region. However, the truth was irreversible. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would step into the Red Middle region again and kill the demon empress whom they had planted in the human race for many years? Moreover, she was Xiao Bok's daughter, which was the softest part of his heart. I want your entire human race to be completely annihilated. I want you to be annihilated in a puff of smoke. Jiang Qin, I, Xiao Bok, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Ah! A deafening roar shook the mountains. That indescribable power made countless Feather Clan members tremble in fear. That was the rage of their leader, and it was their endless anger towards the human clan. The birth of the celestial Arch caused the entire nation to celebrate. Lin Zhuo coming out of seclusion caused the entire Lin kingdom to become extremely lively, celebrating the emperor's coming out of seclusion. This was a national day. Moreover, Lin Zhuo was also sending a warning to the Feather tribe and the Elf tribe that he, Lin Zhuo, had returned. Moreover, he had returned in a domineering manner. He wanted those who were ready to make a move in the dark to reconsider their strength. After all, the Lin kingdom was the center of the Qizhong region, the foundation of the human race. For many years, the Feather race had been scheming to conquer the human race, completely occupy the Qizhong region, and become the ruler of the Qixia planet. However, the human race was deeply rooted and had existed for thousands of years. How could it be easy to replace them? To the kingdom of Lin, the good news that His Majesty had brought them was that the people would live and work in peace. The human race would prosper, and how would other races dare to invade? At this time, the 4 houses and 1 camp were in chaos. Chen Hongmin's death had caused Vermilion Bird Camp to be without a leader. Jiang Chen had been given an order in the face of danger. Under Lin Zhuo's arrangements, he could only reluctantly become the camp master of Vermilion Bird Camp. He did not like to be a boss and give orders. However, De Huang was different. After entering Vermilion Bird Camp, the happiest person was him. His Majesty had personally appointed him. Even though there were people in Vermilion Bird Camp who were not convinced, they did not dare to be enemies. They had heard of Jiang Chen's name a long time ago. Chen Hongmin and Camp Master Chen had been killed for the crime of rebellion. No one dared to make trouble at this time. After this battle, Little Long had benefited the most. His strength had reached the same level as Jiang Qin. He was a young genius, and he had gradually lost much of his immaturity. Jiang Chen focused on cultivation without any distractions. He had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The feather race could invade at any time. It was not his personality to sit and wait for death. At this time, the source stones in Jiang Chen's hands were almost used up. He had to take this opportunity to make another breakthrough. "Little Chenzi, the crown prince is looking for you." De Huang called from Jiang Chen's door. Then, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. In the past few days, he had become the vice camp master of Vermilion Bird Camp. He was very addicted to being an official. The devilish training made the people of Vermilion Bird Camp complain incessantly. "Let him come in," Jiang Chen said. In a short while, Lin Tianlin excitedly rushed to Jiang Chen's residence. "What's the matter? Just say it." Jiang Chen went straight to the point. "Teacher, this time, I was entrusted by my imperial father to come and give teacher a big gift." Lin Tianlin smiled. "What gift?" Jiang Chen was curious. 1,000,000 fifth-grade source stones. "Please accept it, master." Lin Tianlin bowed and handed a storage ring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was surprised. Lin Zhuo was trying to buy people's hearts. But right now, what Jiang Chen needed the most were source stones. For any cultivator, money was always the most direct and effective way. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Jiang Chen put away the 1,000,000 source stones. He was still a bit excited. With these source stones, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the 8th sky of Star Lord. As expected of the imperial family. That's how rich they were. Lin Tianlin wasn't surprised. His master had always been simple and straightforward. He didn't have to worry about anything. If he hesitated, it would make Lin Tianlin feel uneasy. People used money to get rid of disasters. Jiang Chen knew that not only Lin Tianlin, but his father also had high hopes for him. If the feather race invaded, Jiang Chen wouldn't hold back. "You can go now. I'm going to start cultivating." Jiang Chen dismissed Lin Tianlin. The 1,000,000 source stones were a timely rain for him. With these source stones, he would be more confident. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. "Black King, are you sure you can recover to the Star Emperor realm in a short time?" Jiang Chen asked. The Black King shook his head. "I'm afraid it'll take at least half a year. I'll try my best." If the Black King could not reach the Star Emperor realm, Jiang Chen's strength would be greatly weakened. If the feather race were to invade, only a Star Emperor realm expert would be able to turn the tide of the battle. "I see." Jiang Chen pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he continued. "How many beasts above the 5th sky of Star Lord are there?" "Less than 2,000. "That's enough." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Even the Black King was confused. He didn't know what his master was up to. Jiang Chen started to make breakthroughs. He kept swallowing source stones. Jiang Chen had to reach the 8th sky of Star Lord at least in order to make further progress and reach the level of Star Emperor or even Star Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight back against a Star Emperor with his strength as a 7th sky of Star Lord. He felt great pressure even when facing Lin Zhuo, who was approaching the end of his life. After all, he was a Star Emperor. The suppression between different levels was unavoidable. 1,000,000 5th-grade source stones. Jiang Chen couldn't spend them all, but he could tell that Lin Zhuo was willing to spend them. As the ruler of a nation, his bearing was extraordinary, and his actions were even more domineering. 1,000,000 grade 5 source stones. Even though he was the ruler of the Scarlet Middle region, he would still feel the pinch for a long time. However, he also understood that his importance was far greater than those grade 5 source stones. Chapter 46-46. Your Majesty, the Defender General of the state was killed in his home. The cause of his death is strange. The whole country is shocked. Your Majesty, 4 of the 6 ministers are missing. There is no news from them. Your Majesty, 7 of the princes died in their mansions. It is a great tragedy for the country. Your Majesty, in the court of the Lin country, the ministers looked solemn and fearful. They looked at each other and their faces were very ugly. Sweat kept dripping down and they kept quiet out of fear. In one night, all the ministers of the Lin country were dead or injured. They were all people who had consolidated the country. They were all frightened. No one knew if they would be the next to die. To the Lin country, this was far too unusual. Everyone in the country felt threatened. Father, more than half of the ministers have died. Since yesterday, there has been a series of mutinies in the Ministry of War. Without the Defender General, the situation is getting out of control. Lin Tianying, Lin Tianyi, Lin Tianzhong, Lin Tianhao, Lin Tiangu, Lin Tianshuan, Lin Tianma, and the other brothers were all killed in their own palaces. Lin Tianling's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. His whole body was trembling. Although the people of the royal family might not be born from the same mother, they were still blood relatives. They were all the sons of the emperor and his brothers. 7 of them had been killed in one night, and countless officials had been killed. This was a nightmare for the Lin kingdom. Lin Zhuo's eyes were gloomy and filled with anger and sadness. 7 of his sons were killed in one night. The Defender General of the state died without a burial place. Less than 60% of the civil and military officials were left. The court seemed to be lang-lang. Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this was a conspiracy of the feather race. He did not expect them to act so quickly. Lin Zhuo had already planned this beforehand. He had already begun to mobilize his troops, preparing for a rainy day. However, the results shocked him. The feather race's movements were much faster than his. Moreover, although the feather race's demonic woman was already dead, her power could not be ignored. Her influence still remained. Many factions had already infiltrated the bones of the Lin kingdom. Even he, an emperor who stood above tens of thousands of people, had no way to eliminate these vermin or even the traitors in an instant. The feather race's actions were so fast that it was like they had ambushed him. Lin Zhuo knew that the battle for the dominator of the Red Middle region had begun. The human race had killed the feather race's demonic woman. For the feather race, losing the mastermind of their conspiracy was undoubtedly a huge blow. However, their counterattack was also very fast. The next attack would definitely have a great impact on the Lin country. The people of the Lin country would fall into a dangerous situation. More people would become nervous and anxious. This would greatly affect the prestige of the Lin country. The Lin country would not be able to gain the trust of the people. Once the people lost their trust, the country would not be a country anymore. That was the most terrifying thing. You can all leave now. I understand. Lin Zhuo waved his hand and dismissed all the officials in the court. His eyes were calm and cold. Only the crown prince, Lin Tianlin, did not leave. PFFF, after everyone left, Lin Zhuo could not bear it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were trembling. Father. Lin Tianlin stepped forward and supported Lin Zhuo. His eyes were full of worry. The feather race has gone too far. I will make you pay for this with your blood. Lin Zhuo shouted at the top of his lungs. His 7 sons were like flesh and blood. It was said that the emperor was heartless. However, he could not do anything when his son was killed. Lin Zhuo was furious. They were forcing the Lin country to abdicate. This was the greatest humiliation ever since the Lin country was founded. The feather race's actions had completely aroused the fury in his heart. As the emperor of a country, Lin Zhuo had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that the feather race had attacked, he could not just sit and wait for death. A centipede dies, but it does not fall down. Father, as long as you give the order, I will be the first to rush to the battlefield and kill them all. Lin Tianlin was also glaring into the distance with rage burning in his heart. I am very happy that you can see this clearly. As the crown prince, the pillar of the Lin country, you have to shoulder your responsibilities. Although the feather race is dead, there are too many forces that have infiltrated our country. This time, the feather race must be ready to fight against the human race. Tianlin, go back and prepare. We will fight the feather race on another day. Lin Zhuo patted Lin Tianlin's shoulder. Lin Tianlin nodded heavily. His eyes were slightly red, and he slowly left the hall. Xiaobok, Xiaobok, it seems that this time you are forcing me to the path of death. If I die, don't think that you will have an easy time. My old life is not valuable anymore. However, before I die, I will personally destroy the feather race. Lin Zhuo clenched his fists tightly. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The white-haired person had to die before the black-haired person. That kind of pain was self-evident. Plus, as the emperor, he cared about the people. How could he not worry? The feather race began to invade the human race with countless conspiracies. They wanted to conquer the entire Qizhong region. They were ambitious. Even without the feather race's witch, the chess pieces that she had planted in the Lin country exploded with terrifying power. The entire Lin country was in deep trouble. Nearly half of the officials were killed. Countless people fell into panic. The situation was very urgent. There was even a mutiny in the Ministry of War, which made the human race's situation more and more difficult. In one night, the feather race sent out all their forces, just to catch the human race unprepared. After Lin Tianlin left the inner court of the palace, he began to organize the military forces immediately. He led a special army to eliminate the dissidents. It was time to let those spies surface. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable. Since they had already acted, they should know the consequences. Lin Tianlin carried the emperor's secret order and began the elimination plan. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. Fortunately, at this time, the feather races which had died. The chess pieces that were instigated by the witch or planted by the witch were like dragons without a leader. Chapter 46-47. You should go back first, Your Highness. Little Chenzi might not wake up anytime soon. He might wake up in a day, or even a year. Dragon Shirsan shook his head and sighed. He knew that the entire Lin country was on the verge of collapse and had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Previously, he had joined hands with the crown prince to kill many of the demonic woman's subordinates. Although she was dead now, her subordinates were still very useful. The entire Lin country was under the control of those people, which was why Lin Tianlin had come to see Jiangchen 3 times. Dragon Shirsan shook his head and sighed. He knew that the entire Lin country was on the verge of collapse and had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Previously, he had joined hands with the crown prince and killed many of the demonic woman's subordinates. Lin Tianlin was a little disappointed, but he could only nod his head silently. In the past 3 days, he had killed many of the Yu clan's members, but the enemy's influence was everywhere. People were dying one after another. Those fellows were like maggots attached to a parasite, giving him a headache. It was impossible to get rid of them completely. Although Lin Tianlin had tried his best, the result was still a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Although Lin Tianlin hadn't completely fallen into chaos yet, it could happen at any time. Lin Tianlin was extremely anxious. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Lin Tianlin's every move would make them prepared. Although they were under the emperor's control, the fugitives and the henchmen of the winged witch were all prepared to die. They were determined to stir up a storm in the imperial capital. Sigh. Lin Tianlin sighed. Every day that his master didn't come out of seclusion was a great worry to him. He was already unable to control the current situation. If this continued, he was worried that before the winged witch arrived, the Lin kingdom would be in chaos. Although Jiang Chen had already entered a meditative state and was about to start cultivating, he understood Lin Tianlin's painstaking efforts. He also knew that the human race was in a precarious situation. The winged witch was ready to make a move. Lin Tianlin wanted him to help, but without absolute confidence, Jiang Chen would not come out of seclusion. As night fell, a strange gust of wind swept through the entire imperial capital. The bright moonlight shone on the ground. The crescent moon was like a silver hook, sharp and feminine. Miserable screams rang out, like the howls of a yiksha. The city gate was broken, and black shadows streaked across the sky. The soldiers guarding the city were killed one after another. Without a sound, more than half of the city guards were dead or injured. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Zhuo's eyes suddenly opened. His face was dark as he suddenly stood up from the dragon couch. What should come has finally come. Yang Zhuo lowered his voice and muttered. Getting off the bed, Yang Zhuo slowly pushed the door open. Leng Leng said, "Arrange the formation to meet the enemy." The king of the human clan, the ruler of a country, was finally going to declare war against the winged witch. These years, the human clan had always maintained a neutral attitude. It wasn't that Yang Zhuo was afraid of the winged witch. Once they started the war, only innocent people would die. To let the human clan live in peace and work, he had been biding his time. He had never attacked the winged witch, which made the winged witch even more unscrupulous. They even thought that the human clan was afraid of them. The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. At this moment, the enemy had come to his doorstep and even killed many of his officials and relatives. Even if Yang Zhuo was calm, he couldn't be indifferent. For his family, he could endure it. However, for the country of the human clan, he absolutely couldn't endure it. When more and more loyal officials of the Lin kingdom fell down, he knew that the war between the winged witch and the human clan was imminent. No one could resist it. This war had been brewing for hundreds of years. The final result would only end when one side fell. Being the emperor of the human clan, Yang Zhuo had prepared well. How could the great human clan be bullied by a barbarian like him? Although he didn't have any achievements in the imperial tomb these years, the winged witch hadn't dared to attack the human clan. It was because of his existence that the winged witch was afraid of. If the winged witch hadn't died, which had enraged the winged witch and made her the key to this war, the winged witch wouldn't have dared to launch a large-scale expedition for at least 10 years. Without absolute certainty, it would be more difficult for them to embark on the expedition. However, that was the truth. The death of the feather woman had not only made them happy, but it had also turned into a scandal. There were pros and cons to it. War was coming, and Lin Zhuo was prepared. This war would completely change the fate of the human race, and the entire Red Mid territory would be thrown into chaos. Ah! Is it the end of the world? There are so many monsters of the winged witch. Even the capital of the human clan is going to fall. I don't want to die here. Help! A war is coming. Everybody, run! Countless screams and roars reverberated throughout the imperial city. The surrounding mountains were filled with the feather tribe members. There were hundreds of thousands of them. More and more people began to panic and flee in all directions. They were faced with despair. At this moment, the entire Lin country was in deep trouble. Lin Tianlin's eyes were like arrows. He stepped on the void and led the imperial guards to fight against the winged witch. The streets and alleys of the capital were filled with winged witch. Lin Tianlin held a 9-foot-long saber in his hand and cut his way through the thistles and thorns. He charged into the winged witch's army as if there was no one there. The first wave of attacks was only a test. There were only 2 early-stage Star Lord generals, and the rest were all Earth and Heavenly Source experts. Lin Tianlin was invincible and killed countless enemies. The battle continued to escalate. More and more civilians were killed by innocent weapons and trampled by the feather race's iron hooves. The number of casualties also increased exponentially. Lin Tianlin led the troops into battle, his bravery unmatched. Although the feather race's first wave of attack was swift and fierce, the real experts had yet to appear. In less than 2 hours, Lin Tianlin had already led the royal guards to push back the feather race's experts for 3,000 miles. The entire imperial city had been implicated in the flames of battle, and the walls were in ruins. Gray smoke rose and the dust hadn't settled yet. At this moment, the 3,000 brave imperial guards followed the crown prince. They were invincible. Your Majesty, the crown prince chased after the winged witch for 3,000 kilometers. He's about to win. A guard reported in the Golden Palace. However, Lin Zhuo's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. Oh no, Tianlin. You were tricked by the winged witch after all. Never mind, I'll let you taste defeat this time. Lin Zhuo's expression was complicated. The winged witch pretended to be weak and retreated in order to lure the enemy deeper and make Lin Tianlin follow their rhythm. As long as Lin Tianlin hesitated, he would definitely be tricked. Plus, the winged witch stirred up trouble in the capital made Lin Tianlin furious. As the future ruler of the Lin Kingdom, it wasn't that he was greedy, but that he couldn't lose the prestige of the Lin Kingdom. Chapter 46-48. 1,000 miles away, all the powerful fighters of the feather race came out. At that moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong stood on the left and right of the mountains, looking down on the world. Tens of thousands of enemies of the feather race surrounded Lin Tianlin. Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom, you can't even withstand a single blow. Since you have the courage to come out, you won't be able to go back today, Xiao Fei and Leng Leng said. Xiao Fei coldly said. The experts of the Yu race surrounded Lin Tianlin and the royal guards. At this moment, Lin Tianlin knew that he had fallen into a trap. But even so, he wouldn't retreat even half a step. Every inch of land belonged to the human race. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. His father was fully prepared, so he had to fight until the end. Even though the feather race had prepared everything, he couldn't hesitate. As the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom, he had to take the lead and be ready to sacrifice himself at any time. Lin Tianlin wasn't stupid, and he wasn't greedy. Instead, he hated the feather race to the core. The fury that came from the bottom of his heart burst out from his eyes. His mother's death was the biggest blow to him. Even the death of a feather race woman wasn't enough to quell his anger. In this battle, he would kill everyone and make them all die without a grave. It's too early to say that. You feather race want to destroy the human race and replace us. Dream on. As long as one of us is still alive, you feather race won't succeed. Lin Tianlin said domineeringly. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if that old thing Lin Zhuo will come out after I kill you, Crown Prince. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fei said with a cold smile. Big brother, don't waste your breath on him. We can't live under the same sky for my sister. If I don't kill this person, I, Xiao Dong, am not a human. Xiao Dong attacked first, holding his sword. The strength of a half-step star emperor was quite terrifying. Even though Lin Tianlin had reached the peak of the 8th sky of the Star Lord realm, there was still a big gap between him and a star emperor. Xiao Dong didn't wait for the powerful fighters of the feather race. He attacked Lin Tianlin alone. It was obvious from his eyes that he hated Lin Tianlin to the bone. "I'll kill you first, and then I'll find that Jiang Qin," Xiao Dong said in a deep voice. "You don't have the ability to kill teacher Jiang Qin. You'll have to get past me first." Lin Tianlin waved his hand. Even in the face of a half-step star emperor, he would not frown. The 3,000 royal guards behind him would advance and retreat with him, because they knew that they could not fall, for the sake of the human race, for the sake of the Lin kingdom, and more importantly, for the sake of their families. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Today is the day the Lin country is destroyed. I will make your human race bleed like a river to fear my little sister's soul in heaven." Xiao Dong took the lead and charged into the enemy's formation, followed by the royal guards, all of whom were Star Lords. However, in front of Xiao Dong, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. 3,000 armored soldiers fought with their lives on the line. The scene was extremely tragic. Xiao Dong's strength alone was like a sharp sword, stabbing into the enemy's heart. Lin Tianlin punched out furiously, fighting against Xiao Dong. Even though he couldn't withstand the sharpness of Xiao Dong's attack, his indomitable spirit encouraged every single royal guard behind him. Even the crown prince was fighting so bravely and fearlessly, so what reason did they have to choose to remain silent? 3,000 Star-Lord level experts. After all, they had an astonishing advantage in numbers. It was indeed unrealistic for Xiao Dong to fight them all by himself. However, facing Lin Tianlin and the others, who bore the brunt of the attack, he displayed a terrifying suppressive force, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. "Do it!" Xiao Fei yelled in a low voice. Of course, he couldn't just watch his brother charge into the enemy's camp alone without doing anything. He definitely wouldn't let his sister's death repeat itself. This time, he was going to slaughter the entire human race. Only the feather race could control the future of the Qizhong region. Lin Tianlin's face was ashen. Tens of thousands of feather race masters were behind Xiao Dong. The feather race obviously wouldn't let Xiao Dong take the risk alone. Even if he was a half-step star emperor, he wouldn't be able to fight against 3,000 star lords. Even ants could kill an elephant. The arrival of the feather race's reinforcements gave Lin Tianlin a headache. His face was extremely unsightly. Xiao Dong's attacks were repeated. Only Lin Tianlin and the 4 star lords, who were at the 8th sky, could fight against him. Even so, they were beaten until they were dizzy and forced to retreat. As the feather race army joined in, Lin Tianlin and the 3,000 royal guards were completely on the defensive. In less than 30 minutes, more than half of them were dead or injured, and Lin Tianlin was blown away by Xiao Dong 3 times. He was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He was seriously injured. "Your Highness." "Retreat." "That's right, Your Highness. You are the future king of the Lin nation. You can't fall here." Many people behind Lin Tianlin tried to dissuade him, but he knew that he couldn't escape. Once he did, he would be a loser, a disgrace to the Lin nation. He wouldn't allow himself to be pinned on the pillar of shame of the human race. "I will not retreat until I die. I will live and die with my soldiers," Lin Tianlin roared. He kept charging forward, boosting everyone's morale. They had to fight until they died. "Even if you want to run, you can't," Xiao Dong sneered. Waves of horrifying wind came one after another, landing in the sky. Lin Tianlin was heavily injured one after another. Xiao Dong was like a hot knife cutting through butter. No one could stop him. "Go to hell." Xiao Dong descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Lin Tianlin had no way to dodge and he quickly retreated. More than 10 silhouettes stood in front of him, protecting the crown prince. However, Xiao Dong was too ferocious. More than 10 people were torn apart by the wind generated by his fists. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and a mist of blood sprayed through the air. Lin Tianlin's pupils constricted, his heart was heavy. Even in front of the god of death, he was unmoved. Father, I can only serve you in my next life. For the human race, for the Lin nation, I will die a worthy death. Lin Tianlin raised his head to the sky and roared. He had no regrets. The fist was like a falling star. All the royal guards held their breath, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His Highness the Crown Prince was their faith. He was their belief. Once he fell, they wouldn't be far from defeat. Kikik, Master Dog is coming. All of you, retreat quickly. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Big Yellow stood proudly as it tore through the void. It kicked out and collided with Xiao Dong's leg. Both of them were pushed back, and they were evenly matched. Motherf asterisk cur. You damn dog, if I don't cut you into pieces today, my name isn't Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong's face was cold. Not only did his punch not kill Lin Tianlin, but he was also pushed back by the Dehuang dog. He was almost bitten by the dog. He felt extremely sullen. Chapter 46-49. Lin Tianlin's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. The appearance of Dehuang and his brother made him very excited. He regrouped and was full of fighting spirit. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Lord Dog is here to teach you a lesson today. You bunch of birdmen, none of you is King good. Big Yellow pointed at Xiao Dong and the others as he cursed with extreme arrogance. Thank you, Brother Dehuang. Lin Tianlin felt his blood boiling once again. He was filled with an inexhaustible energy, which made his heart surge with emotions. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Leave this mixed bird to Lord Dog. Big Yellow patted his chest confidently and swore. Teacher. Dehuang shook his head. His expression became serious. Jiang Qin still hadn't woken up. This was not good news for them. Don't worry. With Lord Monkey here, no one will be able to take half a step into the human race. Long San rose into the air. Rider Mu Yibai led thousands of Vermilion Bird Camp disciples and came roaring. Brother Long. Lin Tianlin's eyes brightened. Vermilion Bird Camp's reinforcements boosted his confidence. Both Long San and Dehuang were teacher Jiang Chen's right-hand men. Their strength had always been hidden, but they could amaze countless people. Otherwise, why would Mu Yibai choose Long San as his dream lover? Geniuses would never be buried. Long San's arrogance at the city gate was still vivid in his mind. Reality proved that Mu Yibai's choice was right. Both of them had reached the 9th heaven of Star-Lord. When they worked together, even a half-step Star Emperor would not be a match for them. Teacher Jiang Qin hadn't arrived yet, but Dehuang and Long San had led experts of Vermilion Bird Camp to the rescue. Lin Tianlin was very excited. Your Highness, His Majesty's reinforcements are already behind us. We will not retreat, not even an inch of our territory. Mu Yibai stood beside Long San, advancing and retreating together with him. All right, listen to my command, charge. For our dead human beings, for our living parents and children, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Following Lin Tianlin's order, Vermilion Bird Camp moved like the tide, their presence not any weaker than the Imperial Army. The experts of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were not ordinary people. Their existence was outside of imperial power, and they only listened to the orders of the Emperor. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Anyone who kills the Crown Prince will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and given the title of nobility. Xiao Feixing's expression was stern and domineering. As the vanguard of the feather race, they naturally could not lose the limelight. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Even among the feather race, there was no exception. Tens of thousands of feather race soldiers charged forward, wave after wave. Those who could be the vanguard were definitely brave men. There were also many experts among the feather race, and there were thousands of star lords among them. They charged forward, their roars shaking the sky. You bastard birdman, I let you escape in the imperial mausoleum. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. De Huang said with a smile, staring at Xiao Dong. The battle between the humans and the feather race had already begun. De Huang had also chosen his opponent, a half-step star emperor. Although there was a difference in strength, in his eyes, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. De Huang's aura soared, and he pounced at Xiao Dong like a dragon in the sky. Damn dog, give me your life. Xiao Dong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His 10 wings flapped at an astonishing speed, streaking across the sky and heading straight for De Huang. On the other side, Long San and Mui Bai were not to be outdone either. The two of them directly charged at Xiao Fei. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture the followers, first capture the leader. Xiao Fei was the leader of the feather race's vanguard. If they could kill him, they would have the absolute upper hand in this battle. You're still too young to kill me. Today, all of you will die. Xiao Fei sneered and met Dragon Shirsan and Mui Bai head-on. 2 ninth-layer Star Lords weren't enough to shake his position. It's not certain who will win yet. Don't celebrate too early. Long Shirsan's expression was cold. He gripped his peerless staff and unleashed the battle saint technique. He wanted to kill Xiao Fei and lay the foundation for the human race's victory. Mui Bai was supporting Long Shirsan. His powerful charge and the battle saint technique were invincible. Xiao Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. His fighting spirit soared to the sky and he charged forward aggressively. Long Shirsan's strength was not something an ordinary ninth heaven star lord could compare to. Even Xiao Fei, who was half a step into the star emperor, was shocked. This guy was like a raging bull that didn't know how to turn back. Even Xiao Fei, who was half a step into the Star Emperor, couldn't do anything to him. Even with Mui Bai's help, Xiao Fei was forced into a passive position as soon as he attacked. De Huang was even more unbridled. The dog's head was so hard that Xiao Dong was completely suppressed. Even when his fist landed on De Huang's head, he could only be pushed back. His entire body, including his entire arm, was paralyzed. Damn it, this damn dog isn't human at all. Xiao Dong staggered, and De Huang pressed on. He had thought that De Huang would be at a disadvantage in the battle between the two, but who would have thought that a ninth heaven star lord could force a half-step star emperor into a passive position? De Huang and Long Shirsan both displayed earth-shattering dominance. The 2 ninth heaven star lords displayed the fighting spirit of a star emperor. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were both suffering, especially Xiao Fei, because he was facing 2 people. Although Mui Bai wasn't as frightening as Long Shirsan, the 2 of them worked together seamlessly. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. They took care of each other and cooperated with each other. That feeling of telepathy made Xiao Fei curse out loud. You two are showing off your affection and showing off your affection, but I'm holding back my anger. Moreover, I'm in danger every time. Long Shirsan's battle saint technique made it difficult for Xiao Fei to move forward. He was even beaten up passively and had no chance to fight back. Not bad, monkey. Be careful that you don't show off your affection too fast. Today, I'll show you something new. He, just watch. De Huang was even more excited than Long Shirsan. He fought back and forth with Xiao Dong, but he had the upper hand. Xiao Dong's hands and feet were tied and his face was pale. He was beaten back by De Huang, and he didn't even have the chance to escape. This damn dog was invincible. His ferocity was hard to defend against. You can't be faster than me. Long Shan sneered. After all, it was 2 against Xiao Fei. De Huang always wanted to suppress him. How could it be that easy? That's not for sure. Hee hee. Big Yellow said proudly. At that instant, his gaze suddenly changed. With a low shout, he instantly activated the formation. Before this, he had already silently laid down a formation around Xiao Dong after fighting for over 100 rounds with him, trapping him firmly. There was no way out, no way out, no way out, no way out, no door to hell. Chapter 4650. Damn it. Xiao Dong's expression changed drastically. His body trembled. Facing De Huang's tactical matrix, he was at a complete loss. It was even more impossible for him to escape. De Huang was the master of tactical matrices. Aside from Jiang Qin, there were not many who could make him bow down to matrices. Invisibly, De Huang had already set up the tactical matrix. He easily sucked Xiao Dong into it, trying to trap and kill him. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. De Huang was full of confidence. He was invincible. He charged forward again and again. Xiao Dong's body and strength were restricted in the tactical matrix. There was almost no room for Xiao Dong to fight back. A half-step Star Emperor was suppressed to the point where he couldn't fight back. De Huang's strength was not only because of his tactical matrix, but also because of his strength. He pushed Xiao Dong into a desperate situation and his life was hanging by a thread. After being encouraged by De Huang, Long Shan also started to suppress Xiao Fei crazily. The two of them used all their skills. Xiao Fei could not escape. Even though the Feather Race Masters had the advantage in numbers, the Vermilion Bird Camp and the Imperial Guards were all masters who were 1 in 10,000, and they were well trained. These days, especially the masters of the Vermilion Bird Camp, under De Huang's hellish training, had become extremely terrifying. Their strength had increased greatly. Even the sparring partners of De Huang were no longer the weaklings they used to be. *T, Drill Master De Huang is too strong. I admit defeat. This is not a spear. This is a freak. He doesn't even take a half-step Star Emperor seriously. My gosh, he is too strong. I think Drill Master De Huang is even stronger than the chief of the 4 houses and 1 camp. Half-step Star Emperor. TSK. I don't even dare to think about it. The scariest thing is that Drill Master De Huang also knows tactical matrices. This is a little unfair. Damn it, a genius like this, I'm not even as good as a dog. The disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp were very excited. In the beginning, they had not thought much of De Huang, but De Huang's temper was fiery and had tortured them to death. Right now, everyone was filled with awe and respect towards De Huang. After this battle, De Huang's position in their hearts was irreplaceable. Long Shan was fighting fiercely, and Xiao Fei could only keep dodging. However, the battle saint technique did not give him any chance to escape. The 2 brothers of the Feather Race were in the same boat. Xiao Dong, in particular, was in a passive situation. De Huang's iron head had broken all the bones in his body. He was half a Star Emperor, but he was in such a difficult situation. You want to run? No way. De Huang had already seen through Xiao Dong's intentions. However, being trapped in the formation, he had no way to escape. Even if he had 10 wings on his back, it was still difficult to change the situation. Iron wings, break the sky. The 10 wings were like cast iron, full of vigor. This might be his last song. As a powerful warrior of the Feather Race, he had to preserve his dignity. You want to compete with Lord Dog? You're not qualified. De Huang roared. He stepped on Xiao Dong's wings and crushed Xiao Dong's bones. Xiao Dong fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. How dare you? Get out of here. Just as De Huang was about to kill Xiao Dong, a rainbow-colored shadow broke through the void and pushed him back. De Huang's face was pale, and his scalp was numb. That attack made him feel terror because he knew that no matter what, he was not his opponent. Father, Xiao Dong said with a gloomy face. In front of him, a figure in a black robe slowly landed in front of him. All the powerful warriors of the feather race cheered. Their fighting spirit was even stronger. The appearance of the leader of the feather race had greatly inspired them. Your talent is not bad. To be able to defeat Xiao Dong, it means that you have some skills. However, in front of me, Xiao Bok, you can't even withstand a single blow. Xiao Bok Lengleng said. His terrifying aura shrouded the area within 1,000 miles. That kind of overbearing aura made people flinch. De Huang and Long Shisan both became serious. This Xiao Bok's strength was extremely terrifying. Powerful warriors of the Star Emperor level were indeed not ordinary. I was wondering who it was. After beating the young one, the old one came out to take revenge. However, you, the leader of the feather race, are really shameless. Defeating me, a 9th Sky Star Lord, what is there to be proud of? Bullsh * T Star Emperor. The feather race is full of shameless guys like you. De Huang snorted and rubbed the pain in his chest. That attack just now, although he was not in danger of losing his life, he was almost seriously injured. If he had not dodged in time, even if he did not die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Since you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. Xiao Bok Lengleng said. He was not in the mood to waste words with this dead dog in front of him. Destroying the human race was the most important thing. Boom! Xiao Bok swept out a punch like the wind and the clouds, directly smashing on top of De Huang's iron head. De Huang's face darkened, and he rolled away. The sharp pain on his head made him grimace in pain. He was confident that if he was an ordinary Star Emperor expert, he would not be so embarrassed by this blow. This Xiao Bok's strength was really worrying. De Huang retreated in defeat, and his head was splitting. Not bad. You can still take one of my punches. Again. Xiao Bok sneered and attacked again. Xiao Bok, you are really shameless. A dignified Star Emperor level powerhouse is actually so shameless. A cold shout resounded through the sky, startling countless people. A yellow-robed figure, like a gust of wind and lightning, landed in the sky, directly colliding with Xiao Bok's fist. Both of them retreated, evenly matched. Father. Lin Tianlin's eyes were full of surprise. The whole nation was shocked by his father's personal expedition, which made the human race very happy and excited. It's been a long time, Lin Zhua. I didn't expect you to be so conceited. Being sanctimonious is really the most heinous code of the human race. Who can stop me if I want to kill someone? Even you can't. From now on, my feather clan will be in every corner of the Chi Xia planet. Xiao Bok said arrogantly, holding his head high. You barbarians, how can you understand the meaning of the word righteousness? Barbarians should have the attitude of barbarians. You want to replace the human race. You are simply too whimsical. Lin Zhua snorted coldly. My daughter died in Jiang Chen's hands. I'm going to kill him and send all of you humans to the Avicii hell. From today onwards, there will be no place for you humans in the Crimson Cloud star boundary. Xiao Bok's momentum was monstrous, and a black mist filled the air. His overbearing momentum shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. The Star Emperor's posture was unparalleled. Chapter 46-51. The battle between Xiao Bok and Lin Zhuo was on the verge of breaking out. Two streaks of light shot up to the top of the sky. Their fighting spirits were so shocking that the entire sky darkened. Protect our territory and fight for every inch of it. Fight with me. Kill. Lin Tianlin's eyes were red. He raised his sword high and roared hoarsely, his voice echoing in the sky. Kill, kill. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers gathered there. Not a single speck of dust could be seen, and the cries of sorrow could be heard for thousands of miles. This battle concerned their lives and the survival of the human race. No one could stay out of it. When the nest was overturned, no eggs could remain intact. Everyone knew that. In the eyes of the human race, the Feather Clan was an uncivilized beast. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, the human race was also a barbarian. In a war between different races, someone had to fall. Only when the other side fell could the final victory be achieved. The human race was the leader of all living things and was blessed by nature. This battle had inspired their fighting spirit. The Crown Prince raised his arm and shouted. The human army's blood was boiling. They fought bravely like the water of the Yellow River, surging for thousands of miles. Their morale was like a rainbow. Murongjia, Baibijiang, Mutianheng, Xiansu, and the others had all personally led their disciples into the battle. With His Majesty leading the army and the Crown Prince leading the army, what reason did they have not to put their lives on the line? The vast and mighty army was like a surging tide, expanding the territory. No one can retreat. Let's kill our way into the human race. The crimson afterglow astral is ours. The glory of the Feather Clan will shine on the earth forever. Xiao Fei shouted. The Feather Clan's army of hundreds of thousands was also ready. A battle that concerned the fate of the race had completely begun. Where are the elders of the Feather Clan? Charge! As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, 12 figures arrived one after another. Like shooting stars, they flew across the sky and stood there proudly. Their terrifying energy made many people feel suffocated. The 12 figures were all half a step into the Star Emperor realm. If such cultivators rushed into the army, they would be like an earth-shattering explosion. No one could stop them. Even a real Emperor realm cultivator might not be able to kill these 12 Star Emperors. Are they, all the elders of the Feather Clan? How powerful! The Harpies have been plotting this for a long time. Our human race is definitely not weaker than the Feather race. Charge! For the prosperity of the Lin Kingdom, the human race will never be slaves. Thunderous roars resounded in the sky. 12 half-step Star Emperors flashed across the sky. However, at this moment, 9 extraordinary figures appeared among the humans. Their strength was on par with that of the elders of the Feather race. The two sides confronted each other fiercely, neither giving way to the other. Uncle, you're finally here. Lin Tianlin glanced at the 9 figures. They were all his uncles, and their strength was no weaker than that of the Harpies. Kikik, it's getting more and more exciting. This Lord Dog is going to show off his skills. De Huang rubbed his aching head, but this battle had once again ignited his blood. Little Chunzi, if you still don't come out, Lord Dog will become the great hero of the human race. De Huang's eyes turned cold. He dashed toward the half-step Star Emperors. At this moment, something strange happened. The 9 experts of the human race turned their backs on their own people. No. 13th brother, you. Puff. Lord Pingyin of the Lin Kingdom fell down slowly. His eyes were hollow. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that he had been stabbed by his own brother. Not only him, among the 9 people, for betrayed him, 3 were killed by a sneak attack, and only the great uncle and the second uncle were left. Before the battle started, they had already cut off their arms. Lin Tianlin's face darkened. I'm sorry, my brothers. The price that the Feather race offered us is too high. Ha ha ha, I really can't refuse. Yes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Second brother's cultivation has gone mad. Don't think we don't know that. At this moment, he can't support the human race at all. That's right. The throne shouldn't have been his. Back then, my father thought highly of me, but in the end, I was replaced by Lin Jue, that bastard. How can I not be angry? After this battle, I will be the king of the human race. Lin Tianlin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect that the 9 great-uncles would betray him at this critical moment. They were not only part of the human race, but also part of the royal family. Lin Tianlin's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. His anger soared to the sky. At this moment, familial love was worthless. The great-uncles had already thrown the righteousness of the human race to the back of their minds. Damn it! The great-uncle's face was ashen. He stroked the second uncle, who was seriously injured. Even their own people had betrayed the human race at this time. Their hearts became incomparably cold. The feather race masters looked at them mockingly. In an instant, the two of them had become the target of public criticism. Lin Jue's eyes were bloodshot. Under the attack of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated in defeat. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The 9 grand princes were his own flesh and blood. At this moment, they had betrayed him. More than half of them had been killed or injured. For Lin Jue, failure was not terrible. What was terrible was that the people closest to him had betrayed him at this moment. That was the most painful thing. Your opponent is me. Don't blame me for being rude if you are distracted. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bok laughed. His eyes were cold and full of scheming. Even though the feather witch was dead, the chess pieces they had set in the human race were still there. Because they had prepared for so many years to overthrow the human race. Of course, they had to make sure that it was foolproof. For Lin Jue, the despicable and shameless people were not important anymore. The winner took all. History would only be written by the winner. Only survival was the hard truth. I lost to you in one move back then. Today, history will not repeat itself. Although I have just reached the 3rd sky of the Star Emperor realm, it is more than enough to deal with a guy like you who has been possessed by the devil and is struggling at death's door. Xiao Bok attacked with all of his strength. He pushed Lin Jue to the edge. Mentally and physically exhausted, he was also jealous and depressed. Kill them without mercy. 12 figures and 4 princes of the Lin kingdom attacked big uncle and second uncle at the same time. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. De Huang, Long San, Mu Bai, Mu Tianheng, and the other 2 were still unable to resist 16 half-star emperors. In less than 15 minutes, they were already in trouble. De Huang was already injured, which made him even more depressed. The encirclement of 16 half-star emperors was suffocating. It would not take long for them to all fall. Damn it. Little Chenzi, are you really going to collect Lord Dog's corpse? F***CKU, god damn it. De Huang wanted to cry but had no tears. He was forced to retreat. If they were defeated, the entire human race would be in deep trouble. What are you screaming for? You are crying for your parents. I am not dead yet. A cold laugh echoed in the sky. De Huang and Long San's eyes suddenly lit up. They finally felt relieved. Chapter 46-52. Screw you, little Chenzi. De Huang cursed in excitement. As long as little Chenzi was there, the sky would not fall. Long San looked at Jiang Qin. Xiaolong was beside him with excitement. Master. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. Jiang Qin was like a banner, an invincible god in his heart. No matter how strong the enemy was, Jiang Chen always seemed to be able to turn the situation around. It was not blind faith, but a kind of faith, a fearless spirit. Jiang Chen. Even the sovereign emperor of the human race, Lin Zhuo, had a solemn expression on his face. Although Jiang Chen's appearance might not be able to turn the situation around, it was great news to the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. At least, he had stabilized the morale of the army. Jiang Chen was still not strong enough. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the situation. However, Lin Zhuo did not put his hopes on Jiang Chen, because it would be a fantasy. Counting on an 8th-layer Star Lord to save the human race would only make him a laughingstock. If I didn't come, I'm afraid your head would have been blown up. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. *T. Master Dog is a man of indomitable spirit. These bastards want me to surrender. No way. Jiang Chen's appearance had once again boosted Big Yellow's confidence and confidence. It was no longer a problem for him to be arrogant and despotic. You almost cried just now. If little Chinzi wasn't here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Long San did not forget to stab De Huang in the back. De Huang glared at him while swearing. They were indeed in a difficult situation. Mu Tianheng and the others nodded at Jiang Chen. The battle was still going on, but Zhang Tian's appearance had given Mu Tianheng, by Bijiang, and the others a boost of confidence. Let's deal with these guys first. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. Are you Jiang Chen? I heard that the extermination of the Yu clan in the South Crimson region was caused by you. Today, our Yu clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Kill Jiang Chen and show the might of the harpies. The great elder of the feather race shouted in a deep voice. He rose up and targeted Jiang Chen. It's time to test it out. Jiang Chen said calmly. It was still impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat a half-step star emperor at the peak of the 8th layer, not to mention that there were so many people here. Facing so many half-astral emperors, Jiang Chen kept his eyes fixed on them. He took a step forward and exerted the dragon transformation. His aura suddenly soared, and it was unstoppable. One punch after another, simple and violent. The explosive power was earth-shattering. He was fighting against 7 powerful cultivators with his bare hands. None of the half-astral emperors were easy to deal with, not to mention that he was fighting against 7 of them alone. The rest of the Yu clan members each fought against a half-astral emperor. Although the situation was not good, they managed to stabilize the situation. Only Jiang Chen was fighting against 7 astral emperors, which made people's blood boil. Countless human troops regrouped and started to fight back under Lin Tianlin's lead. Amidst the sea of people, there was no end to the slaughter. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers were unafraid of death. Jiang Chen's strength kept soaring. The dragon transformation made him invincible. The 7 astral emperors could only look at him and stop. Jiang Chen kept punching them. They were in a dangerous situation. The feather cultivators had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. He was only a star lord at the peak of the 8th layer, but he had forced the 7 astral emperors to flee in panic. That was ridiculous. But this was the truth. No one doubted Jiang Chen's strength, and those who doubted him had already died a long time ago. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. The feather cultivators complained incessantly. The astral emperors were no longer their trump card. They all unfolded their 10 wings and flew into the sky, ready to fight against Jiang Chen. It's time to end this. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He didn't have the patience to waste more time with these guys. He had to ensure the victory of the human race first. Lin Zhuo had been stumbling and was surrounded by danger. Facing the leader of the Feather Clan, Xiao Bok, he was a bit powerless. He had to get rid of the core forces of the Feather Clan first before he could have a chance to help Lin Zhuo. Jiang Qin drew out his sword and slashed at the sky. The integration of the heavenly dragon's sword and Jiang Qin had improved a lot again. At this moment, it was more than 60 to 70%, and he could use it more easily. Once the heavenly dragon's sword was drawn, it was unstoppable. Sword blades rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, or like the blazing sun, scorching hot. They tore the sky apart. All the wings were destroyed and cut off by Jiang Qin. Blood splashed in the air. Every astral emperor of the Feather Clan couldn't stand more than 3 attacks from Jiang Qin. The wings on their backs that they were so proud of were all cut off by Jiang Qin. It was an explosive scene. Along with angry roars, the Feather Clan cultivators died one after another. They were all severely injured. Feathers fell from the sky, which made the human cultivators even more excited. Jiang Qin was like a god. He kicked them down from the sky. They were all like homeless dogs. More than half of them were dead or injured. So powerful. Is he still human? He's just a level 8 Star Lord. How can he be so powerful? I don't want to accept this. The experts of the U race were running for their lives, they were scared out of their wits. Jiang Qin's sword chi was an unstoppable existence to them. Every strike of his sword represented the kiss of the death god. Every strike of his sword made them feel a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a demon. No. He was even more terrifying than a demon. One man and one sword, he dashed in and out of the 16 astral emperors. Everyone was frightened. Even the Feather Clan cultivators who wanted to run did not have a chance. They thought they were unparalleled in speed, but Jiang Qin appeared out of nowhere. They had no way to dodge. With the sky-climbing ladder in his hand, Jiang Qin's speed could not be described as fast. It was a horrifying teleportation, a nightmare that could make the Feather Clan despair. No, as the last half-step Star Emperor fell to the ground, Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was still clean. The cold sword light made people shiver. The experts of the U race were all shocked. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so scared that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Jiang Qin's aura was too terrifying. Every attack of his could make an astral emperor fall. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong did not want to follow in the footsteps of the Feather Clan elders. Death was too far away for them. They did not want to die young at this time. The future of the Feather Clan would be led by the gate of heaven. Damn it. Little Qin, all of them have been killed by you. This makes this master dog feel very embarrassed. Chapter 46-53. Father. Save me. Xiao Dong screamed and rolled away. 6 of the wings on his body were cut off by Jiang Qin. Blood filled the air as he screamed hoarsely. That sword fell from the sky, making Xiao Dong's eyes filled with despair. Xiao Bok's face was gloomy. He wanted to save his son, but he was entangled by Lin Jue. Although Lin Jue had been suppressed by him and was in danger at every step, it was impossible for him to save his son. In a battle between Star Emperor experts, a little carelessness could lead to a crushing defeat. Where's the Blood Elf? Hurry up and attack. Along with Xiao Bok's shout, a blood-red figure descended from the sky, holding a slender long spear in his hand. He raised the spear in the air and forced Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword to retreat. Even Jiang Qin's expression became solemn. He held the divine sword tightly and stared at the skinny blood-red figure in front of him. He had a slender face, a slender body, and a pair of long and narrow eyes that were filled with blood. He held his spear tightly and looked at Jiang Qin with an arrogant expression. His expression was calm and unruffled. The leader of the elf clan, Shui Hongpe, is late. Brother Xiao, don't blame him. Shui Hongpo looked at Jiang Chen coldly and said with a faint smile. He glanced at Xiao Bok. Even if Xiao Bok was really angry at this moment, it was impossible for him to fall out with him at this time. What's supposed to come will never be late. Lin Zhuo clenched his teeth and said. At this moment, his heart finally became depressed. The appearance of the elf clan would definitely bring great danger to them. With the addition of the elf army, the human clan would soon fall into a passive position. The feather clan and the human clan had long been prepared. Otherwise, they would not have such a tacit understanding. Although Lin Zhuo was prepared, the human clan was facing two major clans after all. No one could stay out of the battle of the Crimson Afterglow star boundary. The elf clan. They are in cahoots with the feather clan. This damn guy. Once the elf clan takes action, it will put a lot of pressure on the human clan. Sigh, the feather clan and the elf clan have been afraid of the human clan for a long time. Although the elf clan's participation is unexpected, it should be expected. Damned fellow, let's kill this damned bastard first. All of the humans were filled with righteous indignation. The experts of the fairy clan arrived one after another with the appearance of the Crimson Amber. The army of 100,000 fairy clans followed like shadows, making the situation of the human clan even more difficult. Little fellow, your strength isn't weak. I heard that the Yu clan in the Crimson South region was annihilated by you. From the looks of it, Blood Red Amber, will really have to play with you. Shui Hongpa said with a sinister smile. The Sidhe clan should be jackals of the same tribe as the Winged clan. You could have escaped this calamity, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance now. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the elf chief, Leng Leng. You're just a little kid, but you sure talk big. I'm just afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Blood Red Amber shook his head. His long spear trembled, full of fighting spirit. He might attack again at any time. Another Star Emperor expert had shaken the human race. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, the one standing in front of him was the patriarch of the elf race, a true Star Emperor expert. Who wouldn't be worried about him? Little Chenzi, come on. I know you can do it. Ha ha ha. De Huang was still full of confidence in Jiang Chen. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with his paw, feeling proud. Teacher, you must defeat the experts of the fairy clan. Lin Tianlin murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Jiang Chen was the most important, because he might be the one who could change the situation of the human clan. Now Lin Zhuo was in a critical situation. If Jiang Chen was trapped, the human clan was bound to lose again and again. In the end, the human clan would be attacked by the Sidhe clan and the Winged clan together. However, if Jiang Chen could defeat or even kill the patriarch of the elf race, then the human race would have hope, and they wouldn't fall so easily. Jiang Chen might not be able to make everyone retreat alone, but he was the most important person. Lin Tianlin was extremely worried. He knew how powerful his teacher was. However, his opponent wasn't easy to deal with either. The leader of the elf clan was only at the first sky of the Star Emperor realm, but he was a real Star Emperor after all. He wasn't someone who was half a step away from the Star Emperor realm. The gap between them was huge. It's useless to say more. Let's do it. Jiang Chen made the first move. He stood up with his sword, and the sword chi was shocking. As the two of them crossed each other, stormy waves were set off, and the wind blew away the clouds. Their momentum was fierce, especially for Shui Hongpe. As a master at the Star Emperor realm, he naturally disdained to fight with Jiang Chen. He just wanted to fight. He crushed Shui Hongpe with absolute strength, without any hesitation. The power of a strong man could overcome all kinds of wisdom. The two of them kept fighting. With the power of limitless sword, Jiang Chen was surrounded by danger again and again. He fought back and forth with Shui Hongpe. He was at the peak of the eighth sky, not weaker than the Star Emperor at all. The two of them were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. The cheers were deafening. The human clan was cheering for Jiang Qin. How could such strength not be amazing? How could it not be admirable? Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads helplessly. In front of Jiang Qin, they had no right to be arrogant. They were the leaders of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, geniuses, but when facing Jiang Qin, they knew what a genius was. Not everyone was worthy of this word. The peerless power that Jiang Qin displayed shocked everyone. The one who experienced it the most was Shui Hongpe. Shui Hongpe fought with Jiang Qin to the death. Even with his Star Emperor power, it was difficult to suppress Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not fall for it at all. His sword flew like a rainbow, bombarding wildly. It seemed chaotic, but the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword worked together perfectly. Gradually, even Shui Hongpe became serious. This battle was not as simple as he had imagined. Spear after spear pierced through the sky, sword after sword, putting him in danger. Whether it was speed or strength, Jiang Qin was not weaker than him. As the leader of the elves, he could not afford to lose face like this. He had to get rid of this human boy as soon as possible. Light of the Blood Elf. Shui Hongpe glared at Yi Qin. His eyes were surging with blood-red light, emitting a shocking radiance. His strength kept rising, and compared to before, he had even reached the 2nd sky of the Star-Lord realm. Light of the Blood Elf was a secret contract technique of the elves. It could increase their strength to a terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the price of the secret contract technique was burning their blood. Shui Hongpe's aura soared in an instant. This was the light of the ancestors of the elves. Chapter 46-54. Go to hell, Jiang Qin. The Blood Elf's proud eyes were full of mockery and disdain. In his eyes, this arrogant human was excellent enough, but it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from his hands. Jiang Qin's expression was serious and meticulous. He held the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and faced the challenge head-on. No one had expected this. Not only did Jiang Qin not retreat, but he also rushed into the void with his sword. In many people's eyes, this was like a moth flying into a flame. The light of the Blood Elf pierced through the void, as if it was doomsday, blocking all of Jiang Qin's escape routes. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Qin's strength was also constantly transforming, reaching the half-step Star Emperor level in an instant. 2 terrifying auras began to grow continuously. 27 swords. Jiang Qin's first move was a killing move, the strongest move of the limitless sword. Accompanied by his majestic aura, it was not inferior to that of a Star Emperor expert. The powerful force reached the peak and collided with the light of the Blood Elf. Zhu Hongpo stared at Jiang Qin angrily and hysterically. He did not expect Jiang Qin to be so confident. Humph, go to hell. No one can save you, arrogant and conceited human. Zhu Hongpo sneered in his heart, but when Jiang Qin's 27 swords burst out completely, he was dumbfounded. He might have been fearless with the first strike, but then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, Zhu Hongpo knew that he had completely underestimated Jiang Qin. This guy's sword momentum continued to rise, giving him more and more of a headache. Even his own strength was somewhat difficult to resist. Whether it was his sword or his swordsmanship, both made Zhu Hongpo feel the threat of death. The initial arrogance was gone. Now, Zhu Hongpo only wanted to escape from Jiang Qin's pursuit as soon as possible. 27 swords directly defeated Zhu Hongpo. The blood-red spear in his hand was broken at the waist, and Zhu Hongpo's fists were surging with Genesis Chi. Everyone watched anxiously. Zhu Hongpo was already exhausted. The Feather Clan and the Elf Clan had high hopes for Zhuangpo, but in an instant, he had become a laughingstock. Because Jiang Chen's 27 swords was too terrifying. He did not even care about the gap between the Star Emperors. Such boldness was comparable to that of a deity, invincible. A total of 18 sword scars were left on Zhuangpo's body, causing his face to turn pale and his soul to leave his body. The injuries all over his body became more and more serious. He fell directly on the mountainside. That miserable state made people shudder. The experts of the Feather Clan and the Elf Clan all felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. That blow was really too terrifying. "Brother Shao, save me!" Zhuangpo roared. Jiang Chen's sword chi once again met the attack, causing Zhuangpo's body to tremble violently and his eyes to widen. Shao Bok's face was gloomy, and his heart was as calm as still water. At this moment, he absolutely could not be distracted, because it would not take long for him to defeat the human race's Emperor Linjua. At this time, Zhuangpo, who he thought would bring him good news, had quietly lost in the hands of Jiang Qin. The whole world was shocked. "This trash. He deserves to die." Shao Bok gnashed his teeth, his eyes were gloomy, and he cursed in his heart. The Elf Clan's patriarch was so vulnerable that he lost to a human at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm. It was a great humiliation, and now he still had the face to ask for help. Not to mention that Shao Bok had no time to care about him. Even if he had the ability, he would not look at such trash. Not to mention that he could not split himself into two. Even if he was an ally, he could only watch him suffer under the sword of Jiang Qin. What a horrifying sword. Countless people said this in shock. Jiang Chen's sword was even more horrifying than his eyes. It came and went without a trace, and no one could resist it. Not even the Star Emperor level powerhouses had any leeway. The people of the Elf Clan all felt suffocated, because their faith had been defeated by the sword of Jiang Qin. It was a pity. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. No one can save you. Jiang Chen's sword chi was unstoppable, and Zhuangpo had nowhere to retreat. The last sword pierced through his throat in an instant. Zhuangpo could not believe that he was defeated by a human boy at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm. This was the biggest joke in the world. Who could believe it? Jiang Chen's face was also flushed, and he was slightly out of breath. It was not easy to kill Zhuangpo. Others might seem calm, but only he knew how dangerous it was. Did Star Emperor really think they were cabbages? With the death of the Sidhi tribe leader, the Sidhi tribe was the most agitated. They began to become crazy and restless. They even scattered and fled in all directions. Their tribe leader had been killed, and without a leader, they were in complete disarray. Under the suppression of the human army, there were countless casualties. Without their backbone, it was as if their soul had been sucked out. The Sidhi tribe's defeat also collapsed with the death of Shui Hongpe. Jiang Chen is the most terrifying monster I have ever seen. For thousands of years, he is unparalleled. Mu Tianheng could not help but be shocked. As the governor of Kirin province, he was very glad that he did not make an enemy of Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. This guy was definitely the ancestor of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Those who died in the hands of Jiang Qin in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition should have died a worthy death. Even in the face of a Star Emperor, he could still be so calm. Such a monster was indeed one in a million. There is hope for the human clan. Bai Bijiang slapped his thigh, his eyes full of surprise. Before this, almost no one was optimistic about Jiang Qin, because his opponent was too strong. The Elf Clan's patriarch was at the 1st heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If it were any of them, they would not be able to withstand 10 blows from Zhuangpo. However, Jiang Qin had killed Zhuangpo. This was too terrifying. Oh my God! Xian Su gasped. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. Just this sword alone was more than enough to make the human race submit to him. No wonder the crown prince was so respectful towards him, and no wonder even his majesty was so secretive about it. Jiang Chen was indeed worthy of being called a human monarch. His judgment of people was top-notch. What are you so surprised about? This is the basic operation of Little Chenzi. De Huang waved his hand and said with a smile, in high spirits. Jiang Chen's shocking and mighty sword attack had made all the experts in the Lin Kingdom see what a real strong man was. He did not show his strength, but he could destroy thousands of troops with one sword attack. This was courage and prestige. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Although Jiang Chen had killed the elf clan's patriarch, Lin Zhuo was struggling at death's door in the hands of Xiao Bok. The gap between the two was not big. However, Lin Zhuo was possessed by the devil because he wanted to break through to the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He failed and his strength completely fell. Moreover, he was severely injured. Now, even if he fought with Xiao Bok again, he would lose more than he won. Now, Xiao Bok had seized the opportunity to inflict heavy injuries on him. The situation was critical. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Lin Zhuo knew that he couldn't hold on much longer. However, as an emperor of the human race, he couldn't fall. If he fell, it would mean that the human race was defeated. It might even lead to extinction. He wasn't alone, but millions of people were looking up at him. Father, watch out. Chapter 46-55. Lin Zhuo's defeat affected the hearts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the human clan. The emperor was personally leading the army. If there was an accident, it would definitely destroy the morale of the army. At that time, it was likely that the army would be defeated like a landslide. The feather race had been eyeing the human clan for many years, and they had long wanted to kill the human clan. As long as there was a chance to destroy the human clan, they would not hesitate to pay any price. This leadership battle was full of intrigue. No matter who was defeated or died, it would be the turning point of this war, and it could even affect the outcome of this war. Xiao Bok's eyes were bright. Obviously, he was more terrifying than Lin Zhuo. After a series of bombardments, Lin Zhuo, who was already in danger, fell into a deep trap. The fate of the human clan depended on him alone. Therefore, for Xiao Bok, if he killed Lin Zhuo, the human clan would collapse on its own. From today on, I am the ruler of this planet Crimson Afterglow. Ha 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 ha. Who can stop me? Xiao Bok looked at Lin Zhuo, extremely arrogant. In his opinion, after defeating Lin Zhuo, he had already stood at the top of the pyramid, and he was only one step away from it. At that moment, Xiao Bok attacked again. He was determined to kill Lin Zhuo, completely sweep away the obstacles, and unify the planet Crimson Afterglow. His grand plan was not far away. Jiang Chen stepped on his sword and flew over thousands of mountains. With a slash of his sword, he descended from the sky and met Xiao Bok's attack head-on. Xiao Bok's heavy fist smashed onto Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat a few hundred steps before he could stabilize his body. With a stern expression, he looked at Xiao Bok with a burning gaze. Everyone was trembling with fear. If Jiang Chen wasn't able to stop Xiao Bok, perhaps the two of them would fall one after the other. You want to destroy the human clan? You're quite ambitious. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His blood and qi were boiling, and he was extremely dignified. This guy was much stronger than the Crimson Amber. He was at the third sky of the Star Emperor realm, and Jiang Chen was not sure that he could resist his attack. However, if he could not, he would probably end up like Lin Zhuo. Thanks a lot, cough, cough, cough. Lin Zhuo coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his chi was weak. Obviously, he had been severely injured by Xiao Bok. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Jiang Qin knew that he had tried his best. As the ruler of a kingdom, the leader of the human race, Lin Zhua had done everything he could and should have done. Even at the last moment, he didn't give up. Even if he died, he wouldn't lower his head. However, the gap between him and Xiao Bok wasn't just a little bit. It seems that there is really someone who is not afraid of death. At that time, the news that came from South Red Region said that all of the Feather Clan of South Red Region was wiped out by a person named Jiang Qin. At that time, I didn't really believe it. Now, it seems that the rumor is true. However, don't you think that you are being too whimsical? Do you think that this is South Red Region? Do you really think that you can be the savior of the human clan? Ha ha ha. Xiao Bok laughed crazily. His eyes were as cold as a sword. He stood with his hands clasped, and his arrogance soared to the sky. For this day, I have prepared for a very long time. The human clan cannot escape from my palm. Planet Crimson Afterglow should have changed a long time ago. The human clan is not the only ruler of this world. The Feather Clan will become the new ruler of Planet Crimson Afterglow. From now on, the glory of the Feather Clan will spread to every corner of this new world. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Xiao Bok looked in all directions and spoke of his great ambition. In his eyes, he was already the only ruler of this land. Although I am not the savior, I want to give it a try. After all, stubborn barbarians want to occupy Planet Crimson Afterglow. I don't want to see that happen. Jiang Qin said calmly. He chuckled and looked at Xiao Bok. He had no intention of retreating. In his eyes, there were only two kinds of people, friends and enemies. As long as they were enemies, then there must be a winner and a loser. It was either you die or I die. People who like to be in the limelight usually don't live long. Today, let's settle old and new scores together. The smile on Xiao Bok's face gradually disappeared. If Jiang Qin wanted to fight him, he would have to show some of his true abilities. Before this, he was quite disdainful of the rewards and punishments, but the moment Shui Hongpa fell into a pool of his own blood, he knew that this Jiang Qin was not someone to be trifled with. However, even though it was easy to kill Shui Hongpa, it would not be easy to defeat him. I will accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword and stepped out. His momentum changed, and he directly fought with Xiao Bok. Their fists met. Although teacher's strength is not weak, this Xiao Bok is too strong. He is the patriarch of the Feather Clan, and even my father is not his opponent. Teacher, you must hold on. Lin Tianlin was full of worry. The only thing he could do was to lead the hundreds of thousands of human army to kill in and out of these barbarians. Whether they were from the Feather Clan or the Feather Clan, not a single one would be left alive. This time, little Chenzi has met a real opponent. Xiao Bok's strength is much stronger than him. Let's wait and see. Long Shersan said in a low voice. From Jiang Chen's dignified expression, he knew that this battle would not be easy. Motherf *Ker, little Chenzi, don't embarrass Master Dog. De Huang murmured, but he couldn't help but worry about Jiang Qin. This battle was not as simple as they had imagined, especially for Jiang Qin. Under the leadership of Lin Tianlin, many experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were like a sharp knife, piercing into the enemy's heart. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong led the Feather Clan's troops and resisted with difficulty. However, they won in numbers, and with the help of the Feather Clan, although the situation was worrying, they were in a deadlock for a while. It was extremely difficult for the human race to do anything to them. The only hope was placed on the patriarch of the Feather Clan, Xiao Bok. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, Xiao Bok was their spiritual leader, an invincible existence. The glory of the Feather Clan all depended on him. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and the limitless sword was wild and fearless. However, Xiao Bok was not to be outdone, and his aura was even stronger than Jiang Qin's. After all, he was a star emperor, and his combat strength was amazing. With just a pair of iron fists, he had already made Jiang Qin very depressed. If this continued, Jiang Qin would be defeated by Xiao Bok sooner or later. Chapter 46-56. Fighting with me is simply courting death. Xiao Bok pressed forward step by step. Even the heavenly dragon sword could not withstand his sharpness. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Even if Jiang Qin had the battle strength of a half-step star emperor, it would not be so difficult for him to fight against Xiao Bok. However, there was an insurmountable gap between them, like a natural chasm. However, the strength of Jiang Qin's body also made Xiao Bok quite speechless. Jiang Qin was able to escape several heavy punches. Although he was injured, he was still able to fight against Xiao Bok. Although he was at a disadvantage, there was no doubt about Jiang Qin's battle strength. The cooperation between the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword was flawless. Xiao Bok was also very surprised. If Jiang Qin had the battle strength of a star emperor, it would be hard to say who would be the winner between the two of them. Just the heavenly dragon sword alone was enough to make him speechless. He also coveted such a terrifying divine weapon. Who would not be tempted by the strength of a grade 7 Genesis weapon? 27 swords. Sword shadows filled the air. Jiang Qin displayed them again and again, sparing no effort to fight back. However, in Xiao Bok's eyes, it was still not enough. The third heaven of Star Emperor was not an undeserved reputation. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Qin used all his killing moves, but Xiao Bok faced them calmly and methodically. On the contrary, it was Jiang Qin who found it more and more difficult. Xiao Bok's strength completely crushed Jiang Qin. He responded to all changes by remaining unchanged and consumed Jiang Qin. Is that all you've got? Then I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye to this world forever. Xiao Bok roared. His violent power and murderous aura shook the sky. Wings of steel, whirlwind wing slash. 12 iron wings appeared and rose into the sky. Xiao Bok was like a celestial soldier descending from the sky. All the Yu clan members had the urge to kneel and worship him. 12 wings, that was the symbol of the Star Emperor, the symbol of a king. The 12 wings gathered together like a pair of whirlwind wings, sweeping across the entire void. When the wing slash was pulled apart, it streaked across the sky. The wind moved with the wings, completely dazzling. So powerful. Jiang Qin couldn't help but hold his breath. He exerted all his strength. His limitless sword flew recklessly, accompanied by the roar of the heavenly dragon sword, trying to block Sharbik's whirlwind wing slash. However, the moment the two collided, Jiang Qin knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. One after another, the whirlwind wing slash tore apart Jiang Qin's flesh. His entire body was covered with sword scars. Jiang Qin kept retreating. The borderless sword protected his last dignity. However, Xiao Bok's whirlwind wing slash was too powerful. Everything came down to the disparity in strength between the two. Even with the full support of dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique, it couldn't help Jiang Qin reverse the situation. The whirlwind wing slash slashed through the sky, forcing Jiang Qin into a dead end. He crashed into a towering mountain. Huge rocks fell down from the sky, causing the mountain to collapse. It was almost razed to the ground by Xiao Bok's whirlwind wing slash. The strong impact caused everyone to focus their attention on Jiang Qin. They were filled with sorrow. Because Jiang Qin kept attacking, but in the end, he was still defeated by Xiao Bok and crashed into the mountain. The dust rose thousands of feet high. The loud rumbling sound lasted for a long time. Most of the people of the human clan were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was their last hope, but Xiao Bok completely extinguished their hope. Teacher. Teacher. I'm sorry. Lin Tianlin's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. If it wasn't for the Lin kingdom and the victory of the human clan, how could he fall into such a desperate situation and die? Xiao Bok's fighting spirit was high. He stood proudly at the top of the void, looking down on all living beings. At that moment, his face was filled with an incomparably gratified smile. The cheers of the Feather Clan were like a tsunami, shaking the sky. Everyone looked distressed. Only De Huang and Longsher San looked at each other with a grim expression. They firmly believed that little Chenzi wouldn't fall like this. That was definitely not the Jiang Chen they knew. Is Big Brother okay? Xiao Long clenched his fists, which were drenched in sweat. He was worried about his big brother, but he couldn't say anything. Don't worry, he won't die so easily. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Little Chenzi is an out-and-out scourge. De Huang took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile to comfort Xiao Long. Even he didn't know how Jiang Chen was doing. The so-called savior of the human race is just a so-so. Lin Jua, you should know who the real master of this land is, right? Wahahaha. Xiao Bok laughed wildly without the slightest scruple. Now, who could compete with him? Bang! A loud noise resounded throughout the canyon. Beneath the shattered mountains, a white figure broke through the night sky. It was as bright as a shooting star, rising up like a comet. Isn't it too early to be happy? Jiang Chen patted the dust off his body. His eyes were like lightning, flickering with astonishing fighting spirit. His strength had also improved at this moment. He had completely broken through the night sky of Star-Lord. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Let's see how long you can laugh for. Xiao Bok sneered. However, for the human race, Jiang Chen was shouldering an extremely heavy future. He didn't die, but his situation was more difficult than before. Everyone could see that his injuries weren't as optimistic as imagined. Both of Lin Tianlin's hands were trembling. He didn't know whether he should clench his fists or loosen them. Teacher Jiang Chen had arrived once again. His tenacious and unyielding spirit was inspiring, but he was still not a match for Xiao Bok. No one knew if this battle would be the end for him. Again. Jiang Chen said with a grimace. He was still full of fighting spirit. Blood had soaked his clothes, but his fighting spirit hadn't weakened in the slightest. The increase in strength couldn't change Jiang Chen's current situation. His injuries were already irreversible. The whirlwind wing slash had made him suffer. The ninth sky of Star-Lord couldn't save him from this desperate situation. But as long as he was alive, as long as he had one breath left, Jiang Chen wouldn't fall. He was fighting with his back against the wall. A fighter was a hero. Let's see how long you can last. Death is your only choice. Xiao Bok attacked again. His 12 wings swept towards Jiang Chen like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was determined to kill him. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and retreated while fighting. He pulled out his sword and looked around, but it was difficult to reverse the situation. He could only be beaten passively. In everyone's view, this was just a slow death. Mr. Jiang Chen, it's been hard on you. Perhaps my Lin country's fate has come to an end. Lin Zhuo will never forget Mr. Jiang Chen's great kindness. Lin Zhuo said in a low voice. Everyone fell into silence. Jiang Chen was still there, but he was like a stray dog. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Xiao Bok was too strong and overbearing. Jiang Chen didn't know what to do at all. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Something's wrong. He's waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 46-57. Opportunity. Long San was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. Jiang Chen would never admit defeat. Even if he was smashed to pieces, he would definitely bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh. Otherwise, he would not be Jiang Chen. Face death. You no longer have a chance. A futile struggle will only make you look even more foolish. Xiao Bok looked at Jiang Chen coldly and indifferently. One after another, his wings fell. Jiang Chen once again became battered and exhausted. He kept retreating and could only defend passively. He could only be beaten passively because the attack just now had made Jiang Chen suffer greatly. Jiang Chen is too difficult. Sigh. Mu Tianheng and the others kept shaking their heads. For the great cause of the human clan, Jiang Chen had done everything he could, but now he had become so battered. Who could not be sad? Who could sigh for him? Give up. Mr. Jiang Chen. Lin Zhuo didn't even want to see this scene. Jiang Chen was beaten passively and suffered all kinds of oppression. In the hands of Xiao Bok, he almost died. It was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for Lin Guo forcefully pulling him in, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't have ended up like this, suffering from Xiao Bok's oppression and being in a worrisome situation. Although he had escaped a calamity last time and was able to keep his life, perhaps the heavens wouldn't be so kind to him this time. Lin Tianlin was worried about teacher Jiang Chen and blamed himself. It was him who pushed Jiang Chen into the abyss step by step. Jiang Chen was sweating and falling like rain. He struggled to survive in the cracks. It was very difficult for him to be forced by Xiao Bok. He was extremely bitter, but he never gave up. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would fight with the god of death, let alone Xiao Bok. Now is the time. Jiang Chen sneered. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of bloodthirstiness. He moved his mind and pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword soared into the sky. Accept your judgment, Jiang Chen. You clan of the Crimson South region, it's time for you to rest in peace. Xiao Bok Leng said. Her wings were like blades, and she once again forced Jiang Chen into a corner. The one who should be judged should be you. You attempted to overthrow the human race, you defied the heavens, you caused chaos in the world, you caused countless deaths and rivers of blood. You deserve to die more than anyone else. Jiang Chen stepped on the sky ascension stairs, and with a flicker of his step, he escaped with his life, dodging Sharbok's deadly strike. Sharbok wanted to attack again, but he realized that he had become very passive, and even hesitated. What happened? Xiao Bok's mind shook as he raised his head to look at the sky. At that moment, 18 grade 6 Genesis weapons descended from the sky, directly sealing off his path and firmly locking him in place. The heavenly dragon sword hung high above his head, causing Xiao Bok's eyes to narrow slightly as he stared at Jiang Chen. Break out, Azura of Hell. Jiang Chen Leng said. At that moment, a total of 19 peerless swords, including the heavenly dragon sword, firmly locked onto Xiao Bok. The moment the sword chi rose, the wind howled and the sword chi buzzed in the sky, as if thousands of souls were roaring. The Azura sword had transformed into a formation. Once the sword formation was activated, it killed in all directions. Azura sword formation. As expected. Little Chenzi is prepared. Long San's eyes blazed. This was Jiang Chen's trump card. The Azura sword formation seems very strong. Mu Yibai looked at Long San in surprise. You should know that De Huang's formation is very powerful. Little Chenzi's formation mastery is definitely 1,000 times better than De Huang's. This sword formation is Little Chenzi's trump card. However, he hasn't found a suitable divine weapon in this eternal world. Once this formation is formed, it will have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, he pretended to be weak in order to make the Feather Clan leader relax his vigilance and set up the formation. Long San said excitedly. Once the Azura sword formation was formed, Xiaobok would feel the real threat of death. Nonsense. Little Chenzi's formation mastery is only a little bit worse than mine. What do you know? Damn monkey. De Huang was also very excited. No one knew better than the two of them how terrifying the Azura sword formation was. Then why don't you set up one? Brother De Huang. Xiaolong looked expectantly at De Huang. De Huang blushed and patted Xiaolong. Don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene in the void. Every single one of the 19 peerless swords was covetous. It was not an easy task to control so many peerless swords. Even a grade 6 Genesis weapon was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns for experts like Lin Zhua and Xiaobok, let alone 18 of them. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword was even more terrifying. Controlling these 19 peerless divine weapons at the same time was comparable to ascending to the heavens. At least, in Lin Zhua's view, it was simply an impossible task. However, Jiang Qin did it. Sword chi crisscrossed as the 19 peerless divine weapons constantly intertwined. Sword chi began to erupt, trapping Xiaobok within. His expression was solemn and he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not enough to shake him, these 19 peerless divine weapons made Xiaobok's heart tremble. Does this guy really have the ability to control these divine weapons? You can't defeat me. Impossible. Xiaobok roared furiously, but those elusive sword chi were powerful and crazy, like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. Even someone as strong as Xiaobok didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The sword chi penetrated his body. Even though Xiaobok had exerted his full strength, it was still difficult to resist at this moment. The Shura sword formation was like a cage. Xiaobok wanted to break through the formation several times, but he was firmly trapped inside. No. Xiaobok was unwilling to give up. Sword shadows were tearing his body apart. Sword chi was causing serious injuries to him, causing his strength to drop continuously. The Ashura sword formation made everyone dumbfounded. Even Lin Zhuo was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's sword had reached the acme of perfection. He had perfectly combined the sword with the formation. Plus, there were so many divine weapons. Controlling this formation was a shocking thing. Although the Azura sword formation was strong, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. It was still difficult to control the 19 peerless divine weapons at the same time. In less than 30 breaths, Jiang Chen was already somewhat unable to bear it, and Xiaobok had also suffered severe injuries. Pfft! Jiang Chen violently spurted out blood. In order to set up the Azura sword formation and kill Xiaobok, he had almost exhausted all his strength, and the Genesis chi in his body was completely hollowed out. Xiaobok had narrowly escaped death, but he still managed to keep his life. At this moment, Xiaobok's heart was incomparably cold. Jiang Chen's methods made him tremble, but as long as he still had a breath left, he would never let him go. The Azura sword formation had hollowed out his strength. Xiaobok's eyes turned cold. He must take advantage of this good opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. This was his last chance. Black King. Jiang Chen bellowed, and a black shadow descended from the sky. A tiger roared through the forest. The Black King was completely focused on killing Xiaobok. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. His master knew that it was not easy to kill Xiaobok, so he had been waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Chapter 46-58. At that moment, the whole world seemed to become silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. The fallen Xiaobok seemed to be his most dazzling trophy. The Black King stood next to Jiang Qin like a statue, guarding his master. Lin Tianlin was dumbfounded. Lin Zhuo was dumbfounded. Mu Tianheng was dumbfounded. The entire human race, the feather race, the elf race, and everyone on the battlefield were dumbfounded. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong's pupils contracted. They clenched their fists tightly, their faces ashen. No, this is impossible. Father. The two of them were in tears. They were furious. But their father's death was an indisputable fact. This was the price the invaders had to pay. Their father's death meant the defeat of the feather race. The two of them weren't strong enough to support the feather race. They might even make the flag of the feather race crumble. The feather race even forgot to grieve, and the humans forgot to cheer. No one could imagine that a human at the ninth sky of the Star Lord could kill the feather race's leader, who was at the third sky of the Star Emperor realm. But Jiang Qin did it. Dead? He's really dead. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhuo's roar echoed across the land. Everyone came back to their senses. Their spirits collapsed with the death of the feather race's leader. The unrestrained laughter made Lin Zhuo feel unprecedentedly carefree and refreshed. Holding the sword in his hand, he raised it high in the air and waved his arm. His eyes were filled with a battle flame that had not been seen for a long time. The hot-bloodedness from back then seemed to have once again poured into his body. Kill! The order of the human sovereign emperor made everyone excited. This war was far from over. The feather race and the elf race had joined hands to invade the human race. Now that the feather race's leader, Xiaobok, had been killed, they were leaderless. It was finally time for them to blow the horn to counterattack. Lin Tianlin wept tears of joy. It was said that men didn't easily shed tears, but this war concerned his father's life and death, as well as the future of the entire human race. How could Lin Tianlin, who cared about the entire world, not be moved? Teacher had been in danger time and time again, but he had never complained. As an outsider, he had done his best for the human race and the Lin country. This spirit and courage were unprecedented. Who could match up to him? In Lin Tianlin's eyes, his teacher Jiang Qin was his role model. This war made the entire human race's blood boil. They could already see the dawn of victory. His teacher was always his teacher. He was the teacher that he respected the most. Upon hearing His Majesty's call, the soldiers of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion unleashed unprecedented combat strength and began to wreak havoc in the feather race army. I knew it. The little Chenzi wouldn't fall easily. De Huang said confidently. Mu Yibai took a deep breath. He had fought alongside Jiang Qin many times. In the eyes of Long Shersan and De Huang, Jiang Qin was always an invincible existence. No crisis could defeat him. He would not fall every time. Believe in him, and you can believe in the world. With Xiaobok's death, the feather race was in chaos. Without a leader, their combat power was greatly reduced. But after all, it was an army of hundreds of thousands of feather race. It was not an easy task to kill them. Black King, summon all the demonic beasts. Let them kill to their heart's content. Jiang Qin panted heavily. He looked a little embarrassed as he struggled to support his body. Yes, sir. The Black King's eyes flickered with a murderous look. Jiang Qin opened the Buddha prison pagoda. Thousands of demonic beasts were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They completely broke free from the oppression in the Buddha prison pagoda. Countless demonic beasts destroyed heaven and earth. 1 against 100. Their destructive momentum completely overshadowed the human army. The feather race and the city race could not resist the demonic beasts at all. F***ck. Isn't this too fierce? That's right, is this also Jiang Chen's doing? Of course. Look, isn't that Jiang Chen's bodyguards leading tens of thousands of demon beasts to kill their way in? Oh my god. Isn't this too scary? Even if this army wanted to wipe out the human race, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Countless people took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, not to mention the feather race. Lin Zhuo had a complicated look in his eyes. Jiang Chen's methods were really amazing. He used to naively think that Jiang Chen would have improper thoughts about the Lin Kingdom. Now, it seemed like his worries were groundless. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was the embodiment of childishness. Jiang Chen's strength and methods were not something that Lin Zhuo could contend with in any aspect. Jiang Chen had forgiven the past and helped the human race. This was something that Lin Zhuo would never forget. He was already on the verge of death. In this battle, he was already prepared to fight to the end. Even if the human race was on the brink of destruction, it was Jiang Chen who had single-handedly pulled them back from the gates of hell. Turning the tide, supporting a collapsing skyscraper, this was a favor that the millions of people of the human race could never repay. The demonic beast army's iron hooves trampled everywhere. Countless feather race people fled in all directions. However, the number of casualties skyrocketed. The screams and howls were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. However, there was no such thing as mercy in war, let alone a war between different races. No one would be able to stay out of this. If the human race had been defeated, perhaps this scene would have been the exact opposite. Countless human soldiers would have died, and in the end, all humans would have been slaughtered, enslaved, or even destroyed by the harpies. The casualties of the feather race and the elf race increased. The human army and the demonic beast army worked together, completely crushing the other side. At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong only had one thought in their minds: run. Run as far as they could. Bastard, where is it? I, Lord Dog, must eat roasted wings today. How could De Huang let them go? To cut the grass, one had to remove the roots. Only by destroying the enemy could they kill the danger in its cradle. I want to eat too, brother De Huang. He. Xiaolong chuckled and chased after De Huang. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so angry that their souls almost left their bodies. They gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Long Shisan and Mu Yibai followed closely behind, completely blocking their way out. There was no way out, no way out. In the east, the sky gradually brightened. The dark night was filled with killing intent, but the sky was gradually brightening. A red sun slowly rose up, its dazzling light illuminating the earth. The dawn of victory filled the world. Chapter 46-59. When Jiang Chen woke up, he was already in the vermilion bird camp of the Lin Kingdom. This time, he had slept for 7 days and 7 nights. He had forcefully used the Ashura sword formation, emptying his body. The source qi in his body had completely disappeared. If it wasn't for his strong recovery ability, he wouldn't have been able to wake up for 3 to 5 years. He would have become a half-dead man. Jiang Chen stretched his body. When he opened the door, he saw De Huang lying motionlessly in front of the door. The night was shrouded in darkness, incomparably calm and peaceful. Damn you, you finally woke up. I've been guarding you for 7 days and 7 nights. De Huang opened his eyes and said angrily. However, seeing that Jiang Chen had woken up, his eyes were overflowing with joy. You've worked hard. Jiang Chen said with a smile. A warm feeling flowed in his heart. Worked hard, my ass. His Highness the Crown Prince is still waiting for you. He has been guarding the Vermilion Bird camp. This battle was fought beautifully. You didn't see how domineering and mighty Lord Dog was at the end. What a pity, what a pity. De Huang said with a grin. Jiang Chen had already guessed the ending. Once Xiaobo died, the feather race would collapse and collapse. If the feather race was eliminated, the human race would be able to sit back and relax in the future. The fairy race and the feather race would not be able to escape extinction. Although it was a bit cruel, this was fate. No matter who fell, the ending would be the same. Only the final ruler would be able to laugh at the end. The human race's matter was over. The Lin Kingdom had regrouped and glowed with a different kind of vitality. Jiang Chen knew that it was time for him to leave. He had searched the entire Red Cloud planet, but there was no trace of Feng Air. It seemed that he was not on the planet. It seemed that he had to make another plan. However, Jiang Chen didn't know how to leave the planet. The eternal world was so big. In the Red Cloud planet, it was just a drop in the ocean. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and went to see Lin Tianlin. Take me to your father. Jiang Chen said to Lin Tianlin. Perhaps only Lin Zhuo could answer his questions now. All right. Lin Tianlin didn't say much. He knew that his teacher must have something important to do. As long as he saw that his teacher was safe, he would be at ease. As the sun rose, Lin Zhuo woke up early when he learned that Jiang Chen had arrived. To the entire human race, Jiang Chen was their great benefactor. Not to mention Lin Tianlin, even Lin Zhuo was extremely respectful towards Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Zhuo dismissed Lin Tianlin and the guards and said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen was definitely not an impatient person. There must be a reason why he came looking for him so anxiously. I'm sorry to disturb you. Jiang Chen cares about his own flesh and blood. I can't bear it for even a moment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang Chen, what are you talking about? Lin Zhuo smiled and waved his hand. I haven't found any traces of my son on planet Crimson Afterglow. I think it's time for me to leave. I want to go to other astral realms in the eternal world. How can I get there? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Lin Zhuo's eyes moved, looking at Jiang Chen in shock. So, Mr. Jiang Chen, you're not from planet Crimson Afterglow. That's right. I come from another world. I came to planet Crimson Afterglow in search of my son. However, I didn't find him on planet Crimson Afterglow. So I want to know how to leave planet Crimson Afterglow and find my son. Jiang Chen said with a worried expression. Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen wasn't from planet Crimson Afterglow. This was too shocking for him. Well, Lin Zhuo frowned and seemed to be silent. Planet Crimson Afterglow belongs to the Heaven Awakening Starfield, but the Heaven Awakening Starfield is too big to imagine. People like us can't cross astral realms. Even I don't have that ability. It's almost impossible to leave planet Crimson Afterglow. Is there really no other way? Jiang Chen didn't want to give up and continued to ask. If you want to travel in the eternal world, you have to at least reach the star state. Otherwise, you won't be able to travel in the universe. Lin Zhuo said. Star state. Jiang Chen's facial expression was a little awkward. He was only a 9th heavenly star lord. Above the Star Emperor was the Star Realm. That day was too far away for him. Oh. I have an idea. It's time to pay tribute in 2 months. Lin Zhuo's eyes lit up. What tribute? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Planet Crimson Afterglow belongs to the Heaven Awakening Starfield, so we have to pay tribute to them. We have to pay 100 million grade 5 origin stones every 100 years. When the time comes, an emissary from the Heaven Awakening Starfield will come to collect it. This is also our protection fee. Without the protection of the Heaven Awakening Starfield, we won't be able to resist a star state. The entire planet will be greatly damaged, and our entire race will be wiped out. Only by paying tribute can we ensure that Planet Crimson Afterglow won't be harassed by the outside world. In the vast universe, we are too small. I'm getting off topic. As long as we discuss with the emissary and pay 10 million grade 5 origin stones, they should be able to take you away. The Heaven Awakening Starfield is the core of the Heaven Awakening Starfield, and it's where the strongest gather. Information is spread throughout the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield. They should be able to help you find some information. Lin Zhua said. Isn't this too much? 100 million grade 5 origin stones every 100 years. 10 million grade 5 origin stones to leave Planet Crimson Afterglow. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. Even if he was squeezed dry, he wouldn't have that many origin stones. There's nothing we can do about it. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakened planet will remove its protection for us. At that time, we'll have to face the endless galactic wanderers in the universe, and will most likely become reincarnated slaves. We won't even be able to guarantee our survival. Mr. Jiang Qin, there's no need to worry. Leave the matter of the origin stones to me. Lin Zhua said through gritted teeth. Jiang Qin could see that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Zhua to gather all the origin stones. He was the ruler of Planet Crimson Afterglow, and when he mentioned the 100 million grade 5 origin stones, he had already revealed a difficult expression. Star Wanderers. Jiang Chen's heart stirred slightly. It should be referring to those star-level or even higher experts who wandered in the universe. Facing such experts, one wouldn't even have the ability to resist. To be able to wander in the vast universe, one must have extremely terrifying strength. Then I'll have to trouble your majesty. Chapter 4660. Jiang Qin left the inner palace and waited for the emissary's arrival in 2 months. Since Lin Zhua had agreed, he wouldn't go back on his word. During these 2 months, Jiang Qin cultivated every day. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th sky of Star-Lord realm. However, if he wanted to break through to the Star Emperor realm, he had to do it step by step. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the day of the emissary's arrival arrived. Jiang Qin, De Huang, and the others were all ready. There was nothing left to miss on Planet Crimson Afterglow. They were all anxious, not knowing where to go. Brother 13, from now on, I'll go wherever you go. We'll never be separated. Mu Yibai held Long Shisan's hand tightly. The two of them didn't hold back anymore. Mu Yibai was a man who dared to love and hate. He never cared about other people's opinions. Moreover, Mu Tianheng of Kirin province was also very satisfied with Long Shisan. During this time, Long Shisan and Mu Yibai had both broken through and reached the half-step Star Emperor realm. The two of them were connected. Although Mu Tianheng was a bit reluctant, he didn't worry about leaving his daughter to Long Shisan. Tisk, tsk. You're showing off your affection in broad daylight. Tui. You stinky monkey. You're too shameless. De Huang snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. If you can't beat me, why don't you find one? Why are you grumbling here and being jealous of this Lord Monkey? Pft, Long Shisan said disdainfully. What the hell? I'm jealous of you. I'm brilliant and unparalleled. I don't want to stoop to your level. How shallow. De Huang crossed his legs calmly, lying under the sun. Big brother, where are we going this time? Xiaolong asked excitedly. I don't know yet. Let's go to the Heaven Awakened planet first. That's the mother planet of the Heaven Awakened star zone. Lin Zhuo said there might be information we're looking for there. Jiang Chen said. The heaven awakened star. I've read in ancient books that it's the largest star in the entire heaven awakening star field. It's thousands of times bigger than planet Crimson Sunset. All the experts in the heaven awakening star field are gathered there. It's a truly resplendent place. Mu Yibai was also very excited. Everyone was filled with hope when they left planet Crimson Afterglow. Heavenly Enlightenment Star, I can't wait any longer. Ga. De Huang shook his head in anticipation. In the sky, 2 streaks of blue lightning transformed into 2 light pillars and landed at the foot of the mountain peak of the imperial family courtyard. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and everyone's gazes were focused on the scene. Welcome, envoy. Lin Zhuo also quickly appeared at this time and bowed. The 2 emissaries' auras were majestic. They were tall and sturdy, wearing silver armor that flickered with light. Their eyebrows were cold, not the slightest bit out of place. So powerful. Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly. These 2 were at least in the 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Lin Zhuo couldn't even breathe in front of them. It wasn't hard to imagine how much pressure he was under. These 2 guys are so impressive. De Huang said indifferently. He always felt it was unfair that someone was more powerful than him. This Lin has already prepared the best imperial cuisine to welcome the 2 envoys. Lin Zhuo said with a smile. Wang Feng waved his hand. Leng Leng said, no need. This year's tribute is 200 million 5th-grade origin stones. What? Lin Zhuo was stunned. 200 million. 100 million grade 5 origin stones had already emptied his treasury. In order to allow Jiang Chen and the others to leave planet Crimson Afterglow and head to planet Tianqi, he had almost sold everything he had. As for plundering the wealth of the people, Lin Zhuo naturally wouldn't do it. As a good emperor, this was the most basic thing to do. Putting all taxes on the people, let alone 200 million, even 300 million grade 5 origin stones wouldn't be an issue. Within 100 years, the Heavenly Enlightenment Star will need a lot of origin stones to welcome a new emperor. 200 million 5th-grade origin stones shouldn't be too difficult for a human emperor like you, right? Wang Sun said with a cold smile. This is indeed a bit difficult. Also, I have a few friends who want to ask the 2 of you to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Star. I am a bit AI. Lin Zhuo's face was filled with difficulty. He really couldn't take out 200 million 5th-grade origin stones. Oh. You want to ask us to help you bring your friends to the Heavenly Enlightenment Star? 20 million 5th-grade origin stones per person. Wang Sun squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Zhuo. This. Lin Zhuo couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He didn't even have enough money to pay the tribute. This was too difficult for him as the ruler of a country. Do you think that the Heavenly Enlightenment Star is a place that just anyone can go? Wang Feng looked coldly at Lin Zhuo. Lin Zhuo's heart thumped, and his expression instantly changed. Bastard, what bullsh** T emissary. Damn. Isn't this asking for too much? This Lord Dog has never been humiliated like this in my entire life. Even though Lord Dog is a dog. Damn it. De Huang was infuriated as he howled. Jiang Chen patted his head and said in a low voice, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Let's wait and see first. Jiang Chen suppressed Big Yellow's anger. Everyone was infuriated. These 2 bastards were too arrogant. How could they compare them to cats and dogs? Jiang Chen suppressed Big Yellow's anger. However, Jiang Chen knew that if they made a move now, they wouldn't be a match for these 2 at all. It would make things even more difficult for Lin Zhuo, and it might even bring disaster to planet Crimson Afterglow. Jiang Chen's anger was even greater than De Huang's, but he also understood that at this moment, they had to be even more careful with their words and actions. Emissaries, I really don't have the heart to gather so many 5th-grade origin stones in such a short amount of time. I hope that the two of you can stay for a few more days and give me some buffer time. Lin Zhuo said in a low voice. 3 days. If you can't gather 200 million 5th-grade origin stones in 3 days, then us brothers will not continue to stay here. When that time comes, you will leave the protection of the Heavenly Enlightenment Star region. As for what happens, don't blame me for not warning you, Wang Feng said indifferently. However, Lin Zhuo's entire body trembled because he knew that once they left the protection of the Heavenly Enlightenment Star region, planet Crimson Afterglow would become the target of many interstellar wanderers. At that time, the country would no longer be a country, and the human race would likely fall into dire straits. Planet Crimson Afterglow would face a crisis of life and death. Although origin stones were important, they couldn't compare to one's life. Good. Emissaries, please take a seat. I guarantee that I will complete this task within 3 days. Chapter 46-61. The two envoys were taken away by the guards. Lin Zhuo's face was full of worry. 200 million. That was a huge number. Originally, he had emptied the national treasury and even his own reserves to prepare 150 million 5th-grade origin stones, hoping to help Jiang Chen leave planet Crimson Sunset. After all, Jiang Chen's kindness was engraved in Lin Zhuo's heart. However, who would have thought that these two fellows would ask for such an exorbitant price? Lin Zhuo was completely dumbfounded. His original plan also became a bubble. Your Majesty, those two bastards are so arrogant. We might as well go all out and get rid of them. Damn it, this master dog is still full of anger. De Huang said angrily. When had he ever been bullied like this before? Hey, Mr. Jiang Chen, don't get too worked up. Those are the envoys of the Apocalypse planet. Their strength is above the 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. If you anger them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Zhuo looked at Jiang Chen and said bitterly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen nodded. These two fellows are indeed too rude and unreasonable. They are treating us like idiots. 200 million 5th-grade origin stones, where the hell are we going to get that much? Dragon Sher-san was infuriated as well. This was practically asking for their lives. Leave it to me. Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. He was the ruler of the human race, the ruler of a country. If even he couldn't do anything, then Jiang Chen and the others would also be helpless. Endure, endure. Your Majesty, are you willing to be bullied by them like this? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lin Zhuo's heart jumped. He looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of shock. This guy couldn't be thinking of taking advantage of the Apocalypse planet's envoys, right? Mr. Jiang Chen, speak your mind. For the people, for planet Crimson Sunset, we can endure, but we can't let others treat us like fools. If we keep giving in, it will only make them worse. Can you guarantee that in 100 years, these people won't ask for 300 million? 400 million? Or even more? Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Mr. Jiang Chen, do you mean? Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. De Huang and Long Shersan's eyes lit up. They instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Sitting back and waiting for death will only make us more passive. This is our territory. If we kill them, as long as the formation is still here, we can still leave planet Crimson Afterglow. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder and colder, but Lin Zhuo fell into silence. He didn't know what to do. After all, the two envoys were too strong. They weren't people he could contend with at all. Even Jiang Qin had to expend a lot of effort to kill Xiao Bok, who was in the third heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, he had almost lost his life. The strength of the two envoys in front of him wasn't something Xiao Bok could compare to. Instead of being treated like a lamb, doesn't your majesty want to hold your head high? Mu Yibai also suggested. She believed in Jiang Chen's decision, just like her love for Long Shersan. Jiang Chen had brought them too many incredible things. From the moment they stepped into the Red Mid-region, he had become a legendary existence. It's not that we don't know what's good for us. It's just that they've gone too far. They've oppressed us to the bone. Can't we resist? I know that your majesty has already put in a lot of effort to gather 50 million origin stones for us. Now that we want to gather another 100 million grade 5 origin stones, even if it's not as difficult as climbing to the sky, I'm afraid that your majesty will suffer a lot. At this time, the people of planet Crimson Afterglow are the ones who will suffer. Your majesty should know this better than me. Jiang Qin said, but every word was hurtful. It put Lin Zhua in an extremely difficult position. Fine. Lin Zhua said through gritted teeth. His entire body was tense. At this time, he was not only gambling with his own life, but also the fate of the entire planet Crimson Afterglow. Just as Jiang Qin had said, he had no other choice but to plunder the wealth of the people for the remaining origin stones. He would not be able to rest easy if he left the people in dire straits. Mr. Jiang Qin, you must have a plan, right? Lin Zhuo looked at Jiang Qin with a burning gaze. Although his heart was beating like a drum, Jiang Qin was not an impulsive person. From his battle with the harpies, it could be seen that Jiang Qin was fully prepared and had calculated every possibility. That was why he had been able to kill Xiao Bok and exterminate the harpies. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. It could be said that he had made great contributions. I need to borrow something from your majesty. Jiang Qin said. Borrow what? Lin Zhuo's heart trembled. Even if he had to borrow his life, he would not hesitate. His greatest ambition was to let the people live and work in peace. 50 million origin stones. 50 million origin stones. Okay. Lin Zhuo was shocked, but he did not frown. Jiang Qin definitely had his reasons for borrowing 50 million origin stones. There was no doubt about that. As the saying went, don't use a suspicious person, and don't doubt a person you use. Since he had chosen to believe in Jiang Qin, then he should spare no effort in supporting him. Lin Zhuo did not doubt him and handed a spatial ring to Jiang Qin. The spatial ring contained more than 50 million grade 5 origin stones. I will come find them in 3 days. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. Little Qinzi, what ideas do you have? Hurry up and tell me. Big Yellow asked impatiently, following behind Jiang Qin with his buttocks shaking. You stay here and study this teleportation formation. This is the key to leaving planet Crimson Afterglow. Jiang Qin pointed at the formation that the two Heavenly Enlightenment planet envoys had left on the ground as he spoke in a low voice. You win. De Huang rolled his eyes at Jiang Qin. However, De Huang knew that this was an incredibly difficult task. Apart from him, no one else could do it. Let's go. Jiang Qin led Long Shersan, Xiaolong, and the others out of the imperial gardens. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Qin returned to the imperial gardens, De Huang's eyebrows were furrowed as he pondered over the formation. Have you finished studying it? Jiang Qin asked. Isn't that easy? Grandpa Dog is worth 2. You can do it, monkey. De Huang said arrogantly. Long Shersan frowned, not bothering to pay him any attention. This formation is very complicated, and it requires a great deal of power to activate it. Only a Star Emperor can control it. However, with my intelligence, it doesn't matter even if there isn't a star emperor. As long as I have enough source stones, I will definitely be able to activate this formation. Give me 2 more days and I will definitely be able to complete it. De Huang said seriously. Good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jiang Qin turned around and left. Where are you guys going, little Qinzi? De Huang asked anxiously. To kill the 2 heavenly enlightenment planet envoys. Jiang Qin said with his back facing De Huang. F***CK. You left me alone again. Chapter 4662. Imperial Garden, Banquet Hall. Delicious food, singing, and dancing. Wang Feng and Wang Sun had satisfied expressions on their faces as they toasted each other. As envoys of the Heaven Awakened planet, the 2 of them did not have such good treatment on the Heaven Awakened planet. Although they were not at the bottom, they were only envoys and had the responsibility of receiving offerings. It was not a small position. However, being at the 4th heaven of Star Emperor was not enough for them to be all-powerful on the Heaven Awakened planet, which was the home planet of the Heaven Awakened star area. However, it was different outside. On a small planet like the Red Afterglow planet, they were invincible. Compared to planets with late-stage star emperors, they did not dare to be so unbridled. Now that they had good food and drinks, this kind of life was as good as it could be. This time, the 2 of them had mustered up their courage and asked for 250 million grade 5 origin stones. In reality, they hadn't raised the tributes at all. They had just asked for it without thinking. No one on planet Crimson Afterglow could go to the Heavenly Awakening planet, and there weren't any powerful figures there. They could only live in a corner for the rest of their lives. If they didn't make a fortune at this time, where would they find origin stones for their cultivation? The origin stones from the Heavenly Awakening planet weren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Big brother, do you think we're asking too much this time? That old guy Lin Zhuo can't take out that many origin stones. Why do I feel like my right eyelid keeps twitching? Did something happen? Wang Sun drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, feeling a little uneasy. What can happen to a small planet like planet Crimson Afterglow? The courageous will die of starvation, and the cowardly will die of hunger. We're wandering around the Heavenly Awakening planet with our lives in danger at any time. If we don't leave a way out for ourselves, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? 100 million origin stones will make us rich. When we become stronger and our status gets higher, who will care about how you cultivate? Wang Feng Lengleng said. A man with a small heart is not a gentleman, and a man with a venomous heart is not a man. Only ruthlessness could establish a foothold in this world. As the ruler of planet Crimson Afterglow, if Lin Zhuo can't even take out 200 million origin stones, I don't believe it. Wang Feng played with the wine cup in his hand and laughed coldly. Unfortunately, we really can't take it out. At that moment, Jiang Qin showed up at the door, followed by Long Shersan and Mui Bai. Although they were only half a step away from the Star Emperor realm, they had nothing to fear as long as they followed Jiang Qin. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns, Long Shersan never flinched. Who do you think you are? Did Lin Zhuo, that old dog, die? Tell him to come out and talk. Wang Sun snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Qin disdainfully. You are not even a Star Emperor. How dare you show off in front of us? How could people nowadays be so arrogant to such an extent? In Wang Sun's eyes, Jiang Qin and the others were just ants. The days of delicious food and drinks have come to an end. I'm afraid you'll have to leave today. Jiang Qin said. Leave? He hadn't even obtained the origin stone yet, so how could he leave? Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, you can't imagine the consequences. Wang Sun scolded him angrily. I'm here today to see you off. You should have a safe journey to hell. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said calmly. Wang Sun narrowed his eyes and then burst out laughing. It seems that this is what Lin Jue, that old dog, wants. It's not nice of him to send you guys to die. However, with just you guys. Repulsive. Ha ha ha, but this little girl is so beautiful. She's like a lotus flower out of the water. She's good enough. She's perfect to serve me. Wang Sun said with a sinister smile. You're courting death. Longsher San held the unparalleled magic stick in his hand. His eyes were full of anger, and his fighting spirit was soaring. You want to fight me? You're not qualified. Wang Sun sneered with disdain in his eyes. Kill. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand. He took a step forward and slashed down furiously. The singers were scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Jiang Chen's sword and Longsher San's magic stick attacked at the same time. Mu Bai supported them from the side with a murderous aura. Wang Sun sneered disdainfully. You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll turn your Crimson Sunset planet into a river of blood. Facing the attacks from Jiang Chen and the others, Wang Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and let Wang Sun attack. Get lost. Wang Sun let out a furious roar. Like a raging bull, he punched out with his iron fists, forcing Jiang Chen and Dragon Shursan to retreat. The terrifying domineering force caused both of them to feel suffocated. Even Mu Bai wasn't spared from the impact. He was swept away by the shock waves, causing him to stagger back in an awkward manner. The power of one punch shook the mountains and rivers. This was the gap between their strengths. Jiang Chen's blood was boiling inside his body. This guy was much stronger than Xiao Bok. He was afraid that even 10 Xiao Bok wouldn't be a match for him. There were 4 heavens of Star Emperor. The first level was like the heaven and earth. It was overbearing and unparalleled. Little guys, you're like moths to a flame. That old dog Lin Jue sent you here to die. You really don't know what's good for you. Step by step, Wang Sun launched another attack. Jiang Chen, Dragon Shursan, and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This time, they had to exert 120% of their strength to fight Wang Sun. The dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique instantly boosted Jiang Chen's strength. Even so, he could only reach the second heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. The heavenly dragon sword and limitless sword allowed him to reach the third heavenly layer of the Star Lord realm. However, Wang Sun was just too strong. Jiang Chen attacked while Dragon Shursan and Mu Bai attacked. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly, but in the face of Wang Sun's relentless punches, they could only run and retreat. This was absolute strength. There were no tricks. Every move was natural. There were no tricks, no stagnation. Wang Sun's every move was fatal. He was determined to take the lives of Jiang Chen and the others. However, it was impossible for Wang Sun to kill Jiang Chen when he went all out. Even though Jiang Chen's steps were messy, with the 3 working together, he wouldn't lose instantly. Enough. If Planet Crimson Afterglow doesn't want to pay the tribute, then kill them. Wang Feng stood up slowly. His eyes were as cold as ice. You've gone too far. Today, I, Lin Jue, will fight to the death with you. All of a sudden, a golden figure dashed across the sky and attacked Wang Feng with a sword. You're just a bunch of ants. You're asking for it. Chapter 46-63. The majestic palace turned into dust in an instant. Numerous silhouettes rushed up to the peak of the sky. Wang Feng's aura was tyrannical, more than 30% stronger than Wang Sun's. Although there was only a layer of difference between them, Lin Zhuo found it extremely difficult. He clenched his teeth and fought against Wang Feng. Then take your origin stone and die. Wang Feng's imposing manner soared into the sky. Lin Zhuo found it hard to resist his every move. This kind of power was like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Compared to Jiang Qin and the others, Lin Zhuo seemed to be having a harder time. 25th sword. 26th sword. 27th sword. Jiang Chen's tyrannical sword soared through the clouds with an imposing manner. Unfortunately, his opponents were too strong. Wang Sun and Wang Feng didn't even need to use any moves. Their strength and imposing manner alone were enough to make people tremble in fear. Long Shisan and Mu Yibai weren't true Star Emperor experts after all. They could only support Jiang Qin in this battle, and their effect was minimal. Jiang Chen had to exhaust all his strength to barely stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, they could only run for their lives in the face of Wang Sun's continuous attacks. Run! Jiang Qin shouted. The three of them quickly fled, and even Lin Zhuo retreated while fighting. These two envoys from the Apocalypse planet were too strong to resist. If they continued fighting, they would die without a doubt. Trying to run after acting tough. Ha ha ha, how can there be such a good thing? Wang Sun and Wang Feng chased closely, especially Jiang Qin, who was forced into a very difficult situation by Wang Sun. Good sword. This sword of yours is mine. Wang Sun's eyes grew brighter. In his opinion, this peerless Genesis weapon was not something that Jiang Qin deserved. Even he was excited, and his eyes shone brightly. In his hands, the sword would surely explode with even more terrifying power. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. You guys go first. Jiang Qin dismissed Long Shisan and Mu Yibai and fled alone, cooperating with Lin Zhuo. Kill them. I don't believe that there aren't any Genesis stones on this vast planet, Wang Feng said in a low voice. Wang Feng said in a deep voice. At this moment, they were no longer envoys, they were bandits. In a world where only the strong were respected, killing and robbing was normal. The weak could only be bullied and humiliated. Jiang Chen and Lin Zhuo joined hands to fight against Wang Sun and Wang Feng. Unfortunately, they could only retreat step by step. In the long run, they couldn't hold on for too long. Mu Yibai gazed at Jiang Qin and Lin Zhuo from afar. Will Big Brother succeed? He has never failed. Long Shisan said firmly. His eyes shone as he followed closely. At this time, the two of them could no longer catch up with Jiang Qin and Wang Sun. They could only rely on the two of them. Amidst the mountains, Jiang Qin and Lin Zhuo were heavily injured. It was extremely difficult for them. They kept rolling down the valley, unable to retreat or dodge. Mr. Jiang Qin, what should we do? Lin Zhuo said worriedly. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a much more sorry state than Jiang Qin. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures in your hands, to be able to escape from my pursuit. I didn't expect that this trip to Planet Crimson Afterglow would be fruitful. Wang Sun sneered as he approached the valley. Jiang Qin used the sky ascending stairs to constantly teleport, changing his direction, making Wang Sun have a hard time chasing after him. However, even so, Jiang Qin couldn't escape from being heavily injured. If I don't give him some benefits, how could he take the bait? Let's finish this quickly. If we delay, something might happen. Wang Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. On this weak Planet Crimson Afterglow, they were like gods. After killing these two, they could do whatever they wanted. All right. Wang Sun smiled evilly. He and Wang Feng dashed towards Jiang Chen and Lin Zhuo. At the moment when they were diving down the valley, Jiang Chen and Lin Zhuo suddenly disappeared. What happened? Where are they? Wang Feng and Wang Sun looked at each other as their hearts sank. How could these two disappear into thin air? Get out here. What kind of hero are you hiding? Don't think that I can't kill you on your planet Crimson Afterglow. Wang Sun roared. I've never hidden, you just can't catch me. Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. He and Lin Zhuo were already standing on the top of a mountain. Isn't it easy to die? You don't know what's good for you. Die. Wang Sun rose into the air, but was stopped in mid-air, unable to advance an inch. This is a formation. Wang Feng icily said, his gaze darting in all directions as his mind shook slightly. That's right. Now that you've entered my formation, the two of you can forget about escaping, said Jiang Chen with an indifferent expression. In an instant, the entire valley was completely covered. Strand after strand of Genesis chi crisscrossed like a giant net, trapping the two within. Do you think you can trap us brothers with this broken formation of yours? What wishful thinking. Ha ha ha. Wang Sun punched out, wanting to break the formation. However, it was as if he had punched a soft beach. There was no result at all. There was no way to break the formation, causing the two of them to become nervous. I don't believe it. Wang Sun gnashed his teeth, but his heart was beating like a drum. Since you want Genesis stones, I'll give them all to you now. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and swung it horizontally, triggering 18 sword shadows that instantly filled the air. Tens of millions of Genesis stones erupted with terrifying light, linking with 18 sixth-grade battle weapons to form a sword curtain that enveloped the entire valley. What a powerful formation. Wang Feng's face gradually turned cold. Humph. How strong can a formation set up by a ninth-layer Star-Lord be? Wang Sun didn't think much of it and attacked again. But this time around, what he got in return were 19 sword shadows that pierced through the sky, rushing towards Wang Sun. Wang Sun sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect these sword shadows to be so terrifying. Watch out! Wang Feng's palm struck Wang Sun's body, barely dodging the attack. He couldn't help but feel a cold breeze on his back. Both of them wore grim expressions. They didn't expect an unknown boy to be able to set up such a terrifying formation. Moreover, the formation was very costly, at least tens of millions of fifth-grade Genesis stones. At that moment, Lin Zhuo finally understood why Jiang Chen asked him for Genesis stones. It turned out that it was to set up a formation. This scene made Lin Zhuo gasp in amazement. I don't have enough Genesis stones. It's too difficult to deal with the two of them. I can only use this move. 50 million Genesis stones. This formation can last them for a day and a night. Chapter 46-64. Ashura Sword Formation, Activate. Jiang Chen moved like a tiger or a dragon. The formation was unbreakable, and 50 million source stones were the source of the formation's energy. Streaks of sword chi pierced through the air from all directions. The two of them had no choice but to use their full strength, but the sword chi was endless. The supply of 50 million origin stones ensured that the Shura sword formation would continue to attack. In less than 15 minutes, Wang Sun was starting to run out of stamina. There were 19 peerless swords, and even the two of them were extremely wary of them. Lin Zhuo kept nodding, full of praise for Jiang Chen. He was overjoyed to see Wang Feng and Wang Sun in such a sorry state. Asshole! This damned formation! Wang Sun cursed. However, as time went by, he felt like he was fighting death with every passing second. At this rate, He wouldn't be able to hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Wang Sun's face turned pale. He was sweating profusely as he resisted the sword aura from all directions. A sense of fear rose in his heart. He never thought he would lose to a guy at the ninth sky of the Star Lord realm. Do you think I'll be fine? Wang Feng said in a low voice, enunciating each word with great difficulty. These two guys had pretended to be weak and lured them into the gorge, setting up an inescapable net. Furthermore, they had used 50 million origin stones to construct this formation. Even they felt their hearts ache. This was too extravagant, too terrifying, wasn't it? It's been so many years. The Ashura sword formation has finally reappeared. No one has ever escaped from my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen was extremely confident. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to complete the Shura formation. He relied on the canyon, 50 million origin stones and 19 peerless combat swords to complete the formation. You can rest in peace here. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. At this moment, even Lin Zhua at the third sky of the Star Emperor realm didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Let us out. Lin Zhua, you're courting death. If anything happens to us, Planet Crimson Afterglow will definitely be destroyed by your hands. Wang Feng and Wang Sun couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was too dreadful. The valleys were scattered all over like stars in the sky, and the formation was ever-changing. It was more than enough to fight against experts in the fourth sky of the Star Emperor realm like them. Even experts in the fifth sky of the Star Emperor realm might not be able to walk out of this formation alive. In the eyes of Wang Feng and the other man, Jiang Chen was like a demon. His cold smile made them shiver for the first time. Lin Zhuo was silent. In for a penny, in for a pound. When he conspired with Jiang Chen, he was already prepared. He would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Since he had already fought with his life on the line, even if he let them go at this time, how could they let him go? Old dog Lin Zhuo, you will definitely regret this. The Heaven Awakened planet won't let you off. Wang Feng roared hysterically, but it didn't help. The layers of sword chi were getting stronger and stronger, while they were getting weaker and weaker. The Ashura sword formation was the judgment of Ashura, a huge net of life and death that they couldn't break. Jiang Chen held the sky dragon sword and stabilized the formation eye. Sword shadows were wreaking havoc in the sky. Wang Feng and Wang Sun were finally exhausted by the formation. They struggled for 4 hours, but they were still killed by the Ashura sword formation, and their heads were separated from their bodies. The valley was covered with a bloody mist. Jiang Chen put away his sword and stood there, panting. At this moment, Lin Zhuo finally let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was the real Demon King. Mr. Jiang Chen, I, Lin Zhuo, cannot thank you enough. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the world. Lin Zhuo knelt on one knee and said with a serious expression. As the ruler of a country, he shouldn't do this, but he knelt on behalf of the people in the world. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would only be able to plunder from the people in order to get enough origin stones. This kindness was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. It was them who bullied us too much. Kill these 2 dogs. Not only will the people of Planet Crimson Afterglow be able to live a good life, but we also won't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and took the 2 spatial rings from the bottom of the mountain. These 2 people were envoys of the Apocalypse planet, so they must have a lot of good things on them. Jiang Chen erased their soul imprints. When he grabbed the 2 spatial rings, he was completely shocked. There were 800 million grade 5 origin stones in their hands, and there were even 2 million grade 6 origin stones. This was an astronomical number. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, but he couldn't get rid of the shock in his heart. Your Majesty, it would be impolite for me to refuse these spatial rings. Jiang Qin smiled, suppressing the shock in his heart. Lin Zhuo nodded and didn't mind. No matter how many treasures there were in the spatial rings, they were what Jiang Qin deserved. He didn't feel that it was unfair. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, planet Crimson Afterglow would have experienced a calamity. To him and the people, it was unimaginable. I can't stay here for long. I think it's time for me to leave. Jiang Qin nodded and said. The two of them returned to the imperial garden. De Huang was still studying the formation, and Long San and Mu Bai were excited when they saw Jiang Qin return safely. It seems that the two envoys of the apocalypse planet are dead. Long San said with a burning gaze. Not bad, and the harvest is not small. Jiang Qin directly gave Long San 100 million grade 5 origin stones. Long San was dumbfounded on the spot. This many grade 5 origin stones was enough for him and Mu Bai to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. It was more than enough. F***CK. We're rich. We're rich. Long San didn't hold back, and his eyes lit up. The moment Mu Bai found out, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Xiaolong was no exception. Jiang Qin also gave him 100 million grade 5 origin stones. The little guy was overjoyed. Jiang Qin knew that his cultivation couldn't be delayed either. Moreover, his talent was definitely not below De Huang and Long San. The potential of the eternal indestructible body was even greater than he had imagined. Thank you, big brother. Xiaolong's eyes were slightly wet. This many grade 5 origin stones were enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. We're brothers. There's no need to thank me. Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's shoulder and said. He knew that both Long San and De Huang regarded him as their brother. He couldn't fall behind them. From now on, he had to cultivate even harder. What is it? I want it too. I want it too. De Huang pricked up his ears and ran to Jiang Qin. Don't worry. You'll get it. I can't control the formation anymore, which means, we are likely to be annihilated in the vast universe. If we're lucky, we don't know where we'll be sent to. De Huang smiled bitterly, and his heart sank. In an instant, everyone fell silent. I'm sorry, little Qinzi. I didn't mean it. De Huang's voice was very low. He didn't want to do this, but he still hurt everyone in the end. No one is blaming you. Long San said. He was just joking with De Huang. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Jiang Qin smiled. At this moment, he also tried to control the formation, but it didn't work no matter how many times he tried. As time went by, the sound of the formation getting louder and louder, like a small boat that could break at any time. Let's hold hands. We'll be fine. Mu Bai took Long San and De Huang's hands, and they held each other's hands tightly. However, Jiang Qin had a bad feeling about this. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Everyone closed their eyes because the light was too bright, and they couldn't open their eyes at all. Jiang Qin's heart sank. He knew that what was going to happen had finally happened. No, Xiaolong screamed at the top of his lungs, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker in Jiang Qin's ears. He felt like the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning. Dazzling lights could be seen in front of him. There was no one around him. Jiang Chen felt as if he had gone through thousands of reincarnations. Finally, he fell from the sky and smashed into a huge mountain, creating a huge hole in it. Jiang Chen stretched his body and jumped out of the mountain stream. He stood on the mountain peak and looked around. His heart was extremely gloomy. No matter what he saw, De Huang, Longsher San, Mui Bai, and Xiaolong were no longer here. Where is this? Jiang Chen murmured. In the distance, the boundless Tsang mountain range stretched on endlessly. Other than the Tsang mountain range, there was only the earth, the rivers, and the lush forests. Other than that, there was nothing else. This place was more like an uninhabited, primitive land that was rarely visited. The sun had just risen, but its light was extremely dim. It was even darker than a rainy day, and there was a damp smell in the air. Jiang Chen looked around, trying to find traces of De Huang, Longsher San, and the others. Unfortunately, he found nothing. A woo, the howl of a wild wolf echoed through the mountains. The world here seemed to be between darkness and light. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding, and he was filled with doubts. Where was this place? Was it some corner of the Crimson Dawn planet? Was it the uninhabited region of the Heavenly Enlightenment planet? Or was it a region he didn't even know about? Sigh, this damned formation. De Huang, De Huang, King tricked me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, his face full of worry. However, he had to find a way out as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to know where he was. Chapter 46-66. Their bodies, which were hundreds of feet long, kept roaring and rushing in the sky, blocking out the sun and the sky. Explosions were heard in the dim sky. The two silhouettes smashed into several mountains in succession, causing the mountains to tremble and rocks to tumble down. They crushed the ancient trees that were thousands of years old and drew a terrifying arc between the mountain streams and the dense forest. So powerful. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Both of them were extremely powerful. Both of them were above the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Their huge bodies were awe-inspiring. The mountains set off their strong and vigorous figures. The fierceness of the battle was completely beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Even he felt his blood was boiling while watching it. This kind of life-or-death battle was frightening and dangerous. They seemed to be two dragons, Jiang Chen murmured. However, those two ferocious beasts were completely different from the dragons he knew. One of them was like a lion with mottled antlers on its head. The other one was bloated, similar to the divine dragons in the divinity realm. However, its body was shorter and thicker, and there was something like a desert stench growing on its head. Jiang Chen could only speculate that. Those two beasts looked like dragons, but they were not. Even he did not know where they came from. Jiang Chen watched from afar. The battle between the two demonic beasts was very fierce and destructive. Jiang Chen watched with great interest, because he could learn a lot of skills and experience from the battle between the two Star Emperor experts. At least, it would give him a better understanding of the existences in this place. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Seconds and minutes passed. The collision between the two of them was extremely fierce. Both of them had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Compared to their previous charge, they were much weaker. Xiao, you have no way out. I advise you to give up the Zhongshan milk. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're going to die here, the fat dragon with antlers said with a cold smile. The fat dragon with the antlers of a deer laughed coldly as he spoke in the human language. His voice reverberated around the mountain, creating a deafening sound. In your dreams, Claude. Even if I die, I will not give you the Zhongshan milk, you better keep your naivety. Xiao Xiao coldly snorted. Her voice was incomparably gloomy. She had gone through untold hardships, traversing countless mountains and roofs, and was lucky enough to obtain the Zhongshan milk. But at this moment, it had become the talisman that hastened her death. Claude came out at this time to snatch her harvest. She would never let this matter go. Zhong mountain milk was much more precious than origin stones, and it was hard to find one even in 1,000 years. A fist-sized piece of Zhong mountain milk was worth tens of millions of grade 5 origin stones. Its value was self-evident. Even the tribute that Planet Awakening demanded from Planet Crimson Cloud was only 100 million grade 5 origin stones. The piece of Zhong mountain milk that Xiao Xiao obtained was definitely worth no less than that, which was why Claude's eyes were red. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He, you guys who don't know what's good for you always think that you're infallible. You can't escape from my palm. In fact, I want to be with you, Princess Xiao Xiao. Unfortunately, you're too selfish, so I can only come up with this plan. Good things naturally belong to those who are capable. Roar, roar, Claude let out 2 furious roars and madly charged forward. He was determined to kill her. The Zhong mountain milk must not fall into her hands. Dream on. You robber, I, Jin Xiao Xiao, would rather die than surrender. If you want the Zhong mountain milk, I won't give it to you even if I die. Since you want it so much, then let's die together. Jin Xiao Xiao's hysterical rage shocked Claude even more. Their strength was about the same. Although he could suppress her, he would have to pay a huge price to kill her. He didn't want to injure the enemy while injuring himself. Go to hell. Claude's ferocious attacks gave Jin Xiao Xiao an enormous pressure. Lightning bolts shot out from his mouth. The dark blue lightning bolt struck Jin Xiao Xiao's body, causing her to be in extreme pain. She howled in pain as she retreated step by step. Although both of them had already suffered heavy injuries, Jin Xiao Xiao was clearly in a more difficult situation. Claude's strength was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be easy for her to perish together with him. With a dignified expression, Jiang Chen watched all of this. Initially, he didn't want to be a busybody, but this guy called Claude had gone too far. Furthermore, he needed to have a better understanding of this world. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to attack. Bang! Bang! The confrontation between the two seemed to be surging, but in fact, both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have taken such a risk if he didn't have absolute confidence. He didn't know if there were any unpredictable dangers here. Therefore, the opportunity that Jiang Chen found was perfect. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that both of them were injured so that they wouldn't be a threat anymore. Piss off! Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, like a flying sword from the heavens. It traversed 800 zhang and forced Claude to retreat. Claude's expression suddenly changed. He rolled down the cliff and slammed into the cliff. He was in an awkward situation, cursing and cursing in his heart. That slash had made his injuries even more serious. His expression froze as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Motherf ***, who is it? Who dares to ruin my business? Claude roared angrily, his 2 large nostrils panting heavily. It's you. Claude gazed at Jiang Chen in the sky. He didn't expect to be pushed back by a 9th Sky Star Lord. It was a great humiliation. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Claude became even more furious. He would rather die than be humiliated. If word got out that he lost to a 9th Sky Star Lord trash, how could he live in the future? Brother, run, you're no match for him. Jin Xiao Xiao said nervously. This unknown guy in front of her was only a 9th Sky Star Lord. How could he be a match for Claude? If he hadn't caught him off guard and had her own counterattack, he wouldn't have been able to fight against Claude. She knew that her life was in danger. She wouldn't feel at ease if she dragged others into this. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Claude was seriously injured, he wasn't someone who could be shaken by anyone below the Star Emperor realm. It doesn't matter. I can't just stand by when I see injustice. Jiang Chen stood with his sword in his hand. He looked straight ahead and met Claude's eyes. He gripped the heavenly dragon sword tightly. The atmosphere was extremely tense and could erupt at any moment. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, die. Chapter 46-67. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all, nor did he take Jin Xiaoxiao's advice to heart. Two streaks of light dashed forward again. Jiang Chen's figure was tiny compared to Claude's, but he shot forward like a shooting star. Beams of sword radiance surged, and the borderless sword pierced through the sky and earth. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could easily defeat a cultivator at the second sky of the Star Emperor realm. A seriously injured guy was not even as good as a chicken. There was no reason for him to retreat. Jiang Chen charged forward step by step with a shocking momentum. Not only Claude, but even Jin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. How could this guy be so fierce? He did not look like a cultivator at the ninth sky of the Star Lord realm at all. His overbearing strength was astounding, and no one dared to underestimate him. Claude advanced cautiously at every step. He had completely fallen into a passive position. Facing Jiang Chen's borderless sword, he could not fight back at all. It was obvious who was stronger. Damn it! You little brat! The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. Let's wait and see. I won't let you go. Claude roared furiously. He retreated after striking out, and no longer hesitated. If he continued fighting with Jiang Chen, he would die for sure once Jin Xiaoxiao regained her consciousness. Claude was stronger than him, so he did not intend to fight with Jiang Chen at all. He turned around and ran away right away. Even Jiang Chen was taken aback. This guy did not have the burden of being a Star Emperor at all. He would run when he needed to run, and would never linger in a fight. Claude had run away. Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to chase him to death. He just wanted to know what kind of world this was and where he was. Seeing Claude running away in embarrassment, Jin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. She had finally dodged a bullet. Of course, she did not expect Jiang Chen, a guy at the ninth sky of the Star Lord realm, to kill Claude. Once Claude fought to the death, Jiang Chen would not be able to gain any advantage. Brother, thank you for saving my life. Jin Xiaoxiao pays her respects. With a shake of her body, Jin Xiaoxiao turned into a white-clothed woman. However, more than half of her body was covered in blood. Her charming face was rather pale, but it still couldn't cover her stunning appearance and charming posture. That frosty arrogance was also extremely domineering. However, she didn't reject Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was her savior. It's no trouble at all. Anyone else would have stepped forward bravely. Miss, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Xiaoxiao will never forget brother's kindness. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Jiang Chen had stepped forward bravely with the strength of a ninth heaven star lord. He had already cast aside his own life and death. How could such a righteous act not be touching? May I ask, Miss Xiaoxiao, where is this place? Jiang Chen said. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and covered her mouth in disbelief. Aren't you from Ancient Dragon Planet? Ancient Dragon Planet? Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed that he had indeed been separated from De Huang and the others. The teleportation array had suddenly failed and he had been teleported to an unknown astral boundary. This place wasn't Tianqi planet at all. That's right. This is ancient dragon planet. How did you get here? No one has been here for tens of thousands of years. Even people from Tianqi planet can't get here. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Qin suspiciously. If Jiang Qin hadn't saved her, she would have captured Jiang Qin and interrogated him. I see. It's good that I'm still in Tianqi planet. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. To tell you the truth, my friend and I activated the teleportation array to go to Tianqi planet. However, something happened to the array on the way and we were teleported to different places. I don't know if they are in ancient dragon planet or where they are. Jiang Chen's expression was bitter. Oh, in that case, you were teleported here by accident. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Did you just say that no one has entered this place for tens of thousands of years? What happened then? Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity, but he also had a feeling of unease in his heart. Tens of thousands of years ago, the big forces of the ancient dragon planet had an earth-shattering battle. In the end, the teleportation array was destroyed. Even the elites of the Tianqi planet can't come here. Only the legendary stellar-level elites can come here. Otherwise, we can't get out, and people from other astral realms can't get in. Jin Xiaoxiao shrugged and said indifferently. For her, it might not matter, but for Jiang Qin, it was a fatal blow. Jiang Qin had a dejected look on his face as he murmured, in other words, it is impossible to leave the ancient dragon star planet without reaching the eternal star realm. In theory, yes. Jin Xiaoxiao said confidently. Since we are already here, we should take things as they come. There will always be a way. We shouldn't be so depressed. Jin Xiaoxiao was very magnanimous as she patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, but he immediately felt relieved. At this time, there was indeed no other way. He could only take one step at a time. Does that mean you have a way to help me leave this place and go to the Tianqi planet? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. No. Jin Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. Her eyes were filled with hope and yearning as she murmured, I want to see the Tianqi planet too. I heard that the Tianqi Galaxy City is the most beautiful place on the entire Tianqi planet. I must go see it in this lifetime. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. What she said was equivalent to not saying anything. This girl seemed to be very ambitious, but in order to find Feng, her, Big Yellow, Dragon Shirsan and the others, he was worried about their safety. That will only be possible when you reach the Eternal Star Realm. Don't forget about me then. Jiang Chen laughed at himself. Don't worry, Jin Xiaoxiao, am definitely not an ungrateful person. Ha ha ha. By the way, what is your name? Jiang Qin. Did Jiang Rukin. Not bad, a good name. This is your first time coming to the ancient dragon star, so let me introduce you. Anyway, you can't leave this place in a short period of time. Follow me. I will definitely treat you well. Jin Xiaoxiao patted her towering chest and said. She looked carefree and calm, without any arrogance, as if she was treating Jiang Qin as her little brother, completely getting along well with Jiang Qin. Okay. Chapter 46-68. The ancient dragon star is the ninth astral realm in the Tianqi star area. I heard from the older generation that the ancient dragon star used to be an all-powerful existence in the Tianqi star area. However, there was a civil war and the teleportation formation was destroyed. Our ancient dragon star became a barren land in the universe. Even so, the four forces of the ancient dragon star are at loggerheads with each other and do not give in. I forgot to tell you that this place is called the ancient dragon star because it is the world of dragons. Jin Xiaoxiao said. The world of dragons. Jiang Chen was getting more and more curious. No wonder Jin Xiaoxiao and Claude both look like dragon-shaped demonic beasts. That's right. The 4 dragon tribes control the 4 directions of the ancient dragon star. I am from the Golden Dragon tribe. We like peace, but we are forced to fight again and again. There is also the proud Sky Dragon tribe. They are the favorites of the sky and are famous for their speed. No dragon tribe can compete with them. There is also the Dinosaur tribe, which is Claude. He is a Karamay dragon. The Dinosaur tribe is the most diverse among the dragon tribe. The real king is the Lightning Tyrant dragon. And finally, the Dragon Clan, the Eternal Dragon Clan, the leader of the 4 clans. They are the true kings. What? There is an Eternal Dragon tribe here. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He did not expect that there would be an Eternal Dragon tribe in the world of dragons. You don't have to be surprised. The Eternal Dragon tribe is just a small branch of the strongest Eternal Dragon tribe in the universe. Because of this, they are unable to convince the masses, which led to the outbreak of a race war. The ancient dragon star was also in deep trouble. Jin Xiaoxiao could not help but feel emotional. If it was not for the war between the races, she would have been chasing her dream of becoming a powerhouse on the Tianqi star. It seems that the ancient dragon star is really a terrifying place. Jiang Chen said with a sigh. There were no people here, only countless dragons. Jiang Chen believed that neither Jin Xiaoxiao nor Claude, who had run away, could be considered true experts. Planet Crimson Afterglow was ranked last in the Heaven Awakened star field, while Ancient Dragon Star was ranked in the top 10 of the Heaven Awakened star field, so it must be much more terrifying than Planet Crimson Afterglow. The Eternal Dragon race caused Jiang Chen's expression to turn serious. They were one of the strongest races in the universe, and they were definitely not to be trifled with. Apart from me, who else has come to your Ancient Dragon Star? Jiang Chen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She was very interested in Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen did not come from the ancient dragon star. At least, he could give her some understanding of the outside world. The vast universe was full of mysteries and mysteries. Her dream was to explore the universe and become a real universe wanderer. The two of them chatted as they rushed toward the Golden Dragon territory. Ahead is the territory of the Golden Dragon tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao pointed at the mountain range in front of them and said with a smile. The Genesis Qi here was indeed very rich, and the mountains were steep. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was indeed much better than the place where he had landed. The Golden Dragon tribe had treated this place as their base and lived here for generations. It was obvious that this place was extraordinary. Aunt Jean is back. Your Highness, you've become even more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Aunt Jean, look, it's Aunt Jean. Aunt Jean, I love you. From time to time, voices could be heard echoing in the mountains and forests, causing Jin Xiaoxiao to giggle. It was obvious that she was already used to it. Jiang Chen was curious. The elusive figures were mostly peak star lords or initial star emperors. As he followed Jin Xiaoxiao, he sensed at least 100 auras of star emperors. Claude had previously said that she was a princess. It seemed that Jin Xiaoxiao's status in the dragon tribe was not low. Our Golden Dragon clan is divided into 4 major clans: Azure Dragon, White Dragon, Red Dragon, and Golden Dragon. I am the princess of the Golden Dragon clan. I'm the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao could see Jiang Chen's confusion and explained with a smile. Why did Aunt Jean bring a man back? Yes, who is this man? He doesn't look strong. Is he a gigolo raised by Aunt? Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or Aunt will tear your mouth apart. Shoo, many people were suspicious of Jiang Chen's identity. After all, As the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe, Jin Xiaoxiao's status was not something ordinary people could compare to. She was very prominent even on ancient Dragon Star. Don't mind those gossips. Just follow me in the future. Jin Xiaoxiao did not seem to care at all. She seemed to be very straightforward and did not mind at all. She completely ignored the gossip of her tribe members. Jiang Qin went with the flow. Since he did not even care about the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe, what was there for a man like him to worry about? I'll bring you to see my father, Jin Xiaoxiao said. The two of them entered the territory of the Golden Dragon tribe. They were surrounded by mountains, birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and a small river flowed by. It was really a secluded place. Clear springs flowed above the rocks and it was very beautiful. There were thatched cottages of different styles everywhere in the mountains. There were all kinds of people and they were all part of the dragon tribe. They don't live in the mountains. Even the dragon tribe likes to transform into human form. Not only is it beautiful, but it also reduces energy consumption. They will only show their true form when they are in battle. Jin Xiaoxiao explained to Jiang Qin continuously. Your Highness, the old tribe leader has been waiting for you in the mountain hall for a long time. A calm-looking young man stood with his hands behind his back and said softly. His eyes were cold and sharp like a sword. He was very majestic and his strength was not any weaker than Jin Xiaoxiao's. Behind him, there were 4 burly men with serious expressions on their faces, and they were meticulous and meticulous. Who is he? The man stared at Jiang Qin coldly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He was aggressive. Jiang Qin was unconcerned. He had never lost to anyone in terms of aura. Even if someone was much stronger than him, it was impossible for them to suppress him with their aura. He's my friend, Jin Xiaoxiao said. Friend? Doesn't your highness know that the Golden Dragon tribe is not allowed to bring outsiders in? He shouldn't be one of us, right? The man, Leng Leng, said. He seemed to be very hostile towards Jiang Qin. However, he was full of admiration towards Jin Xiaoxiao. When he saw this outsider chatting happily with Jin Xiaoxiao, he was infuriated. I know. However, it's not up to you to interfere in such matters. Lead the way, Fong Tong. Chapter 46-69. As the deputy commander of the Golden Dragon Tribe's guard team, this is my duty. Your Highness shouldn't make things difficult for me. The coldness on Fong Tong's face didn't decrease at all. Even if she was the princess of the Golden Dragon Tribe, he wouldn't hesitate. You've gone too far, Fong Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Let him come in. On top of the mountain peak, an indifferent voice sounded out from the mountain palace. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Qin with a smile on her face. She grabbed Jiang Qin's hand and brought him to the mountain palace. At this moment, Fong Tong's expression turned even uglier. The two of them were actually holding hands? And he said it was okay. Jin Xiaoxiao was the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. She was the goddess of many people, but, brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're courting death. Fong Tong glared at Jiang Qin's back. Jiang Qin had an innocent face. Who did I offend? Do you think I wanted to come to this damn place? I also want to go to the Tianqi planet, but reality won't allow me. Miss Jean, I just want you to help me check the teleportation formation. Next time, don't use me as a shield. I'm weak. I've made too many enemies in your dragon tribe. I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Jiang Qin said with a frown. He could clearly see through Jin Xiaoxiao's intention, which was to make Fong Tong's expression turn ugly. Ha ha ha, it's a misunderstanding. You should feel honored that your highness is holding your hand. No one else in the dragon tribe has this kind of treatment. Jin Xiaoxiao's honesty and cheerfulness made Jiang Chen speechless. Her carefree personality made it hard for people to get angry. Plus, Jiang Chen had a favor to ask of Jin Xiaoxiao. You win. Jiang Chen shrugged. Jiang Chen followed Jin Xiaoxiao into the Zhongshan Palace. The magnificent palace was antique. There were no decorative beams or painted rafters, but it was full of traces of vicissitudes of life. Everywhere was majestic. In the main hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance was sitting. He was very powerful. Jiang Chen couldn't see through his face, but he was sure that the man was above the seventh sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such a powerful man was indeed undefeatable. The middle-aged man's aura was forceful and domineering, but the moment he saw Jin Xiaoxiao, his face was filled with love. Father. Jin Xiaoxiao quickly walked up to Jiang Chen and said with an excited expression on her face. We are not allowed to bring any outsiders into the clan. What if he is a spy from the other 3 clans? Exactly. Your Highness is being too presumptuous. This is the Zhongshan Hall, the meeting hall of our Golden Dragon clan. Clan leader, I suggest that we get rid of this fellow as soon as possible to calm the hearts of our Dragon clan's people. That's right, kill them and be quick. Those who are not of our Dragon clan must have a different heart, clan leader. Each of the 4 great elders had a serious expression on their faces. They had given the order to kill Jiang Chen, an uninvited guest. Jin Xiaoxiao remained calm. She said in a deep voice, This is my new friend. His name is Jiang Chen. If it weren't for him, I might not have been able to go home. What's going on? Jin Yibo squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao. This young man's strength was not yet at the Star Emperor realm, but he was fearless. Interesting. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. With Jin Xiaoxiao here, he didn't believe that these barbarians would dare to kill him. At this moment, the Black King had already started cultivating. He could only rely on himself. However, with the sky ascending stairway, even this Golden Dragon clan leader might not be able to do anything to him. However, unless it was a life and death situation, Jiang Chen wouldn't fall out with him. After all, he was in someone else's territory. He didn't want to offend the Dragon clan. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and go to the Apocalypse planet to find De Huang and the others. It's the dinosaur clan. I found a piece of Zhongshan milk in a barren mountain. Claude, that scum of the dinosaur race, tried to rob it and almost killed me. Luckily, Jiang Chen was there to save me. He is my savior. That's right. Jin Xiaoxiao stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path, as if she was protecting him behind her. The dinosaur clan. Jin Yibo frowned and his face was gloomy. His daughter almost died outside. The dinosaur clan had gone too far. These bastards. One day, I'll grind their bones to ashes. Jin Yibo's voice was like a great bell, resounding through the mountain hole. The 4 elders also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word. This matter was of great importance. It was related to Jin Xiaoxiao's safety, the dinosaur clan's revolt, and the reputation and prestige of the Golden Dragon clan. Since you're here, take things as they come. Since you're Xiaoxiao's savior, the Golden Dragon clan welcomes you. But remember, if you have any ulterior motives, I won't let you go. Jin Yibo was incomparably majestic and overbearing. Jiang Chen remained calm and collected. He was just a passerby. He knew better than Jin Yibo that he didn't want to have anything to do with the people and matters here. If it didn't concern him, he would just ignore it. The Blood Dragon pool will open in 3 days. You must be prepared. As a member of the Golden Dragon clan, don't let others look down on us. Understood, Father. After Jin Xiaoxiao paid her respects to her father, she left the mountain hall with Jiang Qin. The Blood Dragon Pool is the ancient land of the Golden Dragon clan. I'll take you there. How about it? Isn't it nice? Maybe you can also use this chance to break through to the Star Emperor realm. Jin Xiaoxiao said. The ancient land of the Golden Dragon clan. It sounds interesting. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose and said. However, he was most concerned about the teleportation formation. Let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation formation. Jin Xiaoxiao was swift and decisive. She didn't hesitate at all. The two of them came to a deserted mountain. In the Dragon Clan, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, they found a place like this. It was different. Between the two mountains, there was a canyon. The canyon was full of obscure symbols. The rocks around it were abnormally red. However, those symbols seemed to have been corroded to the point that they couldn't be seen anymore. This is the teleportation formation. Since the formation was destroyed 10,000 years ago, no one has come here. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a sigh. She too wanted to leave this place and see the outside world. Although the ancient dragon star was her home, to Jin Xiaoxiao, a man's ambition was to travel far and wide. A mere ancient dragon star couldn't hold back her restless heart. Although she knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to leave this place with the needle technique, she still had a trace of hope in her heart. It's indeed the teleportation formation. Unfortunately, half of it has been destroyed. Chapter 46-70. To think that he could break the formation in a few days like De Huang did was simply wishful thinking. Even if he had a few years, Jiang Qin might not be able to do it. Not only was it incomplete, but it was also an abandoned formation. Jiang Qin was full of disappointment. He shook his head and sighed. However, if he relied on the no-beginning formation to figure it out, it would take him at least 10 years. Too many things could happen in 10 years, and too many things could change. De Huang and Long San were nowhere to be found, and Feng Er was nowhere to be found. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of melancholy. Looks like this formation is hopeless. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. If I have 10 years, or if I become stronger, maybe I won't even need 10 years. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and go to planet Tianqi. Repairing the formation was urgent. Really? Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of joy. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to her. If she could really leave this place and go to planet Tianqi in 10 years, she would be very excited. However, 10 years was too long for Jiang Qin. I will try my best to repair the formation here. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. He glanced at the remaining marks of the formation and engraved them into his mind. Ha ha ha, I believe you can do it. Jin Xiaoxiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with confidence. You rest first. I will go and heal. I will take you to the Blood Dragon Pool in 3 days. Jin Xiaoxiao arranged a place for Jiang Qin to cultivate in next to her own cave before she left to tend to her own wounds. Jiang Qin calmed himself down. Since he could not leave Ancient Dragon Star in a short period of time, he could only cultivate as soon as possible. Even if the array could not be repaired, as long as he had the power of a stellar-class elite, flying across the universe would not be a problem. However, this was 1,000 times more difficult than repairing the array. Moreover, cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight. 3 days passed quietly. Jin Xiaoxiao's injury had almost recovered. However, if Jiang Qin wanted to break through to the Star Emperor realm, he would have to work harder. It was not easy to transform. Once he broke through to the Star Emperor realm, he would be more than 100 times stronger than he was now. All right. Jiang Qin said that he was curious when he heard it from the Dragon Clan's patriarch. The Blood Dragon Pool is a good place. In our Dragon Clan, we only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. After entering the Blood Dragon Pool, we can upgrade our bloodline. Dragon veins range from grade 1 to grade 9. Some people may not even be able to upgrade grade 1 even after thousands of years. Speaking of the Blood Dragon Pool, Jin Xiaoxiao became serious. What grade of dragon vein are you now? Jiang Qin asked. Grade 5. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a proud face. In our Golden Dragon Clan, I am the strongest rising star of the younger generation. Jin Xiaoxiao's tone was full of pride. It was not difficult to see that her bloodline and strength were very strong. Being at the peak of the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm was indeed enough to show disdain for everyone. Let's go. Although you are not a member of the Dragon Clan, the Genesis Chi in the Blood Dragon Pool is enough for you to benefit a lot. Consider it my reward to you. Maybe you can break through to the Star Emperor realm in one go. Jiang Qin smiled without saying anything. The two went straight to the Golden Dragon Clan's forbidden area, the Blood Dragon Valley. This place was heavily guarded all year round. Without the orders of the Patriarch and the Elders, no one was allowed to approach. At this moment, there were hundreds of people standing outside the Blood Dragon Valley. All of them were experts of the Golden Dragon Clan. Most of them were at the initial Star Emperor realm. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. The baptism of the Blood Dragon Pool that happened once every 100 years was about to begin. How much they could gain would depend on their own luck. Stop! A low roar sounded. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao. You again, Fong Tong. What do you want? Jin Xiaoxiao said Leng Leng. He is an outsider. Does he want to enter the Blood Dragon Pool of our Dragon Clan? He overestimates himself. Humph. Fong Tong said in a low voice. Exactly. What right does an outsider have to behave atrociously in our Dragon Clan? I heard that this person saved His Highness' life. So what? The Blood Dragon Pool of our Dragon Clan is a forbidden area. How can we let an outsider in? But I don't think there's any rule that says outsiders can't enter the Blood Dragon Pool. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Qin, an outsider. This matter had nothing to do with him. However, Fong Tong didn't think so. He was the deputy commander of the Guardian team and shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Golden Dragon Clan. Moreover, he had always seen this outsider as an infuriating person. Mingling with Jin Xiaoxiao and talking and laughing with each other, he was filled with anger and jealousy. In his eyes, Jin Xiaoxiao could only be his woman. No man could get close to her. Otherwise, only death awaited them. This outsider who didn't know his place must pay the price for touching his forbidden area. His Highness, I advise you to get this guy out of our Blood Dragon Valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. This is an important place for the Golden Dragon Clan. How can an outsider enter? Fong Tong's cold and murderous voice made many people shudder. Everyone knew how domineering Fong Tong was. In the Golden Dragon Clan, no one in the younger generation dared to disobey him. Don't go too far. Fong Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said. She could bring Jiang Qin into the Blood Dragon Pool, but in the eyes of others, she would be destroying the Dragon Tribe's territory. The Dragon Tribe's important land could not tolerate others. It's not impossible for him to enter the Blood Dragon Pool. At the very least, he'll have to get past Fongda, Fong Tong said in a deep voice. A young man who was even more muscular than Fong Tong slowly walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was ferocious. He was about 3 meters tall, and as he stood there, he looked like a small mountain. Everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Fong De wasn't as formidable as his elder brother, Fong Tong, but he was also in the second sky of the Star Emperor realm. With his strength, he could be compared to the third sky of the Star Emperor realm. In the entire Golden Dragon tribe, he could be regarded as a top-notch master. However, Jiang Qin hadn't even reached the Star Emperor realm yet. Little bastard, get out of here now and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, Gagaga, I will tear you apart. Fong De clapped his hands ferociously. Fong Tong. You're obviously going against me. I'll go to my father now and see if he will let Jiang Qin in or not. Chapter 46-71. There's no need. Jiang Qin held Jin Xiaoxiao's hand. At that moment, Fong Tong was even more furious. Everything that was related to Jin Xiaoxiao was the source of his anger in his eyes. Don't you want to try the blood dragon pool? This is very likely to be of vital importance to the advancement of your cultivation. Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Who said I'm not going? Jiang Qin asked with a smile. Then you, since Commander Fong said that I can enter the blood dragon pool as long as I pass his test, it's reasonable to rely on my own ability. Jiang Qin and Fong Tong looked at each other. Although Jiang Qin was weaker than the latter, the domineering look in his eyes was not weak at all. You're crazy. He's a peak second heavenly layer Star Emperor. Even an ordinary third heavenly layer Star Emperor is not his match. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. Her face was full of worry. Jiang Qin was playing with fire. This guy was too arrogant. Wasn't he courting death? Jin Xiaoxiao frowned. She was not looking down on Jiang Qin, but she was worried about his safety. Ha ha ha, what a hothead. Is this guy really the savior of Her Highness? How could he save Her Highness? What a joke. Sigh, this guy is probably trying to show off in front of Her Highness to win her favor. No matter what the reason is, I can only say that he's too young. Does he really think that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? Is there anything easier than wanting to die in this world? Kakik. Overestimating himself. The experts of the Dragon Clan sneered at Jiang Qin's impulsive action. That's not the right way to stand out. Isn't this a joke? Isn't this the same as playing with one's life? In other words, no one could stop him if he wanted to die. Fong Da's strength was obvious to all. Although he was not as abnormal as his brother Fong Tong, he was not someone that anyone could compete with. He. I haven't fought for a long time. Today, Grandpa will teach you a good lesson. How dare you steal my brother's woman? Courting death. Fong De walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. His fierce gaze made people shudder. Don't hold back. Fong Tong said indifferently. At this moment, everyone knew that Jiang Qin was going to die. You're too impulsive. Jiang Qin, hurry up and admit defeat. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was full of resentment. She didn't like men who tried to be brave. I, Jiang Qin, can't swallow the humiliation of being humiliated by these brothers. Jiang Qin said with a smile, completely ignoring Jin Xiaoxiao's worries as he confronted Fong De, not giving an inch. Good lad, you're interesting. Grandpa will give you a quick death today. Fong De roared in anger and threw out a punch. It was filled with explosive power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Everyone held their breaths as they waited to see what would happen. In Jin Xiaoxiao's view, wasn't Jiang Qin completely throwing an egg at a rock? The reason why he was able to repel Claude back then was because Claude had exhausted 99% of his strength and was on the verge of death. That was the only reason why he was able to take advantage of the situation. But now, Fong De was a true peak second heavenly star emperor while Jiang Qin was only a ninth heavenly star lord. What could he use to fight him? Fong Tong's mouth was full of a cold smile. You want to steal my woman. You don't know how to write the word death. No one in the Golden Dragon tribe can fight with him. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiang Qin to be ruthlessly crushed, or even killed, a miracle happened. No one thought that Jiang Qin's thin and weak body would actually resist Fong De's punch. The contrast between the two was extremely clear. That kind of gap was hard to replace. However, Jiang Qin relied on his fierce strength and fiercely collided with Fong De. The punch that seemed to have no fighting power directly stunned Fong De. The collision between the two should have been easy to destroy. Jiang Qin should have been killed instantly, or at least seriously injured, but Jiang Qin gave everyone a slap, including Fong De. With that punch, Jiang Qin seemed to have taken root in the ground. Facing Fong De's punch that was as heavy as Mount Tai, Jiang Qin chose to face it head-on. The two retreated, but everyone could see that Fong De's footsteps were more chaotic and deeper than Jiang Qin's. Everyone was in an uproar and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were full of shock. The energy that erupted from Jiang Qin's thin and weak body was shocking. You're courting death. Fong De's roar was like thunder. He constantly beat his chest and rushed forward again, directly attacking Jiang Qin's face. Jiang Qin sneered and didn't think much of it. He attacked with all his strength. His dragon body wasn't inferior to Fong De's at all. The two exchanged blows, but Fong De was at a disadvantage. Jiang Qin's physique was comparable to his, but he was more flexible and faster. Strength didn't represent everything, especially in this kind of head-on battle. The terrifying power that Jiang Qin erupted made everyone full of shock. How was this possible? He was just a ninth heavenly layer Star Lord. How could he be so strong? Just as they were shocked, the fierce battle between Jiang Qin and Fong De had reached a white-hot situation. The two's flesh and blood collided fiercely, but Jiang Qin's recovery was even more terrifying. His strength didn't decrease at all when facing Fong De. On the contrary, his opponent was already panting, his face was full of anger, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. Jiang Qin's heavy punches weren't weaker than his fists at all, and were even stronger. The two fought without any fancy moves, making people's blood boil and dazzled. Even Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. This guy was actually so strong. Oh my God! Is he still human? It's so terrifying. Even Fong De can't take him down. This guy's strength may be stronger than mine. With that little body of yours. TCH. You're definitely not his opponent. Everyone's eyes flickered. They ridiculed the weak, but there was no doubt that they were in awe of the strong. In this world where the strong were respected, only strength was the absolute truth, and only then would you have the right to speak. Jiang Qin's crazy attacks made Fong De's situation more and more difficult. Although he couldn't directly kill him, Fong De's situation was getting worse and worse. It wouldn't be long before he was defeated, and when he was defeated, it would be the moment his soul returned to heaven. Jiang Qin's continuous encroachment made Fong De's body suffer an unprecedented strangulation. At the same time, Fong Tong's eyes were getting colder and colder. You've already lost. Fong Tong said. No. I haven't lost. I can't lose to this bastard who's only a Star Lord. Fong De roared furiously and continued to charge at Jiang Qin. Enough. Fong Tong shouted in a low voice. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. Chapter 4672. Scram. Jiang Qin condensed the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants and blasted out a palm seal. Fong De was pushed back several hundred meters and smashed into the mountain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was gravely injured. Bastard! Fong Tong took a step forward and faced Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with hatred and rage. You're courting death. What are you trying to do? Fong Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao stood in front of Jiang Qin and blocked Fong Tong's path. What's done cannot be undone. He has already made his move. Am I supposed to just stand there and let him trample on me? Humph, Jiang Qin sneered and didn't mind. At this moment, Fong Tong gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to devour Jiang Qin's flesh. Even Fong De wasn't a match for this guy. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Qin. What? Are you going to go back on your words? Fong De is bullying the weak. Do you want to make it worse? You're the leader of the guards, right? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Fong Tong was speechless in public. After all, words spoken were like water that was spilled. Moreover, he was the leader of the guards of the Golden Dragon clan. He had to swallow this resentment. Fine, let's wait and see. Fong Tong let out a cold snort and stared at Jiang Qin with a murderous look, like a poisonous snake. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to cultivate, but Fong Tong didn't want to let him have his way. You're really something. Brother Jiang Qin, you're too ferocious. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a gratified expression. The fact that Jiang Qin was able to give Fong De a good beating made her feel good. Usually, many people were bullied by him. Plus, with his brother's strength and identity, no one dared to fight him. Today, not only was Fong De beaten up, even Fong Tong's expression didn't look good. This made many people secretly feel good. I was just lucky. However, I don't think I'm a match for that Fong Tong. Jiang Qin said. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but purse her lips and roll her eyes. You want to fight Fong Tong? Big brother, you are really too arrogant. Even I am not a match for Fong Tong. Do you really think that you are an invincible little tornado in the universe? Let's go. Let's hurry up and enter. There aren't many good spots in the Blood Dragon pool. If we are late, they will likely be snatched away by others. Jin Xiaoxiao dragged Jiang Qin all the way into the valley. The Blood Dragon pool was not big. It was an oval blood-red pool, but it was still more than 10,000 square meters. It filled a corner of the valley. The water in the Blood Dragon pool was extremely hot, and there was even steam rising from it. It was blood-red in color, giving people an extremely warm feeling. Jiang Qin was filled with shock as he gazed at the Blood Dragon pool before him. This was no ordinary pool. The water here contained the blood of the dragon clan, and endless dragon vein chi floated within. The Genesis chi within was unimaginably dense. It was no wonder that this pool only appeared once every 100 years. How is it? This Blood Dragon pool is not bad, right? Jin Xiaoxiao said proudly. This time, I must strive to break through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Jin Xiaoxiao said confidently. It was not easy to break through to the 6th grade dragon vein. She had not broken through for thousands of years. This time, she must break through to the 6th grade dragon vein in one go. The higher the grade of the dragon vein, the greater her potential and the stronger her strength would be. Her strength would rise along with the rise of the dragon vein. Come down and give it a try. Let me see your potential. Before Jin Xiaoxiao's voice faded, Jiang Qin had already impatiently dashed into the Blood Dragon pool. The endless dragon chi here would definitely be of great benefit to him. Whether he could break through to the Star Emperor stage depended on this. This time, I must break through to the grade 3 dragon vein. So what? I came here for the grade 4 dragon vein. Look, I estimate that Commander Fong will definitely break through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Given his potential, it is very likely that he will take over our Golden Dragon clan in the future. That's right. In our Golden Dragon clan, strength is the most important thing. If you are not capable, who will listen to you? Everyone said at once. Fong Tong, who was in the center, could not wait to start cultivating as soon as he entered the blood dragon pool. This guy has a grade 5 dragon vein like me, but he is also known as the most outstanding genius of the Golden Dragon clan. It is very likely that he will break through to the grade 6 this time. As for my father, he has a grade 7 dragon vein. He was not as strong as he is at his age, Jin Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. She glanced at Jiang Qin and started cultivating without hesitation. Jiang Qin silently glanced at Fong Tong. This guy was indeed stronger than him, but in terms of potential, Jiang Qin had never been convinced by anyone. The dragon vein chi here was like adding wings to a tiger to a tiger. Jiang Qin looked at Fong Tong silently. Let's start. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. In the next moment, the source dragon in his body that had been dormant for a long time began to frantically plunder. That's right, plunder. Endless dragon vein chi was devoured by the source dragon. That feeling was like a whale swallowing hundreds of rivers into the sea. Jiang Qin could feel that every strand of dragon vein chi was constantly flowing into his body, making his bloodline stronger and his physique more terrifying. The source dragon continued to grow, and terrifying dragon might gathered on Jiang Qin's body. Many people around felt a great pressure, but they did not know where this pressure came from. They all looked at Fong Tong because at this moment, Fong Tong's dragon vein had broken through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Exclamations were heard continuously. Jiang Qin was very careful, but the endless dragon vein chi seemed to have a home. The source dragon in Jiang Qin's body had been dormant all this time and had never erupted. But at this moment, Jiang Qin had a deep understanding. The moment the source dragon erupted, it absorbed 99% of the dragon vein chi. Jiang Qin felt that even he could not control that power. The source dragon seemed to be about to break out of his body. Damn it, I don't believe it. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with shock, but the source dragon was formed from his dragon marks. Therefore, he had to control it completely. Even if it wanted to escape, it would be impossible for it to do so. Jiang Qin's dragonization art circulated once again. The source dragon was gradually suppressed by the dragonization art, but things were not as simple as Jiang Qin had imagined. The source dragon continued to transform and absorb the surrounding dragon vein chi. Right now, Jiang Qin even felt a little helpless. Was the source dragon really going to break out of his body? No. I can't let it escape. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. The source dragon was growing stronger and stronger. The destructive chi wasn't something that Jiang Qin could control right now. It wouldn't be long before the source dragon went out of control. Chapter 46-73. An idea suddenly occurred to Jiang Qin. Right. The eternal dragon's reverse scale might have a miraculous effect. The source dragon was also a type of dragon, and the eternal dragon's reverse scale was a true treasure. Every eternal dragon only had one reverse scale, and only the Almighty would have it. If it was an ordinary dragon, it would be impossible for them to have a reverse scale. It was a supreme treasure of the world, and suppressing the source dragon should not be a problem. Suppress it. Jiang Qin activated the eternal dragon's reverse scale and began to suppress the source dragon. However, he had not expected that the source dragon would be so terrifying. It kept struggling and charging as if it wanted to break free and leave Jiang Qin's body. The source dragon seemed to have developed its own intelligence. A pair of strange dragon eyes had been silently staring at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also very careful, not daring to make any mistakes. If the source dragon suddenly erupted, he would be finished. The source dragon that he had painstakingly cultivated would devour him. There was no such ridiculous thing in the world. When the source dragon had been refined, Jiang Qin had felt that it was very terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Most importantly, the source dragon had been in a completely silent state. It had suddenly come out when he was about to break through to the Star Emperor realm. This was definitely not a coincidence. This guy's intelligence was a kind of existence that transcended him and was not bound to him at all. This was also what Jiang Qin was most worried about. The source dragon seemed to have suddenly erupted and became a time bomb in his body. If he did not quickly subdue it, his life would be in danger at any time. It was very likely that he would be devoured by the source dragon and be occupied by it. However, Jiang Qin would never let this happen. The source dragon was formed by his dragon mark. He must completely suppress the source dragon at this time. Roar! The roar of the dragon was incessant. When the reverse scale of the eternal dragon clan pressed on the Yuan dragon's body, Jiang Qin found that it was still useless. The Yuan dragon even felt like a fish in the water. That kind of pleasurable roar made Jiang Qin speechless. Motherf asterisk cur. Could it be that even the reverse scale of the eternal dragon clan couldn't suppress it? Am I really going to be killed by the source dragon? That would be too tragic. Jiang Qin would never allow such a thing to happen. However, the only person he could rely on now was himself. The source dragon was in his body, and nothing else could help him. The source dragon's rampage was getting more and more intense. The reverse scale that Jiang Qin controlled was about to be refined by the source dragon. For Jiang Qin, the source dragon was a new creature, but it couldn't be used by him. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case at all. As the source dragon's oppression grew stronger and stronger, Jiang Qin swallowed more and more Genesis Qi. The Genesis Qi in the blood dragon pool was crazily devoured by him like a bottomless pit. The majestic aura seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn the seas. The countless golden dragon experts around Jiang Qin were stunned. What is the origin of this guy? Why is he so terrifying? He's completely suppressed by a hungry man who hasn't eaten for half a year. The dragon origin Qi in our blood dragon pool is most likely going to be completely devoured by him. Who knows? We don't dare to say. We don't dare to ask. The person brought by His Highness shouldn't be too drunk. Be careful that trouble comes from the mouth. So much dragon origin Qi. Be careful that he explodes. The people of the dragon clan were watching silently. Jiang Qin was the one who was crazily absorbing the dragon origin Qi in the blood dragon pool, followed by Fang Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao. However, even if Fang Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao joined forces, they wouldn't be able to fight 1/10 of Jiang Qin. That guy was truly devouring like a whale. Jiang Qin's heart was extremely solemn. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death, and he had to make a decision. Although he hadn't reached the Star Emperor realm yet, the only thing that could save him now was perhaps the astral pole. If he could successfully cultivate the astral pole, he might be able to change his current situation. Isn't this forcing me? Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. The astral pole was so terrifying that even the Eternal Lord was afraid of it. It was his only life-saving straw at this time. The extreme of the universe, the strength of the stars. The transformation of heaven and earth, the bewilderment of the six paths. The primordial destruction of all things, the lightlessness of the Star One. Jiang Qin was cautious because he hadn't reached the Star Emperor realm yet. He needed to rely on the astral pole to make a breakthrough and reach the Star Emperor realm. Only in this way could he defeat the Yuan dragon. Of course, if he failed, Jiang Qin would have no other way. Refine the stars, extract their cores, and refine them into steel. At present, Jiang Qin could only continue to cultivate according to the contents of the astral pole, hoping to achieve his goal. Once he broke through to the Star Emperor realm, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. The cultivation of the astral pole was far more difficult than Jiang Qin had imagined because what he had to absorb and devour wasn't just Genesis Chi, but also the light of the stars in the sky. Only by cultivating the light of the stars could he refine the astral pole more perfectly. The astral pole didn't only cultivate Genesis Chi, but also the real stars. But when Jiang Qin began to practice the astral pole, his body seemed to have undergone tremendous changes. The Genesis Chi in his body began to constantly divide, and the Yuan dragon also suffered a great struggle. The astral pole allowed Jiang Qin to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, countless acupoints, and thousands of pores in his body. What he absorbed and refined was like all things in heaven and earth, like rivers running into the sea, but it was incomparably heterogeneous. This was what Jiang Qin was most worried about. However, the carefree feeling that the starlight entering his body brought him was incomparable. The starlight emitted by the stars in the sky was constantly refined by Jiang Qin, and there was even a dazzling feeling on his body. Endless starlight and dragon origin chi almost burst into Jiang Qin's body. The astral pole began to spin, and Jiang Qin's absorption speed was 100 times faster than before. He couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this too fast? Not long after, Jiang Qin felt an even more terrifying change. The power of the stars didn't come from the stars in the sky, but from the earth. Could the astral pole be able to absorb the core of the ancient dragon star? The core of a star was the core of a planet. However, it was rare to see a planet with a star core. Back when he first learned about the astral stars, he already knew that the light of the stars was only a small part of it. What could truly allow his strength to skyrocket and his cultivation to be successful was the core of a star. Jiang Qin's heart began to beat with excitement. If the ancient dragon star had a star core, wouldn't he be rich? Once he refined a star core, Jiang Qin couldn't imagine how crazy it would be. His strength would most likely soar along with it. A star core would be Jiang Qin's greatest harvest. Chapter 46-74. Jiang Qin kept trying to calm himself. The most important thing now was to break through to the Star Emperor realm. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. No matter how powerful the astral pole was, it would be useless. No matter how terrifying the star core was, he could only look at it and lament his inadequacy. I'll break through to the Star Emperor realm first. Jiang Qin kept trying. The starlight and the dragon origin chi in the blood dragon pool worked together. Soon, he reached the peak of the Star Lord realm. Jiang Qin had been accumulating for a long time just for the day when he could break through to the Star Emperor realm. Time passed by. At this moment, everyone had woken up. Jin Xiaoxiao and Fong Tong had both reached the 6th class dragon vein. Everyone in the blood dragon pool cheered. I've also broken through to the 4th class dragon vein. It feels great. He, me too. In the future, I'll be able to get more resources in our Golden Dragon clan. Sigh, it's a pity that I've returned empty-handed this time. Don't be discouraged. You're already a 4th class dragon vein. It won't be easy to break through to the 5th class. Some people were happy, while others were sad. After all, the higher the dragon vein, the more resources they could get. Therefore, many people worked hard in this direction. It was the only motivation for their cultivation. He's indeed the absolute genius of our Golden Dragon clan. Fong Tong broke through to the 6th class dragon vein calmly. This is called strength. Isn't it? Even Her Highness isn't as strong as Fong Tong. You can't be envious of him. If you had such strength, I'm afraid you'd be able to make a name for yourself in our Golden Dragon clan. Geniuses are still a distance away from us. He. You'd better take care of yourself. If you follow Boss Fong Tong, you'll definitely have a good life in the future. That goes without saying. Fong Tong and Her Highness are practically a golden couple. Both of them are grade 6 dragon meridians. TSK. There's no point in being envious. More and more people were filled with envy towards Fong Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao. As top-notch experts and geniuses of the Golden Dragon tribe, everyone was in awe of them, especially Fong Tong, who was like their eldest senior brother. In fact, the Golden Dragon tribe might even be controlled by Fong Tong in the future. His status in the Golden Dragon tribe was also relatively high. Fong Tong's face was filled with pride. Although Jin Xiaoxiao had also reached the grade 6 dragon vein, it was far more difficult for her than him. After all, there was still a slight gap between her strength and his. Why isn't Jiang Chen awake yet? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a serious expression. At this moment, he was the only one who was still frantically devouring the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool. Hundreds of people in the Golden Dragon clan had already woken up from their cultivation in the blood dragon pool. This guy, Jin Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly with a serious expression. Perhaps, he could really break through to the Star Emperor realm with the help of the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool. Everyone has finished their cultivation. Why isn't this guy awake yet? The blood dragon pool of our Golden Dragon clan isn't that easy to use. Humph. Someone questioned. Jiang Chen was an outsider, and everyone was waiting for him. No matter what, it wouldn't make sense for him to do so. Could it be that the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool has been devoured by this guy? It's something left by our ancestors. That's right. I think we should quickly chase this guy out of the blood dragon pool. Not just anyone can chase someone out. Don't forget, this guy is backed by Her Royal Highness. The people of the Golden Dragon clan spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen. Previously, Jiang Chen had defeated Fong De, which was a form of oppression for the Golden Dragon clan. All of them had made breakthroughs in their strength. The arrogance and fighting will in their eyes were also very strong. Some people who had a good relationship with Fong De were even eager to fight against Jiang Chen to regain their dignity. It seems that this guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He doesn't know when he is cultivating in our Golden Dragon clan. It's already a great fortune for him to cultivate in the blood dragon pool. Now, he is pretending to be cultivating. Your Highness, I don't think there's such a good thing in the world. I think it's time for him to leave. Fong Tong said Lang Lang. What do you mean, Fong Tong? He's still in the midst of cultivation. Do you really want to disrupt his cultivation? I brought him here. There's no way you can make him leave. Unless you defeat me first. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. Your Highness, what are you saying? I naturally won't fight with you. However, this guy can't continue to cultivate here. Even if I agree, the other people of the Golden Dragon clan may not agree. What do you think? Fong Tong said with a smile. Yes. We can't let him stay here. He is taking up our resources. In the future, when we cultivate in the blood dragon pool, we will have to spend twice the effort with half the result. Taking over the nest of the magpie. Humph, this must not happen. Lao Wang is right. If this goes on, our cultivation resources will be squeezed in the future. Who can we reason with? This guy is not a member of the Golden Dragon clan and I don't know where he came from. In any case, I won't do it. More and more people started to stand on Fong Tong's side because they didn't want their own cultivation resources to be used by others. The dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool originally belonged to the Golden Dragon clan. At this time, they were already indignant about letting an outsider in. How could they let Jiang Qin continue to cultivate now? Fong Tong's words made them even more clear that they had to fight for their own benefits. As you can see, Your Highness, this isn't my problem. Jiang Chen has taken over the benefits of the Golden Dragon clan. I'm just thinking for everyone. What do you say? Fong Tong's expression was the same as usual as he sneered at Jiang Qin. This fellow had injured his brother. If he wanted to show off in the Golden Dragon clan, he would have to pass through Fong Tong first. Furthermore, Fong Tong hated people who flirted with Jin Xiaoxiao the most. In his eyes, Jin Xiaoxiao belonged to him. In the future, she would definitely become his woman. No man could take her away from him. This outsider couldn't even think about showing off in the Golden Dragon clan. All of you, shut up. Jin Xiaoxiao shouted. No matter where Jiang Qin came from, he is my, Jin Xiaoxiao's, honored guest. He is an honored guest of the Golden Dragon clan. Are we not even letting him eat his fill? Is this the so-called style of a large clan? Is this the breadth of mind that you should have? If this is the case, then I feel deeply ashamed to be a member of the Golden Dragon clan. Jin Xiaoxiao's words made everyone silent. They were even speechless because she was right. Could it be that when a guest came to eat, they wouldn't even let him eat his fill? This was simply too ridiculous. Fong Tong's eyes were cold. This woman was really sharp-tongued. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 4675. What a horrible oppression. Is this the oppression of the dragon might? Why haven't I felt it before? That's right. Our dragon clan has never experienced such a thing before. I'm afraid that even the pressure from our clan leader wouldn't be this great, right? Sure. Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Everyone's heart became incomparably heavy, because they could feel an inexplicable pressure. The fear of being in a superior position made them not even dare to breathe loudly. The source of this terrifying aura was none other than Jiang Qin. Fong Tong's eyes were cold and his pupils contracted. The dragon might from Jiang Qin was indescribably sacred. He had never felt such an aura before. He had only felt such an aura from the eternal dragon tribe. Even the leader of the Golden Dragon tribe didn't have such a strong dragon might. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Qin with a face full of excitement. This bastard had already broken through to the Star Emperor realm. That was great. Plus, his qi had become incomparably strong. Congratulations, Jiang Qin. You've finally reached the Star Emperor realm. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled. Everyone was still in a state of suppression. It was a suppression that originated from the depths of their souls. It was something that no one could change. Regardless of whether it was their bodies or souls, they were both being suppressed. The strength of the dragon's might was quite terrifying to any demonic beast, especially to those of the same race. That kind of incomparable impact caused people's hearts to tremble. I have to thank Your Highness. If Your Highness didn't argue for me, I might have been harmed by a scoundrel. Jiang Qin said coldly. He seemed to be referring to Fong Tong. The others did not dare to look at Jiang Qin's eyes. The invisible pressure made them not dare to utter a single word. Jiang Qin was like their god. The whole blood dragon pond kept quiet out of fear as his dragon mightiness swept across the whole pond. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, Jiang Qin. What do you mean by that? Could it be that there's someone from the dragon clan who wants to harm you? You're not grateful at all. How dare you say that there are scoundrels in our dragon tribe? I must teach you a lesson today. Let's see who this scoundrel is. Fong Tong shouted in a low voice. You are slandering my golden dragon clan. I definitely cannot sit back and do nothing. Fong Tong's words were like pearls of wisdom. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but right now, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Not to mention them, even Fong Tong clenched his teeth and wanted to fight with Jiang Qin. If this fellow's arrogance was allowed to grow, would there be any place for him in the Golden Dragon tribe in the future? Fong Tong, that's enough. Jiang Qin had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm, and you were already at the peak of the Star Emperor realm. How could he be a match for you? Do you still have any shame? Jin Xiaoxiao said angrily. This Fong Tong was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. She knew that Fong Tong liked her. This fellow had been making things difficult for Jiang Qin right from the start, wanting to expel Jiang Qin from the Golden Dragon race. He had been pressuring Jiang Qin step by step. As long as he had a chance, he wouldn't let it go. He brought this upon himself for speaking rudely. However, I, Fong Tong, have never bullied the weak. If he can take 3 attacks from me, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Fong Tong's eyes met Jiang Qin's and stared at him. Good. Since Commander Fong is in such a good mood, I will play with you. However, I, Jiang Qin, have never insulted the Golden Dragon clan. I have always been a man of facts, not people. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You're crazy. He is at the peak of the Star Emperor realm 5th. You are no match for him. Jin Xiaoxiao frowned. Even if he could only take 3 attacks from him, Jiang Qin had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. How could that be possible? If he was not careful, these 3 attacks would probably kill Jiang Qin on the spot. What? Don't you dare. What kind of man are you if you hide behind a woman? Fong Tong said calmly with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. As long as it was a man, he would definitely get angry. Psychological methods have been very useful since ancient times. Why wouldn't I dare? But wouldn't it be boring if there is no reward? What if I can take 3 attacks from you? How do you explain that, Commander Fong? Jiang Qin asked back. 3 attacks from me. Ha ha ha, if you can take 3 attacks from me and still stand here, I will apologize to you in front of everyone, Fong Tong said disdainfully. 3 attacks. 1 attack and you will be looking for your teeth all over the ground. Who would dare to underestimate him when there was a gap of 5 levels? Good. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Come on. Let me see how strong the most excellent genius of the Golden Dragon clan is. Jin Xiaoxiao wanted to stop him, but Jiang Qin would not listen to her at all. Just admit defeat if you can't do it. Do you think Fong Tong is like Fong De? Jin Xiaoxiao felt bitter. Fong Tong was pushing her, and Jiang Qin was trying to save his face. If he kept giving in, he would not be a man. Everyone was looking forward to the battle, however, everyone had witnessed Jiang Qin's strength. It was wishful thinking for him to withstand 3 of Fong Tong's attacks. Many of them sneered at Jiang Qin's action of hitting a rock with an egg. Initially, they thought that Jiang Qin must be someone extraordinary since he had broken through to the Star Emperor realm and possessed such terrifying dragon prestige. Now, it seemed like Jiang Qin was just a rash young man who didn't know what was good for him. He was hooked by Commander Fong's words. He couldn't be called a hero at all. Watch carefully. The first attack. Fong Tong stepped forward and threw a punch. The terrifying power made everyone hold their breath. The strength at the peak of the 5th level of the Star Emperor realm was unparalleled among the young generation. Fong Tong's strength was a topic that everyone was talking about. Jiang Qin was asking for trouble. Jiang Chen struck out with his fist, causing mountains and rivers to rumble with lightning. He wasn't afraid at all, and he too struck out with his fist, colliding with Fang Tong's. The terrifying force formed an invisible ripple and exploded. Jiang Chen took a few steps back with a solemn expression, but he didn't feel any discomfort. On the other hand, Fang Tong's face was cold, but his heart was filled with shock. Jiang Chen was able to withstand his attack, and he wasn't injured at all. This was beyond his expectation. The second attack. Fang Tong didn't hesitate at all. He launched the second attack, which was even more powerful than the first one. As a strong warrior in the fifth sky of the Star Emperor realm, how could he not defeat a guy who had just become a Star Emperor? Jiang Chen did not move at all. He lowered his shoulders and crouched down, looking calm and composed. The two stared at each other again. That kind of confrontation was like fire. This time, Fang Tong used 99% of his strength. He was going to wound Jiang Chen severely. If he dared to take it head-on, his meridians would be broken for sure. Jiang Chen didn't look at Fang Tong. He blocked the attack with both of his fists and slashed out with his blade. With a furious roar, he unleashed an insane amount of dragon pressure. Everyone were startled by this scene. Initially, they thought Jiang Chen was going to be defeated, but right at this moment, Jiang Chen had once again blocked Fang Tong's attack with his powerful dragon pressure, causing Fang Tong's expression to turn serious. His dragon pressure spread out in all directions, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. Jiang Chen only took 3 steps back. At that moment, Fang Tong's eyes were as sharp as knives. Chapter 46-76. Good. 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 There's still the last move. Jiang Chen, die. Fang Tong was furious. He hadn't managed to kill Jiang Chen with 2 moves. He hadn't even been seriously injured. How could he be willing to accept this? In the eyes of the Golden Dragon Clan's experts, this was undoubtedly the biggest doubt he had. How could a brat who had just broken through to the Star Emperor plane be so strong? Although Fang Tong had used 99% of his strength, he hadn't gone all out. Because of this, Jiang Chen had managed to escape. Otherwise, if Fang Tong had used his killing move right from the start, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to escape his clutches. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Golden Dragon Clan, he had to get rid of all the obstacles in his way. Jiang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, was his obstacle. If he didn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to do anything in the Golden Dragon Clan in the future. This guy had a close relationship with Jin Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Fang De was already no match for him before he broke through to the Star Emperor plane. If Fang De was allowed to grow stronger, he might very well become Fang Tong's rival. It had always been Fang Tong's style to nip danger in the bud. He wouldn't allow and absolutely wouldn't accept that there was someone stronger than him in the Golden Dragon Clan who wanted to take his position, unless he died. Looks like Commander Fang is getting serious this time. Those 2 moves were just probing attacks. The real show has just begun. No one knows Commander Fang's strength better than me. It's a piece of cake for him to deal with a guy who has just broken through to the Star Emperor plane. He's just giving face to Jiang Chen for the sake of Her Highness. However, if he wants to take Commander Fang's position, I can only say that he's thinking too much. Fang Tong's strength and position in the Golden Dragon Clan were well known. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to take his place. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't want to do so at all. He was just a passerby. However, Fang Tong kept pushing him, so he had no other choice. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen, clenching her fists tightly. No one was more nervous than she was. Jiang Chen was her savior. If she forced him into a life-or-death situation at this moment, how could Jin Xiaoxiao feel at ease? Jiang Chen's expression was cold and indifferent. At this moment, he was filled with determination. He had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. He wanted to see how strong he had become. Feng Tong had made things difficult for him again and again. If he continued to cower, he would think that Jiang Chen was afraid of him. Jiang Chen didn't know what to do with Feng Tong. Jiang Chen sneered and faced Feng Tong fearlessly. "I'm waiting for you." Jiang Chen's coldness had ignited Feng Tong's anger. The two of them clashed once again. Feng Tong clasped his palms together and changed his palm seals. Numerous terrifying energies gathered together, causing the surrounding space to solidify. It was as if countless lights and shadows were intertwining with each other. When the palms merged together, the color of the sky changed, and the entire valley was filled with the howling of the wind. Soaring dragon seal. Feng Tong gritted his teeth with a solemn expression. He had to destroy Jiang Chen with this seal, as it was related to his reputation. He couldn't afford to lose it. Feng Tong's seal made many people suck in a cold breath. The power that could destroy the heavens and earth had caused everyone to look at it with surprise. It's Feng Tong's trump card. That guy is shameless, Jin Xiaoxiao said while clenching her teeth. However, she couldn't interfere with the agreement between the two. Now, it depended on whether Jiang Chen could withstand this seal or not. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. His human and dragon body suddenly changed. The dreadful dragon aura rose once again. His arrogant roar shook the entire valley. The half-human and half-dragon Jiang Chen punched out with both of his fists, hitting Feng Tong's seal. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with layers of dust and sand. Even the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Impossible. Feng Tong stared at Jiang Chen. What's the background of this half-human half-dragon guy? Even his soaring dragon seal was unable to do anything to him. This was simply too unbelievable. Jiang Chen took a few steps back, but each step was filled with power. He was like an ancient tree, deeply rooted in the ground. A wave of shock was set off in the crowd. Everyone was staring at Jiang Chen with their eyes and mouth wide open. The human and dragon form was too magical. Jiang Chen's identity had become a mystery that no one knew. Even Jin Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment. After Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, he was completely different from before. Not only had his strength increased by a lot, most importantly, his dragon prestige seemed to have been unleashed to a greater extent. Who is this guy? Is he really a spy of the other three dragon clans? Even Jin Xiaoxiao was a little hesitant. However, she chose to believe in Jiang Chen, not only because he saved her, but also because of the sincerity in his eyes. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't resist it. Although Feng Tong wasn't willing to admit it, he had to admit that he lost this time. He lost completely. Not only did he fail to kill Jiang Chen in 3 moves, but Jiang Chen wasn't even injured. How could this be justified? Dragon form. Who are you? Feng Tong said in a deep voice. Are you a member of the dragon clan? Feng Tong's series of questions echoed the thoughts of countless people. Who was Jiang Chen? The 4 dragon clans didn't interfere with each other. If he was really an expert from the other 3 dragon clans, then his intentions would be suspicious. Jiang Chen, are you really not a member of the dragon clan? Jin Xiaoxiao asked. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. If you're not a member of the dragon clan, then why can you transform into a dragon form? What's your purpose in entering my golden dragon clan? Feng Tong was aggressive and continued to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Who do you think you are? Questioning me. Ha ha ha, do you have the qualifications? Whether I'm a member of the dragon clan or not, I'm afraid it's not up to you to ask. 3 moves have passed and you've already lost, yet you're asking me like a winner. Your skin is probably thicker than the bark of a 10,000-year-old tree, right? Jiang Qin sneered as his eyes flickered coldly. If it wasn't for Jin Xiaoxiao, he would have fought Fong Tong to the death today. Fong Tong's face was dark and even a little awkward. Although he lost, it didn't mean he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. This guy's arrogance enraged him. If you don't dare to admit it, could it be that you're guilty? Fong Tong faced Jiang Qin directly. Jiang Qin, since you have the bloodline of the dragon clan, then what's the grade of your dragon vein? Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed as she thought of something. She had always been curious as to why Jiang Qin had such a terrifying dragon aura. It might be related to his dragon vein. Jiang Qin pressed his palm on the blood dragon wall. At that moment, 9 halos spread out. The entire blood dragon pool became completely silent. Even the sound of a drop of water falling could be heard clearly. Jiang Qin looked at the blood dragon wall. Chapter 4677. Shouldn't the 9th class dragon vein only exist in legends? The supreme dragon vein was the symbol of a supreme god. No one knew whether the ancestors of the golden dragon tribe had ever reached the 9th class dragon vein. Among the 4 major dragon tribes, no one had the 9th class dragon vein. Even the current patriarch of the golden dragon tribe could not reach the strength of the 9th class dragon vein. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Jiang Qin's 9th class dragon vein was completely beyond their understanding. But it was indeed the symbol of the 9th class dragon vein. Fong Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao only had the 6th class dragon vein, which was a far cry from it. Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot. Then she looked at Jiang Qin excitedly. She was so excited that she couldn't say a word. She could only give Jiang Qin a thumbs up. Awesome! No one knew who said this, but immediately, the entire blood dragon pond was filled with deafening cheers. Jiang Qin shrugged and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with a non-committal expression. He had never thought that he could reach the 9th class dragon vein. It should be because of the source dragon in his body. But now the source dragon had been suppressed. Jiang Qin had practiced the astral pole. Starlight had just entered his body. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the profound realm. However, the astral pole had suppressed the source dragon in his body and completely stabilized it at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm. You're really too abnormal. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say. 9th class dragon vein. Even in the dragon tribe, there might not be one in millions of years. The dragon vein symbolized the purity of the dragon tribe's bloodline. The 9th class dragon vein was the purest dragon tribe's bloodline. Commander Fong, do you think the other 3 major dragon tribes will send a genius with the 9th class dragon vein to us as a spy? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She snorted coldly, but she was speechless. Who would send the most terrifying genius in their tribe as a spy? Unless the 3 major dragon tribes were fools. Commander Fong, could it be that you've forgotten our previous agreement? Jiang Qinleng said. At this time, Fong Tong was about to leave, but he didn't expect Jiang Qin to stop him. Fong Tong abruptly turned around and locked eyes with Jiang Qin. Needless to say, there was no need to express their anger. In front of so many experts of the Dragon Clan, this Jiang Qin actually embarrassed him. More importantly, if he went back on his word, he would be ridiculed by everyone. I was careless with my words today. I'm sorry. Fong Tong said in a deep voice. This was the first time in his life that he had lowered his head to someone. He would definitely settle this debt in the future. Jiang Qin, just you wait. Fong Tong left the blood dragon pool with his tail between his legs. However, Jiang Chen's name had already spread throughout the entire Golden Dragon tribe. 9th class dragon vein. Such a talent was enough to shock everyone. It would definitely cause a great disturbance in the dragon tribe. Jiang Qin looked calm. He was also very satisfied with the result of his fight with Fong Tong. After all, there was a huge gap between them. Jiang Chen had already used all his strength to take 3 attacks from Fong Tong. 9th class dragon vein had undoubtedly become his biggest trump card. In the dragon tribe, the level of one's bloodline was very important. When fighting against experts of the same level, the suppression of bloodline might be the key to victory. Jiang Chen's 9th class dragon vein might be extremely terrifying to the Golden Dragon tribe and even the entire ancient dragon star. The dragon vein determined the future talent and potential of the experts of the dragon tribe. Jiang Chen's 9th class dragon vein was a hot topic for the people of the dragon tribe. I've just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. My strength is not stable yet. I'm going back to cultivate. Jiang Chen said. Okay, but you have to be careful. This Fong Tong won't let this go easily, Jin Xiaoxiao said, unable to hide her excitement. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't hide her excitement. Although Jiang Chen had blocked 3 of Fong Tong's attacks, it was almost impossible for him to fight Fong Tong head-on. Jiang Chen nodded and left the blood dragon pool. Breaking through to the Star Emperor realm was undoubtedly something to be happy about for Jiang Chen. Only those in the Star Emperor realm could be called experts. Jiang Chen had already seen the power of the astral pole. Without the astral pole, he might not have been able to suppress the source dragon in a short time. He might even have lost his life. The biggest gain that the astral pole had brought him was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was more than 10 times stronger than the power of origin. With the help of the starlight, he kept tempering his body. With the tempering of the starlight, his dragon transformation was also a lot stronger. The power of the stars was linked with the stars in the sky. It was almost endless. However, he had already gained such a great understanding of the astral pole. When he reached the great accomplishment level of the astral pole, his strength would definitely soar to the 9th heaven. The first layer of starlight had entered his body. Jiang Chen had reached the small accomplishment level. However, if he wanted the astral pole to have a qualitative change, the only way was to devour the stars. The energy in the core of a star was endless, and the power of the stars was also unimaginable. As long as he integrated with the core of a star, Jiang Chen's strength would definitely soar. Moreover, after he cultivated the astral pole, the starlight entering his body made his perception of the core of a star more intense. There was a core of a star in the ancient dragon star. As long as I get the core of a star, I will definitely have a chance to leave this place. Then, repairing the formation will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen's eyes twinkled as he took a deep breath. Having a goal was the most important thing, but the core of a star was not easy to find. He was completely clueless about the ancient dragon star. If Jiang Chen wanted to find the core of a star, he had to complete it as soon as possible. The cultivation resources of the ancient dragon star were not bad, but he wanted to leave this place and go to the Tianqi star. Whether it was news of Feng, or the life and death of De Huang and Long San, they were all constantly worrying about Jiang Chen. The qi of the dragon vein in the blood dragon pool had created the source dragon, and it had even become a rank 9 dragon vein. This made Jiang Chen very serious. The source dragon had only been suppressed by him, but it would not be easy to completely refine it. The source dragon was originally a part of Jiang Chen's body, but it had eventually become a living creature. It wanted to take over his body, so Jiang Chen could not let it have its way. However, because of this, Jiang Chen saw the terror of the source dragon. The rank 9 dragon vein was the highest bloodline. Even the golden dragon tribe could not compare to its bloodline. Only after refining the core of a star would Jiang Chen have the confidence to completely suppress the source dragon. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only hurry up and cultivate. Once he completely stabilized his cultivation, the first thing he would do would be to find the core of the ancient dragon star. Only by finding the core could he rekindle his hope. 3 days later, Jiang Chen was still in the midst of cultivation when he heard a deep voice ringing through the skies outside his residence. Chapter 46-78. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This voice was somewhat familiar. Could it be the Golden Dragon clan's leader? What was he doing here? Jiang Chen was slightly moved. However, this was the patriarch's territory after all. He had to give the patriarch some face since he was living under their roof. Jiang Chen is flattered by the clan leader's presence. May I know what the clan leader wants? Jiang Chen walked out of the cave dwelling and saw the Golden Dragon clan's leader, Genie Ba, standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at him with a face full of smiles. Genie Ba had made a huge decision to come here. As the Golden Dragon clan's leader, he had sacrificed a lot. My father is here today to discuss something with you, Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Her father had told her to keep Jiang Chen and the Golden Dragon clan at all costs. She was naturally very happy. Clan leader Jin, please speak your mind. Jiang Chen said without batting an eyelid. Although he didn't know why Genie Ba had come, he was like a completely different person this time. Needless to say, it must be because of his bloodline. A 9th grade dragon vein was probably unique in the entire Golden Dragon clan. Previously, he had a request from the Golden Dragon clan. This time, it was the exact opposite. Genie Ba's eyes were filled with joy. When he looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with gratification. Since my little friend is so sincere, I won't hide it anymore. I, Genie Ba, am also a straightforward person. I came today because I have an extremely important matter to discuss with you. Are you willing to marry the daughter of the Golden Dragon clan? Genie Ba said with a smile. What? Father, what are you talking about? Jin Xiaoxiao's face was flushed red and her eyes were incomparably bashful. To a girl, this was a huge matter, and at this moment, Genie Ba had actually said it out loud in front of everyone. Did she still want her face? There were many members of the Golden Dragon clan watching. This made her want to find a hole to hide in. Even Jiang Chen looked at Genie Ba with a face full of shock. Wasn't he being too blunt? How could his daughter's marriage be decided so hastily? Jiang Chen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao, but Jin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen at all. Embarrassed, she turned around and ran away. Jiang Chen knew that it was very likely that Jin Xiaoxiao didn't know about this. Ha ha ha, my daughter is too shy. Little friend, what do you think? Genie Ba was filled with joy as he waited for Jiang Chen's reply. Jiang Chen was also very clear that Genie Ba's reality was reasonable. He only had one goal, and that was to keep Jiang Chen in their Golden Dragon clan. A 9th grade dragon vein. This kind of talent was definitely an unprecedented existence. In addition, he heard that Jiang Chen blocked 3 moves from Fang Tong and the latter couldn't do anything to him. Thus, he favored Jiang Chen even more. If Jiang Chen could become the son-in-law of their Golden Dragon clan, then the rise of the Golden Dragon clan would be just around the corner. As the leader of the clan, Genie Ba's decision was indisputable. It was even the most correct decision. To Jiang Chen, courage was a little frightening because she didn't have such thoughts at all. It was completely Genie Ba's wishful thinking. But now, Jiang Chen couldn't back down. After all, this was someone else's territory. Genie Ba personally came out to matchmake for his daughter. This was already a great pressure for Jiang Qin. Yeah, I think Brother Jiang Qin and Her Highness are a perfect match. That's right, a 9th grade dragon vein. I've never heard of it before. In the future, if Jiang Qin can stay in our dragon clan, he might become a legend. That's for sure. A 9th grade dragon vein. That's something that only exists in legends. It wasn't just Genie Ba. Many members of the dragon clan who were watching at the foot of the mountain were also full of hope for Jiang Qin. They didn't doubt him like before. No matter where you were, as long as you had absolute strength, you would be able to gain respect. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. If he directly rejected Genie Ba, not only would the Golden Dragon clan lose face, even Jin Xiaoxiao wouldn't know how to face it. I appreciate clan leader Jin's good intentions, but matters of the heart can't be decided by one person. This matter needs to be discussed at length. But rest assured, I will definitely not become a sacrifice for the other 3 clans. Jiang Qin said with a serious face. Genie Ba smiled. Although Jiang Qin didn't directly agree to him, he didn't reject him either. Most importantly, he had directly rejected the other 3 clans. There was only one goal, and that was to let Genie Ba have no worries. Genie Ba let out a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Qin didn't join the other 3 clans, it was the best news for them. If that's the case, I won't say much. You young people should settle your own matters. However, the doors of the Golden Dragon clan will always be open to you, ha ha ha. Genie Ba laughed calmly. Jiang Qin had given him enough respect, so he naturally wouldn't pester him. Retreating for the sake of advancing was the best way. Moreover, although Jiang Qin didn't agree to his proposal, he didn't reject it either. Thank you, clan leader Jin. Jiang Qin bid farewell to clan leader Jin and continued his cultivation. The night wind was slightly chilly. Jiang Qin sat on the peak of the mountain, constantly breathing in and out and cultivating the astral pole. The starlight entering his body was getting stronger and stronger, completely stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Star Emperor realm. Come out. Jiang Qin said calmly. He wasn't surprised by Jin Xiaoxiao's appearance. I'm really sorry about what happened during the day. I didn't know father would make such a request. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. It's okay. I know what clan leader Jin wants. You want me to stay. However, to each his own. You also know that I can't stay on the ancient dragon planet forever. I'll leave when my strength reaches a certain level, or when the teleportation portal is repaired. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Jiang Qin chuckled. As long as you're not angry. Jin Xiaoxiao said while biting her lips. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't like Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin's refusal made her feel upset. Could it be that she wasn't charming enough? Jin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She was never an indecisive person, but Jiang Qin's appearance had disrupted her plan. What's there to be angry about? I'm just thinking about the clan. Clan leader Jin, you're not wrong. If I were you, I would do the same. Jiang Qin shrugged. Jin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled. She teased him. You're really shameless. Who praises themselves like that? You really think you're so popular. He he he. Jin Xiaoxiao's smile was beautiful and charming. To Jiang Qin, he didn't have time to care about anything else. He couldn't have any other thoughts. That's right, in a month's time, it will be the ranking competition between the 4 great dragon clans. You can go and give it a try. The most important thing is to participate. If you can take 3 moves from Fong Tong, you might even be able to get a good ranking. Ranking competition. Jiang Chen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao suspiciously. The resources on the ancient dragon planet are limited. Plus, there's a place that the 4 dragon tribes control. Only those who rank high in the ranking competition have the right to cultivate there. Chapter 46-79. Who would have thought that there would be such a place in the ancient dragon star? Jiang Chen also looked at Jin Xiaoxiao curiously. That's right. That is the forbidden area of the entire ancient dragon star. Not many people go there, and it is guarded by the elites of the 4 big dragon tribes. No one can enter that place easily. Every 500 years, there will be a battle between the 4 big dragon tribes. The top 10 in the ranking competition will have the opportunity to go there to train for a year. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was full of excitement as she vowed. What is that place? The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Legend has it that the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was created when the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes joined forces to suppress a peerless heavenly demon. In the worst case, the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes exhausted their life force to kill the peerless heavenly demon. In the worst case, the 5 of them perished together. The 5 peerless elites became the rocks and ancient trees of the entire Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. That was a bottomless abyss. Even the people of the 4 great dragon tribes had never entered it before because the depths of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss were extremely terrifying. Some people wanted to explore the deepest part of the abyss, but they never came back. Hence, no one knew how deep the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was. From then on, no one dared to venture deeper into the immortal abyss. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is also the place with the densest dragon vein qi in the entire ancient dragon star. After all, it is the place where the 4 immemorial dragon tribe ancestors died. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with hope. She had long wanted to go to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to take a look. That place is known as the last cradle of the ancient dragon star's geniuses. Almost all of the elites in the ancient dragon star have entered the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. The mysteriousness and power of that place are shocking. Everyone is filled with yearning for that place. However, it is not that easy to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. Sigh. Looks like that place is indeed worth going. It is known as the most mysterious place on ancient dragon star, and it is still unknown. There must be something extraordinary about the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Even the natives of ancient dragon star are curious about that place. I, Jiang Chen, must go and take a look. Jiang Chen's eyes faintly narrowed as he thought in his heart. Even Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely secretive about that place. From the looks of it, entering the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss would definitely not be as easy as imagined. The ranking competition would be the most simple and violent, but also the most terrifying training. Even Jin Xiaoxiao was filled with sorrow. There's still less than a month's time. You should hurry up and train. Otherwise, even if you have the chance to enter the ranking competition, you will only be cannon fodder. Jin Xiaoxiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and smiled. Anyway, you'll be the scapegoat. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. TSK. If you want me to be your scapegoat, you need to have the strength to do so. In the ranking battle, does Fang Tong have a chance? Jiang Chen asked. It's hard to say. Last time, he was ranked 17th. This time, his goal is to enter the ranking battle. In the past 500 years, I wonder what kind of geniuses have emerged from the 4 major dragon clans. What about you? Jin Xiaoxiao blushed, appearing a little embarrassed. 29th. But this time, I'm aiming for the top 10. Humph. Do you think a 6th grade dragon vein is a lot? This time, I must get a spot for the Golden Dragon clan. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was filled with pride, as if she was determined to get it. I hope so. Jiang Qin smiled. Since Fang Tong had the chance to enter the top 10, then even if he had to risk his old life, he had to get a good ranking in the ranking battle. He was already a little curious about this legendary Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. A month passed quietly. During this month, Jiang Qin started devouring source stones like crazy. He had hundreds of millions of 5th-grade source stones now, which was enough for him to squander for a long time. He only had one goal in this month, which was to break through to the second heaven of the Star Emperor realm. However, Jiang Qin had greatly underestimated the amount of energy a Star Emperor realm expert needed to absorb to break through. Even after devouring millions of source stones, it didn't help. He was still at the peak of the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Qin knew that if he wanted to break through, it wasn't enough to rely on source stones alone. He needed an opportunity. A month later, the leader of the Golden Dragon clan personally selected 10 young geniuses of the Golden Dragon clan to follow him to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Jiang Qin, let's go. If you want to get the spot for the Golden Dragon clan, it's up to you. Jin Xiaoxiao said to Jiang Qin, who was standing beside her. There were hundreds and thousands of experts in the Golden Dragon clan, but only 10 of them were willing to follow their patriarch to participate in the ranking battle. Among these 10, it was up to them to get a good ranking in the battle. Jiang Qin looked at the sea of experts of the Dragon clan around him and felt a chill in his heart. The Ancient Dragon clan was indeed one of the 4 major dragon clans of the ancient dragon planet. There were tens of thousands of people from the Dragon clan gathered here. There were even over 1,000 experts who had surpassed the Star Emperor realm. Such a force was indeed something that Planet Crimson Afterglow couldn't compare to. The ancient dragon planet was worthy of being called one of the top 10 planets in the Apocalypse Star area. On the peak, Genie Ball looked calm and dignified. He looked at the tens of thousands of people of the Dragon clan and said in a deep voice, "The ranking battle that happens once every 500 years is about to begin. The ranking tournament that happens once every 500 years is about to begin. I believe that all of you are more or less prepared. However, if you want to participate in the ranking tournament of the 4 great dragon clans, there are only 10 slots. These 10 slots will determine whether anyone can kill the top 10. I hope that this time, all of you will not disappoint me." 500 years ago, only one person from the Golden Dragon clan entered the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. Genie Bai's voice was extremely solemn. The ranking battle not only concerned the reputation of the 4 major dragon clans, but also their status in the ancient dragon planet. Whoever could make it to the top in the ranking battle would have the future of the ancient dragon planet. This was because the experts who made it to the top in the ranking battle were the true pillars of the ancient dragon planet. 500 years ago, only one person from the Golden Dragon clan made it to the top 10. It's a bit shabby indeed. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Sigh, do you think the ranking battle is that easy? Many people might lose their lives in this battle, Jin Xiaoxiao said sadly. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a sorrowful tone. Jiang Qin was slightly surprised. She had never shown such a sorrowful side before. It seemed like the ranking battle had given Jin Xiaoxiao a different kind of sentimental feeling. A real battle between experts should be like this. The road is smooth. How can there be a real expert? They are just flower buds in a greenhouse. Jiang Qin's face was calm. He was already prepared and his eyes were shining. Chapter 4680. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You are all the top geniuses of our Golden Dragon tribe. You are courageous enough to participate in the ranking battle of the 4 great dragon tribes. Only 10 people can obtain such a quota. Whether you can stand out from the crowd of geniuses will depend on your luck. Genie Ba said in a deep voice. As the leader of the Golden Dragon tribe, it was even more impossible for him to make a decision. If he did that, wouldn't it disappoint the majority of the disciples of the Dragon tribe? Hence, Genie Ba decided to let them undergo the baptism. The quota for the ranking battle would naturally be given to those who were capable. I wonder what new tricks the leader has up his sleeves this time. He, but I am determined to get it. Shay. No matter what the leader has prepared, I don't care. In front of absolute strength, I am the strongest. Of these 10 quotas, I will reserve one. Ha ha ha. Many experts of the Dragon tribe swore. Every one of them wanted to participate in the ranking battle. Although they might not be able to enter the top 10, those who could participate in the ranking battle were all true geniuses. Even if they couldn't obtain a good ranking in the ranking battle, they would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention in the battle between the experts of the 4 great dragon tribes. Being famous was like a pig being fat. Who didn't want to become an expert that could look down on the world? Father intends to treat everyone equally this time. However, this is also a great opportunity for you. Jin Xiao looked at Jiang Qin. This wasn't how the selection of spots for the ranking battle was supposed to be. Her father must have rearranged the selection just for Jiang Qin. I understand. Jiang Qin wasn't an ignorant person. He must have made preparations for such an important matter. This time, he was able to participate. Needless to say, Genie Ba had given him enough face. The temptation of a 9th grade dragon vein was obviously something that no one could resist. You have 3 days at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff. Whoever lasts the longest will be the final winner. The final 10 winners will represent our Golden Dragon tribe in the ranking battle of the 4 great dragon tribes. Are you all prepared? Genie Ba said in a deep voice. Always be ready. Their roars reverberated throughout the land, echoing through the mountains and valleys for a long time. This was the power of the Golden Dragon race. Jiang Qin gasped in amazement. Everyone was eager to have a try. Hundreds of Star Emperor realm experts were ready. The heavy mystery cliff is one of the cliffs of our Golden Dragon clan. It is also a place for cultivation. However, almost no one is willing to go there normally because the pressure at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff is just too great. Almost no one can cultivate at the bottom of the cliff forever. Even my father can only stay at the bottom of the cliff for 4 or 5 days at most. The gravity there is unimaginable. It is a headache. Jin Xiao explained to Jiang Qin. Isn't that good? No pressure, no motivation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid in the slightest as he followed the group towards the heavy mystery cliff. This time, I will definitely kick you out of the dragon clan. You still want to represent our dragon clan in the ranking competition? Humph. Wishful thinking. Fong Tong gazed at Jiang Qin from afar. He had already contacted 5 experts, all of whom were geniuses of the Dragon clan at the 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If they worked together, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deal with Jiang Qin. They would make it difficult for him to move an inch at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff. The gravity at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff is terrifying. If you think you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Jin Xiao said in a low voice. I know. Jiang Qin watched the experts of the Golden Dragon clan enter the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff one after another. There were more than 700 of them. As soon as he entered the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff, a tremendous pressure pressed down on him from all directions. That terrifying gravity made it hard for him to breathe. Everyone looked solemn and found it difficult to move. They had to find a spacious area to cultivate. The gravity at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff was getting stronger and stronger. It was like the intersection of heaven and earth, and they were struggling to survive in the cracks. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not bad. These guys are much stronger than before. I hope they won't disappoint me in the ranking competition this time. Genie Bai stood at the top of the mountain, silently gazing at the disciples of the Golden Dragon clan. He was quite excited. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Jiang Qin, I hope you can bring me more surprises. The person that Genie Bai valued the most was Jiang Qin. Although he was slightly weaker now, his talent and future were limitless. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Even the leaders of the other 3 clans would be envious of him. Although Jiang Qin couldn't be considered a member of the Golden Dragon clan, Jiang Qin had already made him a promise. With his daughter's peerless beauty, how could he not be tempted? Since ancient times, heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Jiang Qin was no exception. As long as he could become the son-in-law of the Golden Dragon clan, wouldn't the Golden Dragon clan be controlled by him in the future? Grade 9 Dragon Vein. I wonder if you can handle such a great responsibility. In less than half a day, people had already left the heavy mysterious cliff one after another. This was because the gravitational force of the heavy mysterious cliff was too terrifying. Most importantly, the gravitational force was constantly increasing. When they first entered the heavy mysterious cliff, they didn't have such an intense feeling. As time passed, everyone became drenched in sweat. Those who were able to stay were mostly like arrows at the end of their flight. In less than half a day, more than half of the people had already chosen to leave. Although the ranking battle could make their reputation rise among the 4 great dragon clans, they still needed to be alive to go. If they couldn't even withstand the pressure of the heavy mysterious cliff, they would only be cannon fodder even if they went. Not only would it be shameful, they might even lose their lives there. However, there were also quite a number of people who gritted their teeth and endured the pressure of the gravity with great difficulty. The number of people became fewer and fewer. By dusk, there were less than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, only a few would be able to endure the first day. Everyone had a difficult expression on their faces. Some were silent with their veins bulging, while others were grimacing in pain, waiting for their last chance. Jean Xiaoxiao was also sweating profusely, but she didn't seem to be affected. The peak of the 4th level of the Star Emperor realm was no joke. Even in the entire Golden Dragon clan, there weren't many who could reach that level. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, surprised Jean Xiaoxiao. There were less than 50 people left, but all of them were above the 3rd heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Qin was the only one in the 1st heaven of the Star Emperor realm. You're such a weirdo. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Interesting. Jean Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up even more. Jiang Qin was as still as a mountain. He sat with his legs crossed and didn't seem to feel any pain. It wouldn't be easy to force him to leave the heavy mystery cliff. In this ranking battle, those 5 people had been very confident. But now, it seemed that they had failed. In order to help Fang Tong deal with Jiang Qin, they went for wool and came home shorn. Jiang Qin sneered. Seeing the 5 people being kicked out of the heavy mysterious cliff, everyone looked gloomy. They gnashed their teeth and wished they could eat their flesh. Jiang Qin's grade 9 dragon meridian showed them what real terror was. We can't let this guy live. Otherwise, we won't have a good time in the future. For the 5 of them, losing the opportunity to participate in the ranking battle was painful. The patriarch had set the rule that whoever could stay under the heavy mysterious cliff for the longest time would be the final winner. If they couldn't even get a spot, then there was no way they could stand out in the ranking battle. Fong Tong didn't expect that Jiang Qin could stay calm in the face of 5 experts in the 3rd or 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, he fought back with all his strength and kicked all of his people out. It was a slap in his face. Looking at the resentful eyes of the 5 fellows, Fong Tong felt that he had lost his face. After all, he was the one who had harmed them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could cut Jiang Qin into pieces. This outsider had turned the Golden Dragon clan upside down in less than half a year's time. If he was allowed to become more arrogant in the future, there would be no place for him in the Dragon clan. Jiang Qin. I won't let you go. We'll deal with this later. I'll teach you a lesson in the ranking battle. Fong Tong said fiercely. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. After a day and a night of pressure, the experts of the Dragon tribe were eliminated one after another. Finally, there were only 10 people left, and these 10 people would be the final participants. Seeing that there were only 10 people left, Jiang Qin left the heavy mysterious cliff first. After all, he had already obtained a place to participate in the ranking battle. There was no point in staying here any longer. However, for the people of the Dragon tribe, fighting for the first place was the most honorable thing to do. Everyone was clenching their teeth and persisting. Jiang Qin had already escaped. He, it said that it's a 9th grade dragon vein, but I think it's just a so-so. Compared to our Commander Fong, it's much weaker. That's right. The difference in strength can't be made up. So what if it's a 9th grade dragon vein? Do you think he can soar to the sky in one go? You can't say that. After all, a 9th grade dragon vein is an extraordinary talent. Under the pressure of the heavy mysterious cliff, it's already not easy for him to enter the top 10. Towards Jiang Qin, there were people who respected him, but there were also people who mocked him. After all, a 9th grade dragon vein was too rare. No one knew how terrifying a 9th grade dragon vein was. But at least from the looks of it, it was far inferior to Commander Fong and the princess. Jiang Qin couldn't be bothered with those crazy words. He only wanted a place to participate in the ranking battle. I'm not a masochist, I don't want to be pressured to the point where I can't breathe. Moreover, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After all, he was in someone else's tribe. What if he made the people of the Dragon tribe lose face? What should he do? The top 10 had already been obtained. Jiang Qin knew when to stop. At this moment, his face was calm and contented. On top of the mountain, Genie Ball frowned and murmured, "You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."